The chair made many appeals that they may allow the smooth functioning of the House, particularly since the government has repeatedly stated, both in the House and outside the House, that we are ready for discussion on any issue, including price rise. And we have agreed for the demand that it should be done at the earliest.
1 0-hour discussion on price rise itself. It is hoped that both the opposition and the Treasury benches can come together and salvage rest of the monsoon session from getting washed out.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup from the world of sports. India is all set to host the Women's 50-over World Cup in 2025 after the BCCI won the bid during the ICC annual conference in Birmingham after more than a decade. The ICC flagship tournament will return to the nation. A Women's 50-over World Cup was last played in India in 2013. Germany underwent training ahead of Euro 2022 semi-final opposite France in England. Earlier, Germany beat Austria in their quarter-final to book their place in the Final Four. Paulo Dybala was introduced to Roma fans recently. The Argentina international signed for the club on a 3-year deal after his contract expired with Juventus. During 7 seasons with the Turin-based side, he helped them win 12 trophies, including 5 Series A titles. 8th seed Lorenzo Musetti booked his place in round of 16 at the Croatia Open with a win over Aljaz Bedene. Mixed martial arts is relatively new to Algeria and newer for women practitioners, but mixed martial arts has just recently attracted female practitioners as well in a country where combat sports is usually dominated by men, although Algeria produced international women fighters in judo and karate for decades. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Sonia Gandhi to be quizzed again for second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. And BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary, probe underway.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream. With you everywhere. Republic Livestream. India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexed to AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
व्यक्तियों को लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Welcome back. Now, in order to counter China's 5G network installed at the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh, the Indian Army has planned to set up its own 4G and 5G based mobile cellular networks. The Army has also issued a request for information that lists the requirements, the implementation and the delivery of the project.
Some of the measures being brought in by the government, now announced by the government, include acquisition of bulletproof jackets, which has been one of the longest standing demand. Bulletproof jackets with specifications of the highest standard, including the BIS 6 level of protection. Apart from that, to combat current complex paradigms of warfare, the government has also given approval of induction of 4 lakh close quarter carbines.
Following the 16th round of military talks that ended in a stalemate, China fell back to its old tactics at the line of actual control. The Chinese army rolled out 5G network for surveillance at the line of actual control. In order to counter China's 5G network installed now, the Indian Army has planned to set up its own 4G and 5G based mobile cellular network. To roll out this mega infrastructure plan, the Army had issued a request for information that lists the requirements, the implementation and the delivery of the project. This network will be used in the mountainous terrain of the region to ensure smooth communication at altitudes of up to 18,000 feet. The network is envisaged to provide reliable and secure voice, messaging and data services in the intended area of coverage to support operational requirements of field formation. In the two-part RFI, the Army listed its requirements and revealed its intentions of using the cellular network. The report stated that the companies bidding for the project meant to deliver the communications equipment must deliver the services within 12 months of winning the contract. The RFI of the Indian Army clearly highlighted that the network must be inaccessible to any unauthorized and illegitimate user or other radio access technology networks. The Army also underscored that the service providers must be open to port application layer secrecy. With this, network provider must ensure high bandwidth, low latency, reliable and secure voice, mobile and data services to the Indian Army and must support global accepted standards.
The acceptance of necessity that has been given by the Modi government. This pertains to first is the acquisition of the bulletproof jackets of the BIS 6th standard, that is the Indian standard for the bulletproof jackets for the safety of the Jawans that have been deployed along the line of control and line of actual control.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in from Sri Lanka in the visuals is Danish Ali, who's been arrested by the state CID. Remember, he's the protester, one of the many protesters, the protester to have barged inside the state television office in Sri Lanka on 13th of July. And in fact, in this visual, you can see the CID nabbing this particular person, Danish Ali, his name is. He's been arrested aboard flight to Dubai. He was trying to flee Sri Lanka, and as you can see, those are the officials there who have nabbed him. He had in fact forcibly entered Sri Lanka's state television during the protest which happened in Sri Lanka, and in the visuals you can see Danish Ali being arrested as he was trying to flee the country. We are told that a warrant had also been issued against him for his arrest, and as he was trying to flee to Dubai, he's been arrested from this particular flight. So in the visuals you can see how he's being forcibly taken there by the state CID there as he was trying to flee the country. He's the person to have entered forcibly the state-run television office on 13th of July, and in the visuals you can see how he's being forcibly taken. This one the news coming in from Sri Lanka, the person who's been arrested while he was trying to flee to Dubai from Sri Lanka. He's one of the many protesters who took to streets, protested against the Rajapaksa and family. In the visuals that surfaced just a few days back, we also saw how Danish Ali had forcibly entered the state-run television office, and following which the court, we are told, had issued a warrant as well for his arrest. And as in the visuals you can see, he's now been arrested by the CID as he was trying to flee the country. So the visuals coming in from Sri Lanka, where the protester who's now been arrested, his name identified as Danish Ali.
The Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi is all set to be interrogated by Enforcement Directorate once again. This has led to Congress workers again hitting on street. Will their normal life be affected? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's a clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर।
कांग्रेस वर्कर was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं। पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है।
वो सुचिता दलाल द जर्नलिस्ट who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
Updates coming in on the monkeypox scare in the country. First suspected case of monkeypox has been detected in Patna. Second suspected case reported from the national capital. So the first suspected case of monkeypox that has been reported from Patna. Remember, 4 cases of monkeypox have been confirmed till now. And suspected case of monkeypox coming to light from Patna, another one from the national capital. Piyush is joining us. Piyush Shori joining us live to give us all those updates. Piyush, another case of suspected monkeypox from Patna and another one from the national capital. Give us more details.
Well, definitely, this is one of the basic health emergencies now which has started beginning to emerge from our country. After reporting cases from Kerala, Telangana, now suspected monkeypox cases have also now begun to emerge from places like Patna and Delhi. What we've been told by our sources is that there's a second monkeypox case now which has come from Delhi. Earlier, 2-3 days before, a 31-year-old person who was suspected, with monkeypox cases. Ironically and surprisingly, that person did not have the travel history. We've also been told that the second person also not been having a travel history. So it is now going to be very interesting.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Well, it is a shocking political killing in Bengaluru. The BJP's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar is hacked to death in Bellary. Massive anger over the BJP leader's death. Section 144 is imposed in Bengaluru's Puttur. Karnataka's chief minister assures strict actions as won't spare the culprits. The Bengal cash scam gets bigger. The TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya is summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi is to be quizzed again for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the Freedom for Struggle profit scam. A fourth suicide case is reported in Tamil Nadu. Big concern over safety of students in the state. Good morning. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, we know that you are always on the go. Now get your news on the go as well, because Republic lets you stream as you go. Republic live stream ensures that you can tune into news on HD quality without having a TV around. No more waiting till the end of the day to catch up with the news of the day. You can get the high-end TV quality experience right on your phone, tablet or any other device. And let's get on with the news now. BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar has been hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. Following this incident, security has been heightened in Bengaluru and Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur. 3 taluks of Dakshin Kannada district have also called for a volunteer bandh. Puttur, Sulya and Kadaba taluks have been shut for today. They're protesting against the BJP leader's murder. 2 private education institutions have also declared a holiday in Puttur. Vivekanand and Ambika institutions will not conduct any classes today. So the situation over there in Puttur and Bellary remaining tense. Sagay Raj is reporting on this. He's in Bengaluru right now. Sagay, give us an overall sense of what's happening. Of course, the police have launched an investigation, but there does seem to be considerable tension in the area.
Absolutely. The situation is quite sensitive and the security has been beefed up every nook and corner of Sulya and Puttur Taluk. And what we also get to learn from police sources is that the family members, BJP workers and friends of Praveen Nettar are planning to take the procession of mortal remains from a hospital to his residence. Keeping all these things in the mind, police have imposed 144 section and they have requested family members as well as BJP workers not to try to take law and order in their own hand. And the police also promised to take stringent action and arrest the culprits, assailants as soon as possible.
All right. So the situation over there, of course, continuing to remain tense. Now, Sagay, as far as the police investigations go, any more leads that you are getting right now in terms of who could be behind this murder?
See, so far, the police have got the lead that this particular vehicle, the bike-borne assailants who had murdered Praveen are based out from Kerala because that particular vehicle had a KL registration. And apart from that, the police don't have any other clue because these are unknown assailants who had attacked Praveen last night. And keeping all these things in mind, the police also trying to get more information on previous act. What we also get to learn is a few days back, one Muslim youth, Masood, was murdered and subsequently 8 people were arrested by the police. At that point of time, the emotions were quite high where people threatened that if you are killing one person from our community, there might be one more person who might die from the opposite community. Following that, this particular incident has been taken place and police is investigating in all possible angles to look into this particular issue. As of now, police have not given any kind of reaction on this, but what we get to learn through our sources is that they have the information that the vehicle which was being driven by these people, bike-borne assailants, are registered from KL. And remember that Mangalore shares a border with Kerala, where Kasaragod is adjacent to Mangalore district.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, obviously the police are looking into various angles, but situation in Dakshin Kannada and particularly in Bellary has been quite tense for quite some time now. It's, there is a bit of sensitivity.
Absolutely. As I told you that in a span of a month, there are 2 murders which have been reported from this particular area alone. And remember, this particular taluks comes in the Dakshin Kannada, which is very close to the borders of Kerala. And the Masood, whom I was mentioning earlier, he was also from Kerala, from Kasaragod, and he was murdered in Mangalore. He was shifted to a private hospital, but he had succumbed to injuries. And subsequently, 8 people were arrested by the police. And after that, this is a second murder which has been reported. And Praveen is a BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary in Sulya area in Puttur. And now the police have beefed up the security. Remember, last night the BJP workers, you can see the visual, BJP workers were staging a protest in front of a hospital demanding justice and the assailants to be arrested as soon as possible by the police.
All right, as Sagar Raj is pointing out, of course, the police are investigating various angles, but there is considerable anger amongst BJP workers over this killing. Now, Sagar, any comments that we are getting from BJP leaders on this? Of course, as you were pointing out earlier, there is a Bandh call that has also been given.
See, what we get to learn is Karnataka Chief Minister has already tweeted and criticized and said that the perpetrators will be booked and stringent actions will be taken against all those people. And what we also get to learn from the Chief Minister's office is that Chief Minister have given strict warnings to the BJP local leaders of Mangalore and Puttur, requesting them not to get into any kind of law and order situation and maintain peace. Tomorrow, JP Nadda and several other senior leaders are visiting Karnataka, and keeping all those things in the mind, the security has been beefed up and they don't want any kind of untoward incident to be reported from the state of Karnataka. And what we also get to learn is that tomorrow Karnataka BJP government is also completing 3 years. So keeping all these things in the mind, even the government doesn't want any kind of law and order situation in the state, and nothing should be reported, nothing untoward should be reported from Sulia or Puttur. So keeping all those things in mind, senior officials are also deployed and been asked to take care of law and order situation.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, obviously security appears to be a very big concern right now for the state government. Section 144 has been imposed. Now, also give us more details in terms of what measures, preventive measures, have been put in place.
No, as you rightly pointed out, 144 section has been imposed, and many shops have voluntarily shut down their shops are protesting against this. A few education institutions have declared holiday for their schools and colleges, and security has been beefed up in all the checkposts, especially the border shared with Kerala, to find out this assailants. And apart from that, the investigation is happening. Everything seems to be under control. As of now, no untoward incident has been reported, but police are quite tense because the family members, friends, and the supporters of BJP are planning to take out a procession of mortal remains of Praveen Nettar. And in case if a similar thing, what was been reported earlier this year in Shimoga district, when Asha Hindu was murdered, there was violence which was being broke out, where vandalism, arson was being reported in Shimoga. And keeping all those things in the mind, police have warned people and requested people not to take law and order in their hand. And 144 section is also being imposed. And we need to wait and watch how it will be the procession in Mangalore. Whether what has happened in Shimoga will be repeated or it will be a peaceful march to his house. We need to wait and watch.
All right, as Sagar is pointing out, of course, Bellary appears to be on the edge after the killing of a BJP Yuva Morcha worker, Praveen Nettar. Now, he was brutally hacked to death. The police, of course, have lodged a complaint and are investigating. And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly? Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam. Well, going across to news that we are getting on the TMC cash scam. Now, the BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla has now launched a scathing attack on the TMC over the Bengal cash scam, demanding action against tainted ministers. Now, this comes even as, of course, the investigation that is being conducted by the ED is getting out some murky details as to how this scam took place and the kickbacks that were received.
Of West Bengal government has come, and it shows that it is positive for TMC. Too much corruption. But some in the West Bengal government are saying it is too much coincidence. Can it be too much coincidence now that pictures have also appeared that Arpita was sharing the official stage of the TMC on several occasions? That Arpita, the person from whom 21 crores has been recovered, in her house had the envelopes of West Bengal Education Department. Is it too much coincidence that the same Arpita was being praised by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the presence of Partha Chatterjee in a public program, and she was lauding her for the good work? Is it too much coincidence that conveyance deeds have been found from Arpita's house, which, as per the media, links Partha Chatterjee with Arpita Mukherjee? Is this all too much coincidence, or is it too much corruption? And now, when the entire matter has come to the fore, it is clear that this is a case of corruption by the TMC, for the TMC, and of the TMC. Mamata Banerjee cannot absolve herself by merely saying that she did not know or that somebody made a mistake. This is not a mistake. This is a mahapap. And the question that needs to be asked is that, was it happening with the indulgence of the topmost officers of West Bengal government, including the Chief Minister, or was it happening with the ignorance of the Chief Minister? Because if it is ignorance of the Chief Minister, then it is complete administrative failure. And if it is indulgence of the Chief Minister, then accountability must be fixed at every level. The fact of the matter is that it is a court of law, the High Court, that has indicted the West Bengal government for this kind of massive corruption that was done with the youth and the youngsters of West Bengal, both with the teachers and those who wanted to be taught by those teachers. Is it not true that the High Court Division Bench had even indicted the West Bengal Minister, Mr. Adhikari, and had cancelled the appointment of the daughter of Mr. Adhikari? What action has been taken on Mr. Adhikari, whose daughter's appointment was also cancelled? This shows that in West Bengal, corruption has been institutionalized, and every institution is only working towards the aim of corruption. And therefore, Mamata...
Now, even as the ED, of course, continues its investigation into this case, Kishale joins us from our Bangla newsroom to give us more details as to how these investigations are progressing. Now, Kishale, one of the key details that have now emerged appears to be the manner in which this scam actually went ahead. Now, this black diary that has been confiscated by the ED could hold several of those secrets.
Exactly, this black diary and several other pocket diaries that has been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house are the key to this investigation. That's what the investigators and ED is thinking right now. We know from our sources that there are several key informations in the Black Diary which include the names of the candidates who would be recruited in spite of their names not being in the merit list. There are names in the Black Diary whose marks and whose numbers would be increased so that they could be included in the merit list, and then they would be recruited. All of these reasons, all of these key informations are reasons for ED to investigate this Black Diary in a very important way so that the link between Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee could be established even further. What we have update today is that Partho Chatterjee can be taken for medical test from CGO, where the ED office is there, to Joka ESI hospital, as the court has ordered that every 48 hours there should be one medical test for Partho and Arpita Mukherjee. They would be taken for medical tests. That's what our sources are telling us, and after that ED would be starting their grilling process, their interrogation again as they did yesterday. Today there is a chance that ex-minister Manik Bhattacharjee, he would also be called and he would be interrogated along with Partho Chatterjee, and they would be interrogated together so that ED could get a more clearer picture about this. There is also a chance that Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee will be interrogated together. So we are looking at what's happening in the ED office today closely, as our reporters on ground are reporting us, and our sources are telling us about the whole picture.
In fact, let's get in a word from Pinky, who's reporting from outside the ED's office. Now, Pinky, good morning. Pinky, we are also hearing right now that the agency has issued summons to Manik Bhattacharya, the TMC MLA, and they believe that he could also perhaps be connected to this cash scam.
देखिए, आज मानिक भट्टाचार्य को आज बुलाया गया है, आज समन किया गया है, क्योंकि कुछ ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट्स पार्थो चटर्जी के घर से मिला है जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बेसिस में ही मानिक को फिर से आज समन किया गया है। ईडी आप सोच रहा है कि उन दोनों को फेस टू फेस बैठाकर इंटरोगेशन किया जाए, इससे बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलेगा, यही सोच रहा है ईडी। पहले आपको बता दूं कि पार्थो चटर्जी के घर में जब रेड हुआ था, उस वक्त कुछ टेट एग्जाम का कुछ ऐसा रिवाइज रिजल्ट्स एंड मोर डॉक्यूमेंट्स कुछ मिला था। वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बेसिस में ही आज मानिक को फिर से इंटरोगेशन करना चाहता है। इससे पहले भी मानिक भट्टाचार्य के घर में रेड हुआ था, छापेमारी हुआ था, क्योंकि इसके पहले पार्थो के घर में जब रेड हुआ, उसी दिन मानिक के भी घर में भी रेड हुआ। इसीलिए ईडी को लगता है कि इस दोनों के बीच में जो रिवाइज रिजल्ट मिला है, उन दोनों के कनेक्शन क्या है, ये सामने आने के लिए इस बारे में इंटरोगेशन के लिए आज मानिक को यहाँ पर बुलाया गया है। आज 12 बजे सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में मानिक भट्टाचार्य को समन किया गया है। मैं अभी दिखाना चाहती हूँ कि अभी सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स, कोलकाता का सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में, सॉल्ट लेक सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में आज जो सिक्योरिटी है बहुत टाइटन है। सीआरपीएफ जो है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, फोर्सेस है, एक्स्ट्रा फोर्सेस है स्टेट पुलिस की तरफ से, बैरिकेड्स किया गया है, क्योंकि दो हैवी वेट्स, एक पार्थो चैटर्जी एंड अर्पिता को भी आज इंट्रोगेशन किया गया है। अर्पिता एंड पार्थो के कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स पाया गया है, कुछ डीट अकाउंट्स पाया गया है। इस डीट अकाउंट्स में ऐसा कुछ ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है 2012 साल से 2022 साल तक, जिसमें बहुत सारा ट्रांजैक्शन 2020 से 2022 तक बहुत सारा ट्रांजैक्शन पाया गया है। इस ट्रांजैक्शन में कुछ ऐसा भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है कि कुछ प्रॉपर्टी भी ट्रांसफ़र हुआ है। इसके साथ एसएससी स्कैम का कुछ लिंक है कि नहीं, ये रुपये टेट के साथ लिंक्ड है कि नहीं, ये सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए ईडी चाहता है अर्पिता, पार्थो एंड ऑल्सो मानिक भट्टाचार्य के इंटरोगेशन के लिए करना चाहता है।
All right, Pinky, do stay with us. I'm going to go across back to Kishale now. Kishale, there has been considerable heat on the TMC now to perhaps remove him from the state cabinet, and of course his car that he's used for about 15 years now was actually surrendered back to the West Bengal Assembly. Now, is that a sign of things to come for him?
Exactly. As we saw, Mamata Banerjee had said very clearly that if someone is related to any scam, she won't be surprised, she won't be taking any stand for that person, and she wants that person to be punished. That's what she said on stage in Bongo Bhushan Samman, which happened in West Bengal 2 days back. Now, what we are getting to know today is that Partho Chatterjee, the condition right now is that he would be interrogated along with Manik Bhattacharya, as Pinky said, and also there is a chance that he would be interrogated along with Orpita Mukherjee. So if more information comes out, it is a possibility that he will lose all of his positions that he had in his party and in his cabinet, as Mamata Banerjee already said that she is against any kind of scams. Now, right now, the BJP, as we also played their bites, their reactions, the BJP and the oppositions are saying that not only Partho Chatterjee, but more ministers, and some are even saying even the chief minister is also aware about all these scams. So that's what the opposition is saying. So the opposition wants a more deep investigation into the matter, and they want to include more ministers, more faces who are included in this scam, and even the chief minister in some cases. So at one hand, the chief minister of West Bengal is clearly saying that if Partho Chatterjee or anyone else is related to any scam, they have done any mistake, she just wants them to be punished and nothing else. And on the other hand, the opposition is saying even the chief minister and other ministers as well are aware about this scam. They are also connected to many of other scams, so they should also be investigated. This is at one hand the political stand of the chief minister and the political scenario of West Bengal. On the other hand, the investigation is taking its own track, as Partho Chatterjee is going to be presented before Manik Bhattacharya, and both of them would be together when ED will interrogate them. Also, there is a chance that Partho Chatterjee will be taken for medical checkup today, and that's what Pinky said, that there is a heightened security in front of the ED office or the central government office complex in Salt Lake in West Bengal, in Kolkata.
All right, I'm going to go back to Pinky now. Pinky, you are reporting from the ED's office in Kolkata. What we're given to understand is about 12 o'clock. That's the time that we are expecting Manik Bhattacharya to make an appearance over there.
देखिए, अभी तक मानिक भट्टाचार्य के हम लोग बहुत सारी कोशिश किए थे, अभी तक कोई रिस्पांस नहीं है, मगर आज 12 बजे तक उनको बुलाया गया है, समन किया गया है ईडी ऑफिस में। और आपको बता दूं, टेट का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है ईडी एंड जॉइंटली सीबीआई ऑल्सो। और इसके लिए मानिक भट्टाचार्य को इंटरोगेशन के लिए एक स्पेशल क्वेश्चन शीट भी रेडी किया गया है। क्या है इस क्वेश्चन शीट में? ईडी टेट एग्ज़ाम के कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो आया है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हाथ में रहकर इस मानिक भट्टाचार्य को इंटरोगेशन करना चाहता है। उसके बावजूद भी वो चाहते हैं जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिला है अभी तक उसको भी छानबीन करने के लिए, उसको भी दिखाने के लिए कि क्या क्या है इस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में और क्या क्या स्कैम हुआ था। एसएससी स्कैम में अभी पार्थो एंड ऑल्सो अर्पिता को बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन किया गया है, बहुत इंटरोगेशन किया गया है, उनसे भी बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी तक मिला है। जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला है वो इन्फॉर्मेशन को रख के वो चाहते हैं कि मानिक को भी इस बारे में क्वेश्चन किया जाए, क्योंकि कुछ स्टेट का रिजल्ट पार्थो चटर्जी के घर से मिला है और कंप्लेन ये है कि रुपए लेकर वो किसी को नौकरी देता था और ये टेट एग्जाम में
So those are allegations that are being laid out by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. Both Pinky and Kishale, thank you for joining us for the moment. And news just coming in, we are now learning that boxer Lavleena Borgohain has thanked the Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur, the Department of Sports and Sports Authority of India, that's SAI, for the prompt and rapid action to include her coach Sandhya Gurung's name in the CWG list now. So that's an acknowledgement that's coming in from Lavleena Borgohain, thanking the Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur for timely action that has been taken. This is news that's just coming in. We are learning that this pertains to the inclusion of her coach Sandhya Gurung's name in the CWG Let's now do remember, of course, Indian athletes are now headed for the Commonwealth Games that are taking place in England this year. So Lavlina Borgohain thanking Anurag Thakur as well as SAI for prompt and timely action that has been taken. You are watching Republic TV, and up next, it's a shocking case that's emerging out of Dakhin Kannada district where a BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary was butchered to death.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexed to AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद, और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
day after Republic broke the stunning Black Diary details and the sensational property investigation on the Partho Chatterjee mega cash scandal in West Bengal, the ED investigation continues today. Sensational development as TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partho Chatterjee. Shocking case emerging out of Dakshin Kannada district with BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary butchered to death. Massive protests erupt and Section 144 put in place in Puttur district after murder of a BJP youth wing leader. Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai assures that the culprits will not be spared. No panic yet, but monkeypox scare in India continues. Second suspected case reported in the capital and first suspected case in Patna now. After a 6-hour grilling on day one, Sonia Gandhi to be grilled again today in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma. Well, Republic has launched Republic Livestream that gives you 24/7 HD quality breaking news. Never again do you have to worry about missing out on the news. Republic Livestream matches the experience you get on a television. Now you can watch Republic on cable TV, DTH and live stream it too. Experience the news the way you want, wherever you want and whenever you want. And now for our top story. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge says the opposition will be meeting at 9:30 today. That's past 9:30 to discuss suspension of members of parliament. As our viewers are aware, after a ruckus created by various members in the Rajya Sabha yesterday, 19 of them were suspended. And Mallikarjun Kharge, veteran Congress leader, now has called for a meeting to discuss the matter. So key opposition meet to discuss suspension of MPs after that ruckus they created and they were suspended in the Rajya Sabha yesterday. Harsha, to tell us more. Harsha, well, it's almost 9:30, just a few seconds left perhaps. Tell us what you're hearing about this key opposition meet that Mallikarjun Kharge has called for.
Exactly. We saw the kind of ruckus and chaos which was created by opposition leaders inside parliament in the Rajya Sabha, the upper house. 19 Rajya Sabha MPs were suspended. Then after they threw paper on the chair, towards the chair, we saw Sanjay Singh also, we saw TMC MPs also. And today, Congress senior leader Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a meeting of opposition where TMC will also be participating, because many TMC leaders including Dola Sen have also been suspended amongst those 19 Rajya Sabha MPs who were suspended yesterday. And we saw what kind of ruckus was caused yesterday. Continuously, the speaker on chair was continuously saying that if any issue has to be brought in, a proper discussion has to be taken, not the disruption. But again, then we saw how they were shouting, how they were showing placards, how they were throwing paper on the chair, because of which 19 Rajya Sabha MPs were suspended. And today, again, to discuss the strategy and their work in the parliament, how they are going to do the gherav of the government inside the parliament. Today the strategy will be decided by Mallikarjun Kharge along with other opposition leaders as well at his residence. So opposition leaders have started reaching to Mallikarjun Kharge's place, where this entire meeting will take place after 19 Rajya Sabha MPs have been suspended. Now the strategy, forward planning of opposition in the parliament will be discussed today. How? Because parliament will be starting off.
Well, Harsha will be coming back to you, but let's listen in to more details on this story.
आज फिर सदन में हम खास करके जो मुद्दे हम 7 दिन से लगातार उठा रहे हैं, ये 8वां दिन है। तो महंगाई को लेकर जो प्राइस राइज दिन पे दिन बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, आवश्यक वस्तुओं पे जो बहुत बड़ा जीएसटी लगाया गया है वो सामान्य जनता के हित में नहीं है। लोग परेशान हैं। एक तरफ उनको मजदूरी नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है, दूसरे तरफ हर चीज़ महंगे होते जा रहे हैं। लोगों को अपना जीना मुश्किल हुआ है। इसीलिए सदन में हम लगातार इसको लेकर हम आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार चर्चा के लिए तैयार नहीं। मैं खुद चेयरमैन से मिला और कहा कि आप चर्चा को अनुमति दो, डेट दो और समय दो, टाइम दो। हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे और ये जो गड़बड़ चल रहा है इसको भी हम रोकेंगे। तो सरकार मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं।
सर, सरकार का ये है कि अभी वित्त मंत्री कोविड पॉजिटिव है, तो एक बार स्वस्थ हो जाए उसके बाद इस पे चर्चा कराएंगे।
देखिए, सदन तो बार बार नहीं मिलता एक, और ऐसा है हमारे देश के जो लोकतंत्र में कैबिनेट का कोई भी मंत्री जिसको ज्ञान है इसके बारे में बोल सकते हैं। यही नहीं कि जो मंत्री संबंधित मंत्री है वही बोलना, ऐसा नहीं है। चंद
Well, you were just listening in as senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was speaking about the opposition's concerns, as he said, on price rise and rising cost of living. He said that he had made a personal request to the chairman of the House in order to discuss the issue, but the government is not willing to do so.
कल वो ले मशाले वाला गाना आप लोग गाएंगे सब साथ में, सभी लोग कोशिश करेंगे। आप कोई सब लोग जो गाएंगे दिल से गाएंगे, क्योंकि देश में अंधेरा छाया हुआ है। वो मशाल की जरूरत है, सब लोग लेकर निकले। ले मशाले चल पड़े लोग मेरे देश के, मशाले चल पड़े लोग मेरे देश के, ले मशाले चल पड़े हैं लोग मेरे देश के, मशाले चल पड़े हैं लोग मेरे देश के। मैं कांग्रेस और अब अंधेरा जीत लेंगे लोग मेरे देश के। मोदी तेरे जुल्मों को देखा है।
And getting you inside visuals from the All India Congress Committee office there in New Delhi. Mega drama at the AICC headquarters. Well, it's another day of questioning as at the hands of the ED for Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi. Let's get you all the details. Our correspondents Piyush Ori and Harsha on the scene. First of all, coming to you, Piyush, we are getting those visuals of the drama, the mega drama, that the Congress clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to get some limelight, to get back into the limelight, can we say? Tell us what's happening now. What are their demands at this point?
the weak stature of Congress all over the country because of the election defeats which it is getting. This is the perfect time for the Congress party, the grand old party of what it was called, to gain the stature. And they have perfectly used this opportunity of Sonia Gandhi being interrogated by Enforcement Directorate to make a political statement. As you can see from the All India Congress headquarters that there is a massive protest being going on, and to make sure that the Congress workers and Congress leaders over here do not create any ruckus, do not create any untoward incident, there is a heavy deployment of rapid action force police officials along with Delhi police officials to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place. Mind you, the All India Congress headquarters is located in a very central part of Delhi, so it is very important for these officials to maintain the security cover. Having said that, as I again said, that this is a perfect time for Congress to again gain the stature. One can definitely argue that is the means being adopted by them of only supporting the party, of only supporting a family over the party. Is that viable or not? Is that justifiable or not? But for Congress party workers, they are very determined. They are very steadfast of saying that whatever may, they are going to stand behind the family. And yes, despite us raising very uncomfortable questions to them that why are they getting so uncomfortable when Enforcement Directorate is only questioning the Gandhi family over their taking over the Young India assets, so they do feel very uncomfortable of answering these questions, and they in many occasions have even snubbed us away. But we have always been very determined of asking them very uncomfortable questions. And as I said again, that this is a perfect time for them to gain that stature which they have lost because of the election defeats. I'm reporting from the Congress headquarters.
Piyush, we'll be coming back to you to get more details about who these workers are. Are they more women? Are they young youth leaders and so on? But let's go across to our correspondent Harsha, who's with us as well. Harsha, a short while back we were listening in to Mallikarjun Kharge as he was talking about a key meet. While on the one hand they are creating a ruckus in the Rajya Sabha and getting themselves suspended, can we say, over what they say are concerns of a price rise, which they say that the government is not addressing. Here we have them conducting a mega drama outside the AICC office. What particularly are their demands? They are not speaking anything about, the exact specifics as far as the questioning of the ED is concerned. What are their demands? Tell us more. We'd like to understand.
Exactly. If we talk about the kind of protest which Congress is creating, it is from Sansad to Sadak. They have entire way they have done the protest. In Sansad yesterday we saw in the issue of price rise and GST inflation how they reached to the well and how the opposition leaders were suspended. On one side they are creating all the chaos and ruckus inside Parliament, marching towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, creating ruckus in Lutyens Delhi at the Vijay Chowk, the center of Delhi, the center of Parliament area. And now if we talk about National Herald case, everywhere there's a violent high voltage drama from Delhi to Hyderabad to Bangalore to UP. Every part of the country they are creating this high voltage drama. We are seeing NSCY leaders, we are seeing AICC workers, we are seeing Congress high weighted leaders, how they are on Sadak and protesting against this ED questioning of Sonia Gandhi. But one thing is very clear. Whenever Republic asks them the question regarding the loan which Congress has given to AJL, regarding the properties which Congress under the name of YIL, Young India, have purchased of AJL worth 2,000 crore rupees, the complaint which was filed by Subramaniam Swamy, they have no answer. In every question they clearly says that this is a political vendetta, this is the kind of dictate.
किस तरीके के सवाल उनसे किया जाता है और उसके बाद
সম্বলিত ব্যাংক সংক্রান্ত কোনো তথ্য নিয়ে তারা এসেছেন যেগুলো হয়নি, তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ সেই ছবি মানিক ভট্টাচার্য যাকে কিন্তু জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করা হবে।
Chakraborty arriving there. So Partha Chakraborty's questioning continues at the hands of the Enforcement Directorate in Kolkata. Those are visuals. We are getting you there. We're trying to get in touch with our reporter as well to tell you about the arrival of Partha Chatterjee at the ED office for a round of questioning. Earlier in the day, we'd been giving you those updates on the case as Manik, another TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya also in the dock. Kishle to tell us more. Kishle, well, it's another day of questioning for Partha. Some uncomfortable questions that he definitely has to answer. Are there any details emerging about whose cash it was that was unearthed from Arpita Mukherjee's home? At least.
Exactly that amount of cash that had been recovered, and right now what we are seeing on screen is that Manik Bhattacharya, the MLA of Palashipara, enters CGO complex, which is the ED office in West Bengal in Kolkata, Enforcement Directorate office, where Manik Bhattacharya had been summoned by 12 today, but he already has appeared in the CGO complex in the ED office in Kolkata. And right now what we see that Partha Chatterjee, who is already inside the ED office, and right now Manik Bhattacharya also enters the same. So there is a possibility that both of them will be brought together and they will be interrogated together, Manik Bhattacharya and Partha Chatterjee. This is because the day when the ED raids happened all over West Bengal, about 13 places were raided. There were raids in Manik Bhattacharya's house as well. And from his house, several of these documents related to SSC scam, TET scam had been recovered. This recruitment scam is a scam which includes a lot of heavyweight people, heavyweight ministers and MLAs in West Bengal, and most of them are from Trinamool Congress, and Manik Bhattacharya is one such MLA from whose important documents were recovered. And right now, ED officers are trying to understand what link exactly Manik Bhattacharya had with this case, and how Partha Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya benefited from that money that they took from, that some of their agents took from the people who wanted to be recruited as teachers in all of these schools and colleges. We have seen what you were saying right now, a lot of cash recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. We also saw that how there were admit cards which were recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. So right now, this
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद, और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. A breaking development here in the SSC scam case of West Bengal. Manik Bhattacharya, another key accused in the case, arriving at the ED office. He is likely to be questioned. In fact, our correspondent Kishle, with whom we were in conversation a short while back, telling us that the two could in fact be brought face to face, even as the ED continues its interrogation to find out details, as heaps of evidence is gathered from various locations that it raided and has been raiding for the past few days. Manik Bhattacharya, TMC leader, arriving at the ED office. News is that Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya could be questioned together.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partho Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now, as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद, और यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thackeray's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है। एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue.
So right now what we see is that Manik Bhattacharya, MLA of Polashipara, has appeared in the CGO office. CGO office is the place where ED has their office, Enforcement Directorate office. It is a possibility that Manik Bhattacharya will be, along with Partho Chatterjee, they will be interrogated together. Right now we have visuals of Manik Bhattacharya arriving in ED office, Enforcement Directorate office. He was called by 12 PM today. He had appeared before time today. He has appeared before time today, and there is a possibility, our sources are telling us, that Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya will be together right now, and ED will be interrogating them.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partho Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद, और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
A day after Republic TV broke the stunning Black Diary details and the sensational property investigation on the Partha mega cash scandal. The ED investigation continues today. Sensational development as the TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been summoned by the ED today. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. A shocking case emerging out of Dakhin Kannada district with the BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary being hacked to death. Massive protests have erupted and Section 144 has been put in place in Puttur district after the murder of the BJP youth wing leader. The chief minister assures that the culprits will be brought to book. No panic yet, but monkeypox scare continues in India. Second suspected case being reported in the national capital and the first suspected case in Patna now.
गली गली में शोर है, अरे गली गली में शोर है,
After a 6-hour grilling on day one, Sonia Gandhi will be grilled again today in the freedom struggle for profits camp. Good morning. You are watching live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and this is Republic TV. Well, if you can't wait to catch up on the news, don't. Now just open your browser, Google for Republic Live Stream and watch the news wherever you are. Republic Live Stream is also available on most streaming platforms. Republic Live Stream ensures HD quality news viewing experiences no matter what. Ask your OTT platform to connect with us if you cannot find Republic Live Stream on it. Don't be denied the news anymore. Well, news just coming in fact, we are now learning that incidents of stone pelting are being reported in Puttur on the KSRTC bus from Bolwara. Now this of course comes even as Section 144 is in place in several parts of Bellary. What we're given to understand is that security has been heightened across because there were fears that the situation could get out of hand, and we are now learning that there have been instances of stone pelting that have been reported in Puttur. Section 144 of course has been imposed in Puttur, Sulia and Kadaba taluks. This of course comes as the BJP is protesting the murder of its BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar. He was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. The police who are conducting an investigation into this are looking at various angles to this murder. But the situation in Dakhin Kannada continues to remain tense over this murder, and security has been heightened across. We are now getting to understand that there is also a call for a volunteer band that has been put in place in the Dakhin Kannada district. Several schools have decided to shut down for the day, and shops in the area also shut. So apprehension of violence, of course, in terms of the backlash that we are seeing to this murder case has been quite high. The Chief Minister, of course, has already appealed to maintain calm and saying that the murderers of the BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar will be brought to book, but that really doesn't seem to be tampering down on the heightened tension in this particular area. Bellary, of course, also continues to remain on the edge over this murder. Now, Dakhin Kannada, of course, has seen several of these instances of stress and tension in the area over the past 1 month or so. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondent on the ground to give us more details on what's happening. But a fresh stone pelting incident has now been reported in Puttur on the KSRTC bus from Bolwara. Now, the BJP workers in the area, of course, are demanding justice. We saw several instances of protests that took place late last night as well over the murder of this BJP leader. Now, he was, of course, killed by assailants who were in a in a Kerala number plate vehicle. I do remember that Dakhin Kannada, district of Karnataka, of course, borders Kerala. So police are not wanting to take any chances. The situation remains tense, and that is why Section 144 has been imposed in several parts. All right, so that's the latest that we are getting. Pictures on your screen are of the stone pelting incident that has been reported from Bellary. And Sanjay Raut of the Shiva Sena is not going to be appearing before the ED today. He was summoned by the agency and was asked to appear today at 11 o'clock. However, Sanjay Raut has sent an application for an exemption. He has, of course, cited the fact that vice presidential elections are taking place. So news just coming in, we are now learning that Sanjay Raut will not be appearing before the ED today. The ED, of course, is questioning him in the Patra scam. We are given to understand that he has asked for an exemption today because of the vice presidential election. So that's the latest that we are getting. Sanjay Raut is unlikely to appear before the ED today. Alicia is reporting on this and she joins me on the phone line right now. Alicia, good morning. Alicia, we are learning that Sanjay Raut has asked for an exemption today because of the vice presidential elections. Now, has that exemption been granted?
Well, we know that this is the third summons that was issued by Enforcement Directorate in a Patrachal case, and what we get to know that Sanjay Raut has already sent an application for an exemption citing the vice presidential election and for which he needs to campaign, is what we have been told. Well, of course, he was summoned by the agency asking him to appear today at 11 a.m. We have to wait whether the exemption has been accepted or not, because even last time when he was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, he had given an exemption. The application by his lawyer stating that he could not be able to join the probe until 7th of August. But then there was a third summons that was issued against him. We know this is a case that Enforcement Directorate is probing the money laundering case linked to alleged irregularities in the Patrachal redevelopment project in Goregaon and financial transaction purportedly, involving Sanjay Raut's wife. So, for which Sanjay Raut has been called, because it's an ECIR that was registered by ED on an FIR registered by Economic Offences Wing of the Mumbai Police in 2018 against Rakesh and Sarang Wadwan. And what we have been told that it's a subsidiary of HCL that undertook the redevelopment of Patrachal in Goregaon. So, which is why Sanjay Raut was called in. It was the third summon that was issued against him. He has already given an exemption application stating that he will be able
Alicia, of course, bringing us those details of the fact that Sanjay Raut will not be appearing before the ED today. Thank you, Alicia. Now, the suspected case of monkeypox that was reported in Telangana on the 24th of July has tested negative. Meanwhile, another suspected case of monkeypox has been traced to Telangana's Khammam district. Now, in this second case, medical officials will be sending samples to the NIV in Pune, and the patient has now been kept in an isolation ward. The first suspected case, however, thankfully was a negative. Monkeypox, of course, is causing a scare. However, cases that are being reported are still low in numbers. So the health department, of course, keeping a very close eye on this. We've also had the health minister, of course, talk of the fact that they are making sure that there is stricter vigil of these cases. So the second suspected case now being reported from Telangana. This, of course, is a case that has been reported from Khammam district. Now, I'm going to try and go across to Aneri in Hyderabad to give us more details on this. But the big worry, of course, for health agencies is the fact that some of these cases at least are not linked to travel. So that is something that is causing a great deal of discomfort because it appears that some of these people have not travelled outside the country. Earlier, of course, to remember that there was an alert at international airports in India where people were being checked on arrival. And a day after the Jammu police foiled the drone-dropping narcotic smuggling bid, narco-terror angle has now emerged during the investigation. Now, money that was to be minted from the sale of 12 kilograms of heroin was to be used for terror financing. Now, heroin was dropped via a drone from Pakistan and was picked up by Punjab-based smugglers who were then transporting it in a vehicle. So we are given to understand that there appears to be a narco-terror angle to this. Now, do remember that this has been a cause for concern as far as security establishment in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Not just Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, Punjab also has been on the radar of the security establishment with the fears of narco-terror. Now, we are given to understand that in this particular case, this money that was supposed to be minted from the sale of about 12 kgs of heroin was supposed to be used for terror financing. We've also seen a large number of attempts that are being made to drop narcotics as well as weapons from across the border via drones. Gursimran, I think, is reporting on this. He joins us live from Jammu right now. Good morning, Gursimran. Gursimran, give us more details as far as this particular case is concerned now. And on the side also, of course, narco-terror has remained one of the big concerns for security agencies.
Yes. Yes, narco-terror is a big concern, and a big module of the narco-terror smuggling bid has been foiled by the Jammu police yesterday, wherein 3 Punjab-based smugglers have been arrested along with 12 kilogram of heroin. We are told that this is a high-grade heroin that was being sent with the help of drone from across the border, and now the narco-terror angle is also emerging. Along with that, around 12 lakh rupees cash has to been recovered from the Varna car in which these 3 Punjab-based smugglers were travelling in. As per the initial investigation, it came into being that the consignment of the narcotics, this heroin consignment was dropped using the drones from the Pakistani side on the international border, and then was picked up by these smugglers, which was to be transported to the next point of contact person, the details of which was provided to them. And now the police is looking into all backward and forward linkages so that they can find out who was responsible and what was the plot of the Pakistan, because what it seems, as far as the investigation that has been conducted so far, that this was a plan to finance the terror in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir using the money minted from the sale of this narcotics. So this was a big plot of Pakistan to mint the money from the sale of narcotics and then to use it for the terror financing in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Was it to be used for the terror activities in Punjab? That is also being probed by the Jammu police.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details from Jammu. Thank you for joining us. Well, as Gursimran, of course, is pointing out, the narco-terror angle that is emerging is causing quite a deal of concern to security forces. Some news in brief now. Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur as 3 taluks of Dakhin Kannada district called for a volunteer bandh. This came after the BJP leader Praveen Nettar was murdered. The BJP workers, family and friends of Praveen Nettar are planning to take out a procession from his hospital to his residence. According to sources, 2 private education institutions have also declared a holiday and will not conduct any classes today. Well, Sanjay Raut, who was supposed to appear before the ED today, has asked for an exemption over the issue of vice presidential elections. To remember that he's being investigated by the ED in the Patra Chaul case. A second case of monkeypox is being suspected in Delhi, where a West Delhi man complained of body ache. Now, he was later admitted to the LNJP hospital and is now being monitored to check for any other symptoms. The hospital has set up an isolation ward for monkeypox infected and suspected patients with a 20-member team monitoring them. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has written a letter to the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urging action be taken to stop unlawful construction being done by the Behrampur municipality. Now, the Congress made a note in a letter to Banerjee that the illegal construction of a market complex on the water body is continuing in defiance of the High Court's ruling. He further added that the municipality has filled up the portion of the water body and is carrying out construction work on it. Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato' Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador to Myanmar and Iran. And the Aam Aadmi Party's MP Sanjay Singh has given a suspension of business notice under Section 267 in the Rajya Sabha over the deaths caused due to spurious liquor in Gujarat. The DMK Rajya Sabha MP Tiruchi Siva has also given a suspension of business notice under the same rule over the enormous hike in petrol and diesel prices, which has had a spiraling effect on essential commodity prices and has affected poor and middle class people. So essentially we are now reporting about 2 suspension of business notices that have been given out under Section 267, Rule 267. I'm going to go across to our Parliament reporters Harsha and Piyush Ori, who are reporting from New Delhi. Piyush, to you first, good morning. What is the kind of business that we are expecting to be transacted in Parliament today? Or rather, are we expecting any transaction of business at all? Because in the past, we have seen how the opposition has been disrupting Parliament again and again.
So good morning to you, and as you rightly said that, again, in Parliament we are expected to see a lot of political slugfest. And the beginning of this has been done by our MP Sanjay Singh, who has served a notice under Rule 267 to raise issues of spurious liquor that claimed lives of 31 people in Gujarat. Now, mind you, this is a very important issue for Aam Aadmi Party, taking into consideration that, in coming months, Gujarat is going to be facing the assembly elections. So Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make sure that this huge tragedy, this unfortunate huge tragedy that claimed 31 lives is being raised in Parliament, and this gives a lot of political mileage to them in the upcoming assembly elections. Besides this, the opposition parties are also trying to create or trying to stop the proceedings of Parliament by raising issues of GST hike of certain edible items. So today, again, as you're going to see, that there is going to be a lot of political slugfest which is going to happen. As I speak to you, the Congress workers also, the Congress MPs also are making sure that they're going to raise issue and they're going to, stop the proceedings of Parliament, taking into consideration that today, for the 3rd time, Sonia Gandhi, the Congress interim president, is going to be interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate. So again, you're going to see a lot of political slugfest, opposition parties trying to stop the proceedings of Parliament and ruling party trying to make sure that the Parliament runs smoothly. Back to you in the studio.
Now, stay with us, Piyush. Let me go across to Harsha. Now, Harsha, we are also seeing the huge tragedy being brought to Parliament. Now, we are given to understand that MPs want a discussion on what happened.
Exactly. One thing is very clear. When the AAP MP Sanjay Singh day before yesterday did a press conference saying exactly that the new liquor policy in Delhi is exactly to stop the spreading of spurious liquor which happened in Gujarat, and he clearly told that the new liquor policy which is implemented in Delhi is to stop all this which has happened in Gujarat, huge tragedy which we have seen. Then 31 people have lost their lives by taking the spurious liquor, and now we will see today in Parliament the suspension of business notice has been given to talk in this certain issue. We are also seeing that Gujarat will have election October onwards, and before that this liquor policy of the Aam Aadmi Party government which they have implemented in Delhi, likewise they want to implement in same wise in Gujarat, and this whole strategy is just example, is just a new phase for them which they have taken this as an example to bring the new liquor policy and this to discuss in the Parliament. Not only this, we have also seen yesterday how the inflation and the GST, new GST rates which have been imposed in the commercial commodities and in basic commodities and petroleum product as well. We saw yesterday in Rajya Sabha how the TMC MPs, DMK and TRS MP went in the well and raised the slogan, showed the play cards. So today these two will be
essentially we are expecting the opposition parties to raise several issues in Parliament. Both of you, thank you for joining us. Well, of course, Sonia Gandhi has been summoned for questioning for a third time by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress workers are continuing to protest. Pictures on your screen are of the Youth Congress protest in Borivali. Now, Saurashtra Express, we are given to understand, has been halted. The Youth Congress mayhem continuing in Mumbai. Congress party over there blocking the train in the name of Satyagrah. Now, we have, of course, seen heated altercations also take place between the Congress party and the police in various parts of the country over protests that have been going on in various parts over the questioning of Rahul as well as Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi, of course, appeared in front of the ED yesterday as well, and she's been called for a third time. And the Congress party has sent out a message to its state units also to make sure that they continue to protest.
आपको डर क्या लग रहा है? 5 दिनों में 55 घंटे में अरे मोदी डर गया अरे भाई डर गया मोदी से।
All right, so a rail roko taking place over there in Borivali. I think Alisha is reporting on this. Alisha, give us more details as to what happened. Of course, you know, we have seen a large number of altercations also breaking out between the police and Congress workers in various parts over the questioning of Sonia Gandhi.
11 a.m. where we know that there are senior Congress leaders who are going to be protesting in Koliwada, Sayan, where we are heading to. But yes, this is a visual that is coming in from Borivali, where Youth Congress under the guidance of Nishan Baba Siddiqui, where the Congress has been protesting, and we can see that the train has been stopped. That is a Saurashtra Express that has been delayed just because of the protest that has been taken place in Borivali station, where all the Youth Congress has started with their rail roko. So this is something we have been witnessing since days, since the time Sonia Gandhi has been appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, after which Congress has started with their Satyagraha protest. Well, yes, we know that whether it is now that they have started with the train roko, and of course there was Rasta Roko Andolan as well, which has happened in Mumbai, where also they have marched from CST station to Enforcement Directorate, but they were blocked by the police official, and some of the senior Congress leaders were detained by the police. But even after that, even the action that has been initiated by police. Officials, even Congress today as well at 11 a.m. where they have decided to do a protest that will be happening in Sayan Koliwada in the Maidan
where the Congress is going to do a protest, as they call it, at a Satyagraha protest. But what we have been witnessing is the Youth Congress has been also protesting. They are doing a real Roko protest where in Borivali station, where we can see clearly in the visuals where how the Saurashtra Express, which halted in Borivali for going further, but they had been stopped by Youth Congress, and we can see the pictures as well, whether the fact that police has been trying to get all those protesters outside the Borivali station, but the protest is still continue, and even there are multiple protests that is going to be take place in the state of Maharashtra, and even as well as in Mumbai at 11 a.m. and this is against the action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate, where they have been asking Sonia Gandhi to appear before the agency to record a statement.
All right, Alicia bringing us those details. Thank you. All right, we are now going to get you some pictures of ITBP personnel who are hoisting the tricolour.
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, आईटीबीपी की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, आईटीबीपी की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, आईटीबीपी की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, आईटीबीपी की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
All right, and still to come, we get you the latest in the cash scam that's been reported from West Bengal. Partha Chatterjee, of course, has been now taken for a medical examination.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexed AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है. किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? These are the live visuals that we are getting to you of Republic tracking Partha Chatterjee. He will be interrogated again by the Enforcement Directorate. And the live visuals that we are getting to you right now, Partha Chatterjee now taken out of ED office, what we are told. We have Kishle tracking all those details. Kishle, give us all the updates that you're picking up.
Exactly right now, Partha Chatterjee and according to our reporter Arpita Mukherjee, both of them are taken out of the CGO office, central government office, and they are probably being taken to Joka ESI where they will go through medical checkup. The court has instructed before that both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee has to go through medical checkups at regular intervals. The court said that Partha has to be taken to medical checkup after every 48 hours. So before today's interrogation begins, we see that both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are taken to the Joka ESI hospital. Probably they are being taken to Joka ESI hospital because that's where the previous medical checkups happened of both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. We are seeing the convoy, the visuals are on our screen, and we are seeing how they are being taken from the central government office CGO complex where the ED office is situated in Kolkata to Joka ESI. They are en route to Joka ESI. That's what our reporters on field are picking up. Right now, if they're taken to Joka ESI, they will go through regular medical checkups. Before this, Partha Chatterjee had been taken in air ambulance to Bhubaneswar AIMS, where the doctors said that he doesn't have any very serious complications, but still he has to go through regular medical checkup for some of the complications which he still has, for which he goes through regular medications. So right now, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are both in two cars. They are being taken to Joka ESI. There'll be medical checkup. And on the other hand, Manik Bhattacharjee, MLA of Palashipara, is already in the CGO office. He's already in the ED office. And probably today, our reporters are picking up that Partha Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharjee will be brought together for interrogation. And the ED officials the ED investigators will try to understand that what links exactly they had Manik Bhattacharjee, whether sent any recommendations to Partha Chatterjee for recruitment or not, because the day when raids happened all over West Bengal in 13 places especially, Manik Bhattacharjee's house was also raided and several documents related to recruitment scam was found. Right now the update is Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are taken to Joka ESI probably for medical checkup, and on the other hand Manik Bhattacharjee is inside the ED office and interrogation will begin anytime soon. Over to the studio.
Kishle, stay with us. Just a follow-up question. If you could help us explain how is the chain of questioning going to be like from here on, especially after that black diary recovery and that envelope that was recovered, which had that government insignia on it as well.
Exactly. This black diary which was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's house and several other pocket diaries hold the key to this whole investigation. That's what the ED officials, ED investigators are getting or are telling us, telling our sources. This is because inside that black diary, which has some of the key informations related to this SSC scam, recruitment scam, and these informations include the names which were included in the merit list in spite of these people not having enough marks for that. So they went through the examination process of recruitment. They did not have the marks, but still their names were included in the merit list, and all of their names are listed in the black diary. That's what our sources are telling us, including there are several figures, monetary figures, like how much.
Well, more breaking updates news coming in. This one with regard to the aide of Lalu Yadav, we are told, who's now been arrested by the CBI. Bhola Yadav, we are told, the then OSD of Lalu Yadav, has been arrested. He's said to be the kingpin in land for job scam case. And that is the latest coming in. The then OSD of Lalu Yadav has been arrested, said to be a close aide of Lalu Yadav, who's been arrested by the CBI, is what we are told. We are told that the raids are currently underway in 4 locations, including Darbhanga and Patna. So that's the update coming in. In fact, 2 locations in Darbhanga and 2 in Patna are currently being raided by the CBI. So we have a senior editor, Shravan, breaking that story for us. So Shravan, give us all the updates.
Well, this is a major development in the case. Remember, in the month of May, searches were basically carried out in the national capital at Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence. Now we are being told that the OSD, then OSD of the minister, has now been arrested. His name is Bhola Yadav. As we speak, some searches are being carried out at 4 locations, 2 in Darbhanga and 2 in Patna, where these searches are still underway. The arrest has now taken place. Let me just quickly take our viewers through the details that we have. According to sources within the agency, he is a kingpin as far as the land for job scam is concerned. And we are being told that the OSD has played an important role. In fact, they have also got a complaint regarding the direct involvement of the then OSD of the minister, Bhola Yadav, who is now being placed under arrest. Now, what's the case all about? It's the land for jobs scam in which searches were carried out back in May, which includes Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife and former Chief Minister Rabri Yadav, their daughters, Nisa Yadav, Emma. Besides that, there are some undeserving candidates who were given change for land at a price. All of them in the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The allegation essentially being that Lalu Prasad Yadav, as the Minister of Railways back in between 2004 and 2009, had basically obtained pecuniary advantages in the form of transfer of landed property in the name of his family members in return for the appointment of substitutes in Group D posts in different zones of railways. Now, this is exactly, I'm quoting from the FIR that has also been accessed by Republic TV. In the FIR, the CBI had also alleged that in lieu of the substitutes who were residents of Patna themselves or through their family members sold and gifted their land situated at Patna in favor of the family members of Lalu Prasad Yadav and a private company controlled by the family members, which is also involved in the transfer of such immovable properties in the name of family members. Now, before this particular file, which the Central Bureau of Investigation had initiated a preliminary inquiry. And after finding evidence in the case, an FIR was actually lodged. We are given to understand that the CBI found 7 instances where the jobs were allegedly given to candidates where their family members transferred the lands to Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. In fact, in the preliminary inquiry back, which they found out that back in February 2008, there was a Patna resident, Kishan Deo Rao, who had basically transferred about 3,375 square feet of land in Rabri Devi's name, and that was for just about 3.75 lakh rupees. In fact, Samiksha, I'm also getting some more breaking news right now.
Yes.
We've just accessed the picture. I'll just try and put this out, send it across to our newsroom. we are getting the picture, the first picture of Bhola Yadav who's been arrested.
Yes, yes. Shravan, stay with us. I'm told Prakash is also joining us live from Patna. Prakash, if you could share more details that you're picking up on this big breakthrough by the CBI in the land for jobs scam.
Well, this case pertains to 2017 in the IRCT scam case when CBI had raided Lalu Yadav's premises and recovered a lot of evidences. And this particular case pertains to 2006-7 when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, and apparently there were many lands which was transferred in the name of Lalu Yadav's family members, including Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav, Misa Bharti, and other family members in lieu of jobs. Now we get to know that Bhola Yadav, who has been a prime witness in this case, because whatever land has been transferred, Bhola Yadav was one of the witnesses, and he's been one of the closest aide of Lalu Yadav for many years, and he can be a big evidence as far as cracking this case is concerned. And sources in the CBI say and have been saying that it's an open and shut case. Shut case as far as this particular IRCTC scam case is concerned.
Yes.
So it's a big crackdown as far as Bhola Yadav, a close aide of Lalu Yadav, being arrested in this particular case, because he may provide a lot of evidence, because he's been the prime witness in the transfer of land. So the CBI has now nailed down finally in the IRCT scam case.
Yes, yes. Prakash, stay with us just to tell our viewers, those are the first visuals that we are getting to you of Lalu's aides. This is Bhola Yadav, who's been arrested by the CBI. Shravan continues to be with us. Shravan, if you could put this into context for us, the relation that Bhola Yadav shares with Lalu Yadav, and how much of this is, the arrest is significant when we talk about getting to the bottom of this land for job scam case.
Well, as Prakash was actually pointing out, in fact, Bhola Yadav's role is particularly with regards to, one, getting in touch with the non-deserving candidates and the promises that were essentially made. In fact, CBI has basically alleged that there were 7 instances of land transfer. 7 instances of land transfer to non-deserving candidates where jobs were given in railways when Lalu Prasad Yadav was in the railways minister. Now, if I can take you through some of the basic land deals that have taken place. Now, why exactly is Prakash saying that this is an open and shut case? Because if you see, there are some land transfers that have taken place directly in the name of Rabdi Devi. For instance, as I was pointing out back in 2008, one resident, Patna resident Kishan Deo, transferred 3,375 square feet of land directly in Rabdi Devi's name for 3.75 lakh rupees. Second instance, also Sanjay Rai, a resident of Patna's Mahubag in February 2008, also sold another 3,375 square feet plot, again back to Rabdi Devi. Kiran Devi, being a resident of Patna, transferred about 80,000 square feet of land in November 2007 to Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter, Misa Bharti, for a sale consideration of 3.7 lakh rupees. So what has happened here is, Samiksha, is that these are direct transfers that have actually taken place. And that is the reason why they say that there are 7 such instances, 7 to 8 instances where they have come across these land deals that have been struck.
Yes. Yes, so Shravan, what you're essentially saying that this is tip of the iceberg when we talk about these land deals, because these are the 3 for which we've gotten the details, and there are many such more deals which could have happened way back in 2008.
Well, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg, simply because this is perhaps the first arrest. The only difference here is that I'm being told by my sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation that he's the kingpin. If the kingpin of this land for job scam has been arrested, then obviously following the questioning of Bhola Yadav, there is a high possibility that more number of people could be arrested.
All right. Shravan, yes, and for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can briefly take us through the details that you've accessed so far with regard to jobs for land scam case.
Well, the breaking news that is coming in right now is that the kingpin in the land for job scam, Bhola Yadav, has been placed under arrest. Searches are basically underway at 4 locations in Bihar, 2 in Darbhanga, and 2 in Patna. Now, this comes after searches were basically carried out back in May. These searches were carried out across the country, but majorly the premises belonging to Lalu Prasad Yadav and Geeta Bharti. This was back in May earlier this year. Searches were carried out. FIR was actually registered, and then the searches were carried out. FIR was against Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife, and former Chief Minister Rabdi Yadav, daughters Nisa Yadav and Hema Yadav, and there are other people also who have been named in the FIR. What is the basic allegation? The allegation is that jobs were basically given in exchange for land at a throwaway price. Now, if you take a look at the FIR that has been accessed by Republic TV, they are talking about the period between 2004 and 2009 when Lalu Prasad Yadav was a Minister of Railways. What is the allegation that has been leveled against Lalu Prasad Yadav? They say that he had obtained pecuniary advantages in the form of transfer of landed property in the name of his family members in return for the appointment of substitutes in Group D posts in different zones of the railways.
Okay.
It's a case where they were directly benefiting by giving undeserving candidates posts in the railway.
Yes. All right. All right, Shravan, thank you so much. So that was Shravan Sena, senior editor, breaking that story for us of the raids which are currently underway at 4 locations in Bihar, including Darbhanga and Patna, and close aide of Lalu Yadav, who's now been arrested.
Whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
And breaking news coming in, this one from Karnataka, where a fresh stone pelting incident has been reported in Puttur of Dakshin Kannada. So this comes after BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettar was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary area, and following that tension that also prevails in this particular area of Dakshin Kannada, where section 144 has been imposed in Puttur, and as the visuals also that we'll just put out of the stone pelting that has been reported in this area. So tensions prevail in the area following the brutal murder in Karnataka of the BJP leader who was butchered to death. Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur area as well. In fact, private education institutions, two education institutions have also been shut today as a result of the tensions that continue in the area. Sagai is tracking all the details for us. Sagai, if you could tell us about the situation right now in the area where the BJP leader was hacked to death, and any details with regard to those accused in his murder.
No, so far there are no details connected with the accused. Special teams have been formed by the police to nab these assailants. As we speak now, we can see the mortal remains of Praveen Nettar is taken on a procession from the hospital near Putturu to Bellary, where his hometown is. And the large number of people are on the way paying tributes to the BJP leader. And you can see the followers of a BJP party, his friends, family members, everybody are on the streets protesting against this particular arrest last night. And even today, they have extended their support, and everybody is along with him in this final journey. And it is a shocker of an incident for the people of Mangalore when they got to hear that Praveen
Well, back-to-back breaking updates coming in, tracking closely all the updates in the SSC recruitment case probe. The visuals that are coming to you right now are of Partha Chatterjee, who's been taken for the medical, we are told. So, tracking closely all the updates in the SSC recruitment scam. Republic tracking Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. So the live visuals that are coming right now of Partha Chatterjee being taken for the medical. In fact, Republic Bangla confronting Partha Chatterjee with regard to the role in the SSC recruitment scam. Remember, mega recoveries have also been made by the Enforcement Directorate. 21 crore rupees that have been recovered in the raids that were carried out. In fact, a black diary that has also been recovered with regard to this SSC recruitment case. So those are the visuals that are coming to you live from the live visuals that are coming right now. Both Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee have been taken to the ESI hospital, we are told. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue tracking all the details in the SSC recruitment scam probe.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash that was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's a clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is
Right now, Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee are being taken to Joka ESI hospital for their medical checkup. Our reporter Pinky asked Partha Chatterjee directly whether he is doing fine or not and how is he feeling right now. Partha Chatterjee nodded his head towards Republic's camera and he clearly said that no, he is not feeling all right. Also, we are tracking Orpita Mukherjee in another car where she is repeatedly seeing wiping her eyes, whether that's tears or not, whether she's feeling all right or not. We do not know. Right now we are following Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, and right now we will be heading into a short break and coming back for more.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले
A day after Republic TV broke the stunning black diary details and the sensational property investigation on the mega cash scandal, the ED investigation continues.
These are the visuals. Today is the third day of interrogation of Sonia Gandhi. Yesterday she was grilled for more than 6 hours. Also we are seeing that at 11 a.m. she is here. Exact 11 a.m. she is here at ED office. Today we are also expecting that the grilling and interrogation will go
और उसके बाद में सोनिया
like yesterday. This is the third
रिलीफ किया गया था।
All right, we are now cutting across to visuals that we are getting from New Delhi, where Sonia Gandhi has arrived at the Enforcement Directorate's office. This is the third day of questioning that Sonia Gandhi will be facing. ED, of course, is questioning Sonia Gandhi, the National Herald case. Security in the national capital appears to be on high alert. We have, of course, seen a large amount of protests against the interrogation of Sonia Gandhi. Harsha is joining us live. She's reporting from outside the ED office in New Delhi. Harsha, take us through what's happening around you. Harsha, can you hear us?
So right now we are here outside ED office and the money laundering case in National Herald newspaper. Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by ED and today is the third day of interrogation. Yesterday she was grilled for more than 6 hours and today also she has been called today for the interrogation by ED. We have got to know that Sonia Gandhi has shifted the entire onus of this money laundering in National Herald case on Motilal Vora like Rahul Gandhi did in his questioning, and like this the thing also which was said was regarding Young India Limited, that was a non-profit organization which was made and no sort of profit has been earned through Young India Limited. No buying of 2,000 crores worth properties of AGL has been done under the name of Young India Limited. And these are the visuals which we are showing you from outside ED office. We had the first visuals, Republic exclusive, showing you the visuals from outside ED office. Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi has reached here at ED office, and today Rahul Gandhi was sitting in the front and the Priyanka Gandhi was sitting along with Sonia Gandhi next to her mother in a car, and the entire cavalcade has gone inside. We're expecting today also Priyanka Gandhi will be there inside ED premises with her mother Sonia Gandhi. Mrs. Gandhi will be there today entirety, and we're expecting the kind of grilling which was done yesterday in 2 rounds before lunch and post lunch. Likewise grilling will be done today as well. Also the grilling could go not long for 6 hours as well. Today also in the National Herald newspaper we have got to know through ID sources that yesterday in the entire interrogation Sonia Gandhi has shifted the entire entire onus of responsibility on late Motilal Vora, who was the treasurer of Congress in 2011 when Young India Private Limited was made, and the entire documentation and evidence was done by him. The entire loan giving to AGL was done by him, as said by Sonia Gandhi. Same thing was said by Rahul Gandhi when he was interrogated by ED. He also shifted the onus on Motilal Vora, who is now not alive. And now also we are seeing the visuals from outside ED office. You can clearly see the visual. We are expecting that. We are expecting that Rahul Gandhi is leaving. We'll try to see and see. Yes, Rahul Gandhi is leaving. We saw Rahul Gandhi left from ED office. So these are the fresh visuals of Rahul Gandhi leaving from ED office. Sonia Gandhi is still inside. Sonia Gandhi has gone inside with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the premises of ED. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will be with Mrs. Gandhi the entire day till the interrogation will go on. But Rahul Gandhi has come outside ED office. So he'll go to the parliament straight from here. So today is also going to be a tough day for Mrs. Gandhi, as interrogation and grilling in the entire National Herald case is to happen today. And today also ED has prepared set of questions like yesterday, the same regarding the money laundering, regarding the transfer of assets, regarding the debt which was transferred into asset and it was given to Young India Private Limited, how Young India Private Limited took over the assets of AGL. So these are the entire questions. Questioning will happen today as well, and today also we are expecting that the questioning like yesterday will go for long, more than 6 hours today. So these are the visuals. Tough day for Mrs. Gandhi, though she is on medical condition, though she is carrying her medicines along with her. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is with her, her lawyer is also with her, but still the questions will be the same regarding the money laundering. With the shifting of onus on Motilal Vora, she cannot be she cannot sit leniently. And with
all right, news just coming in. We are learning that the Supreme Court has upheld the ED's right to arrest under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, this is seen as a big win for the ED. The note coming in from the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, with the Supreme Court says that the ED does have the right to make arrests under the PMLA. Now, this judgment, of course, will essentially be seen in favor of the ED. The ED was set, the Supreme Court was set to deliver its verdict on a clutch of petitions that challenged the validity of a slew of stringent provisions added to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, this case was being heard by a bench that was headed by A.M. Khanwilkar, and it has now pronounced its verdict. It says that the ED does have the right to make arrests under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, the process, and I'm quoting what the Supreme Court has said. The Supreme Court says the process of arrest by the agency under money laundering is not arbitrary. So this is a big win, a big boost essentially for the Enforcement Directorate. It comes at a time when the Enforcement Directorate is acting in various cases. One, of course, is the big case of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, and also what we are seeing in West Bengal with the interrogation of Partha Chatterjee that is taking place in the cash scam. Now, just to give you more details of this verdict that has come in, the top court has said, and I quote, the process of arrest by the agency under money laundering is not arbitrary. Now, the bench was, of course, headed by Justice A.M. Khanwilkar. It was set to pronounce its verdict on a spectrum of issues pertaining to the rigorous provisions which are under the PMLA Act and wide powers that were accorded to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this was in a slew of petitions that had been challenging the validity of the stringent provisions that have been added to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The bench, we are given to understand, has now made it extremely clear in that verdict that has come out. It has upheld the right to arrest under PMLA. Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, our legal editor, is with me now. Rhythm, one would largely see this as a victory for the Enforcement Directorate and also a victory for the ED in terms of the cases that are currently being investigated by the agency.
Absolutely, Nupur. A big win coming in because the Supreme Court today upholds the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is an act that has been made keeping in mind international bodies also that are looking to prevent money laundering, because the entire financial system of a country is impacted by it. Today, as the Supreme Court upholds the PMLA and the powers of the Enforcement Directorate, this will definitely have an issue and a bearing on the investigative powers, arrest, seizures, and all the cases that currently the ED is focusing on. The Solicitor General, when he spoke in the court, had said just one thing when it came to it. He said that this is extremely crucial to continue having the powers that have been given under the PMLA Act, because it's a part of a global response of the world community to tackle money laundering. It's in tune with international standards. He added the court should also give a little leverage to the legislature. Keeping all that in mind, what the Supreme Court has done today has refused to interfere into this. They've said all the transfer petitions are disposed of. They've gone into great details of all the sections of the PMLA and the ED, and said supply of ECIR is not necessary. The department has to explore desirability. Section 8 subsection 4 challenge is rejected. 17(1) challenge is rejected. So I don't want to go into the technicalities of what has happened, but the big news that's coming in from the top court of the country is they have refused to interfere in the powers of Enforcement Directorate. The Supreme Court upholds the ED's right also to arrest under the Money Laundering Act. Like the Solicitor General, when he was making arguments in the case, had said, this is only keeping in mind and stride with what's happening world over to tackle the problem of money laundering.
Now, Rhythm, in its defense, the union government has said in the past that amendments have actually yielded results in cases that are being probed against fugitive economic offenders. We're given to understand that it also essentially spoke about the 18,000 crore worth of proceeds of crime that have essentially been confiscated by the ED after orders were issued by the courts.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And this will now no longer be seen as only about what is happening internationally, Nupur, but also nationally. The court needs to take into consideration what the central government has said. The PMLA is not a conventional penal statute, but it's a statute which is aimed at preventing money laundering, regulating activities that are related to money laundering, confiscating the proceeds of crime and the property derived, and requires offenders to be punished by the competent court after filing of complaint. So all these aspects that are there make this act that has been brought into the statute book, enacted in 2002 and implemented from 2005 July 1st, to be extremely critical. The powers of the ED are going to stay. A lot of people were talking about, Nupur, the controversial and the high-profile cases that the ED is looking at right now. But whatever procedure they are following will continue to be followed, whether it concerns their powers, whether it concerns summoning of witnesses or arrests or seizures that are made by the Enforcement Directorate, and also the bail process under the Money Laundering Act.
Now, just to talk about, the clutch of petitions that the Supreme Court was essentially hearing, we are given to understand that, these petitions also included Congress MP Karti Chidambaram's petition, where he had alleged that these laws are in fact in violation of the constitutional guarantee to the right to liberty and right against self-incrimination under Articles 20 and 21. So in this matter as well, Rhythm, we are given to understand that the ED has the firm support of the Supreme Court.
Oh yes, absolutely. So, Nupur, the Supreme Court bench that has been headed by Justice Khanvilkar is not going into case by case. Remember, he's retiring. He's been serving on the Supreme Court bench for 6 years. This is one of the last judgments that Justice Khanvilkar is giving out, and he was quite keen to ensure that, all the judgments that are there are given out. Now, the gates today, when it comes to the Enforcement Directorate, in all the cases that you mentioned, whether it's the Karti case, whether it's the National Herald's investigation they've been doing, whether it's investigations on the Robert Vadra Fund, they all will continue, and they're just a small part of the Enforcement Directorate's investigation that are continuing to ensure money laundering in India is brought to a full stop. The Supreme Court has also said any inquiry the ED officials is not akin to police officials, and they're distinct from police personnel. Very, very clearly what we are given to understand from this is the Supreme Court upholds the powers of the ED.
Now, this judgment, of course, assumes a great deal of significance, Rhythm, because it does now address several issues concerning investigative powers, witness summoning, as well as arrests and seizures that are essentially actually made by the ED and also the bail process under the PMLA law?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, Nupur, to answer that question, this verdict is going to have a direct impact not only on the several politically sensitive cases that we are speaking about, where political leaders, businessmen and others have faced arrest, but it will also be shaping how ED and other agencies are going to act in the current and the future cases, keeping in mind, like you said, prominent names like Karti, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti had also moved the court against the powers and jurisdiction of the Enforcement Directorate and how people were being summoned. But the court was listening to also what the centre said, which justified the validity of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is Khanwilkar, Justice Maheshwari and Justice Ravi Kumar that passed this judgment, and they were told this act is a part of the global response of the world community to tackle money laundering in tune with international standards.
Also, we are given to understand, Rhythm, that one of the observations that have been made by the Supreme Court and appear to be extremely critical in this case is that the Supreme Court has observed that the process of arrest by the agency under money laundering is not arbitrary.
Yes. Yes, so look at what they are trying to do when they give out this judgment is they've been challenging every section of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The court has now said that this is not going to be only seen as powers to an ED. They've said several things when they uphold the powers of the Enforcement Directorate. The ED manual is not to be published, it's an internal document. They've also said when it comes to proportionality of punishment under PMLA Act, it's wholly unfounded to argue on it. And as they've said parties who are seeking bail can pursue the remedies at the appropriate forum. Once they finished, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta did tell the court, I'm extremely grateful. Please pardon my absence because he was COVID positive. And the Supreme Court said, at least this never-ending case came to a conclusion. So this is a triumphant moment when a very strong litigation continuing in the topmost courts of the country has ended. The Supreme Court upholds the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This was the, money launderers' last hope is over because they wanted to get away scot-free. The powers of the ED are upheld and stringent conditions to bail also are valid when it comes to the Enforcement Directorate. Very powerful judgment coming in from the top court, where the Supreme Court says it is also not mandatory for ED officers to disclose the ground of arrest at the time of detaining an accused in a money laundering case.
All right, Rhythm, do stay with us. Just to tell our viewers, the Supreme Court has upheld several provisions of the Money Laundering Act. Now, this judgment from the Supreme Court is being seen as significant as it addresses several issues concerning investigative powers, witness summoning, arrest, seizures that have been made by the ED, as well as the bail process under the PMLA law. Now, just to tell our viewers that the Supreme Court was actually hearing a clutch of petitions that have been filed against the stringent provisions of the Money Laundering Act, and this of course has been now upheld by the Supreme Court. I'm going to go back to our legal editor Rhythm, who's giving us more details on this. Now, Rhythm, this would obviously be seen as a big boost for the investigative powers of the ED, while it would seem to be essentially a blow for the opposition as well as those who have questioned the legality.
Oh yes, absolutely. So many high-profile people were part of the petitioners who put in this case. This included Anil Deshmukh, Karti Chidambaram, Mehbooba Mufti. But the Supreme Court today, as it upholds the validity of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, says stringent conditions for bail under the Act is legal. It's not arbitrary. And there were 250 petitions before them. So when they say they are glad this litigation has come to an end, it's because they've disposed of 250 petitions in this regard before them. The Supreme Court says, the Supreme Court has been told by the central government money laundering poses a serious threat not only to the financial but also to the entire community. I'm also joined, Nupur, we are joined by guests, and let's go across to Swapnil, who's joining us. Swapnil, give us a sense of this massive verdict from the Supreme Court.
Well, Rhythm, this judgment was always on the cards, and given the fact that the powers of the Enforcement Directorate and the modalities and the motive and the way the Enforcement Directorate was always seemed to be functioning was always under the scanner, always under the radar by several opposition parties, especially when they were under the scanner. and also the fact that generally the central agencies seem to be acting at the behest of the ruling dispensation. The Supreme Court has laid its rest and it literally has simply gone by the provisions of the Act and the interpretation and the way the Enforcement Directorate ought to function, that it has got all these powers which have been enumerated under the Act, under the statute. So it has upheld various provisions of the statute in totality as such and says that the Enforcement Directorate is completely empowered, given the fact that the money laundering is a very, very notorious offense. And also it has expanded, it has validated the expansion of its ambit, which was passed by the Parliament a couple of years ago, to include some predicated offences as well. So basically what the Supreme Court is trying to say is...
I just want to interrupt you for one moment if I can. I also have KK Menon who's joining us on the phone line now. Mr. Menon is one of the top lawyers of the country, knowing the criminal law system. How are you looking at this judgment from the Supreme Court that upholds the powers of the ED under the PMLA Act?
You see that I am standing outside the court, but I will explain just within 1 minute. Not only PMLA, even in NDPS, Customs, FERA. In all these cases, now under Section 67, in NDPS, the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court in Tufan Singh's case, Tufan Singh versus Tamil Nadu, that in which it is crystal clear judgment is there that the statement made before the ED or customs officials or NCB or any CBI or any official, they will be like the police officials, and the statement made before them is not admissible under the eyes of law. Earlier it was in NDPS Act or in customs of FERA, etc. The statement made by the accused before them was admissible. But now it is made clear by the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, that is Tufan Singh's judgment, and thereafter 2 more judgments have come. But at the same time, it is now up to the courts, trial courts, High Court, to follow their judgment. Even I was appearing yesterday in one of the NDPS case. Neither the department, that is NCB, or customs officials apprise the trial courts about them. Number of lawyers do not know, but factual position is judgment has come of Justice Nariman in 2021 that the statement is not admissible before these officials.
All right. Thank you, sir, for giving us those details, because like you said, it's the powers of the ED and the PMLA Act that have been upheld. I also want to go across to BJP leader, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia, who's joining us on the phone line. Gaurav, how are you looking at this massive judgment coming in from the Supreme Court? We remember the words of the Solicitor General when he had stated this is extremely crucial because money laundering poses a serious threat to the financial systems of a country. Okay, I'm going to go across to Gaurav in just a bit, but there are other people who are joining us. I also want to give you a sense, viewers, of what's been happening in the courtroom. As Nupur was earlier stating, the powers of the ED today upheld by the top court of the country, where the Prevention of Money Laundering Act has been assuming significance. Several issues concerning the investigative powers, witness summoning, arrest and seizures made by ED, and the bail process under the PMLA Act were under question. 250 petitions were there before the top court that have been disposed of today. Some of the prominent names who also made these petitions are Anil Deshmukh, we've seen Mehbooba Mufti and Karti Chidambaram coming before the courtroom. Let's tell our viewers what the court today has said. As it was disposing of this petition and upholding the powers, Nupur, I also want to come across to you, because today the court has given an indication that when it comes to ED and the powers of the Money Laundering Act, they will continue to be there.
Absolutely, Rhythm. As you're pointing out, of course, now it also comes at a time when questioning is being conducted in various cases by the ED. Just to mention a few, there's questioning of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi that's taking place in the National Herald case. But apart from that, of course, there's also questioning that has just begun in the Partha Chatterjee case. So, Rhythm, in that sense, the ED also the Supreme Court rather also essentially silencing questions that are being asked by not just the opposition but by various other people on the powers of the ED.
Yes, absolutely. But this is what becomes so crucial before the top court, because we are looking at high-profile questions, high-profile cases, but also otherwise, it's important for us to look at this and to come, to come to an understanding of what's been happening in the courtroom. And the reason for this is simple. While I'm going to try and get across and hear you on what you're saying here, I can't get a sense of what's being stated in the. I can't hear what's being said there, but I want to tell our viewers, as we are speaking, the arrest under PMLA will not be held as arbitrary. This is not only about the high-profile cases that the ED is looking at, but Nupur, like you started off by saying, it's also economic offenders, fugitives who are on the run, whether it's Mehul Choksi, whose case has been fought by the Enforcement Directorate in the courts abroad, whether it's Vijay Mallya's case that's also been fought there in the United Kingdom courts, in the Westminster Abbey's court, whether it is also Nirav Modi's case. So all such cases today will continue to be dealt with by the ED with the powers that they continue having. And why this becomes so crucial is because the Supreme Court of India today, as it upholds the powers of the PMLA Act, and viewers, this is the act under which the ED derives its powers. So when the Supreme Court of India upholds the PMLA Act, it is upholding the powers that are there with the ED and its investigation officers to continue filing ECIRs. ECIR in a simpler sense is like an FIR that is filed by the police, but the powers of bail that were continuing to be there with the Enforcement Directorate continue. Whether it is telling and summoning a witness and whether it is arresting someone without giving them grounds, all these powers that are there with the Enforcement Directorate will continue to be there.
Now, Rhythm, what I wanted to understand from you is that this is also obviously going to be a big boost to India fighting money laundering, because, that's been one of the major issues that we are seeing. I think we've got Mr. Bhatia also on the phone line. Mr. Bhatia, how do you see this? Obviously, it comes at a time when the opposition is questioning the ED's powers and also, questioning of leadership in legitimate cases.
It is a landmark judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, and the timing of the judgment itself is very crucial because we see that Enforcement Directorate, while fulfilling its obligation towards the citizenry of the country, is doing its job. But it is being unfairly targeted by the political parties who have indulged in money laundering misdeeds. And what has the Supreme Court said? The significant points would be it has upheld the validity of the Money Laundering Act and its provisions. Second, the arrests that were made by the ED, the seizure that was made has also been upheld. And most importantly, an admission or a statement given before the ED officers is admissible in the court of law. That is a very significant finding which was challenged, and the Supreme Court has said that ED officers are not equivalent to police officers, and therefore the statement would be admissible.
Gaurav, I also want to ask you, as this case is going to be seen as a huge verdict in the Supreme Court, there were 250 petitions that the Justice Khanwalkar bench was handling today. Karti Chidambaram, Anil Deshmukh, Mehbooba Mufti, some of the high-profile petitioners here. There are high-profile cases that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at, but the Solicitor General's words when he was defending the powers of the ED are extremely crucial. We need the Money Laundering Act in tune with international standards, because what we are dealing with here will have a bearing on the financial security and system of the country.
Rhythm couldn't have agreed with you more. And, just adding a number to what you have said, recovery and seizure worth 1,04,000 crores by the ED. And still, it is called a pet dog. It is called an idiot by the opposition parties. The officers are discouraged from doing their duty. And salute to the government led by Shri Narendra Modi ji, which has given a free hand, not just to the ED, but to the CBI, that if there is a rogue within the country who loots the country, he should be punished. Nobody is above law. That is the strong message. And I feel so delighted that the Honorable Supreme Court yet again has affirmed the powers that has been conferred to the ED by the statute. And these political parties will also now hopefully read the judgment and abide with the rule of the country.
Yes, absolutely. Senior advocate in the top court of the country, BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for giving us those details, because this is going to be seen as a big win for Enforcement Directorate. Let's also listen in right now to BJP President JP Nadda as he speaks about this judgment.
नागुजार है, यानी ये इसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करें। और अभी अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया है, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट और ईडी के जुरिस्डिक्शन को अपहोल्ड किया गया है। कानून अपना काम कर रहा है और कानून के सामने विषयों को रखना ये किसी भी व्यक्ति का अधिकार भी है और यही आवश्यक है। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और जिस तरीके से एक परिवार को कानून से ऊपर समझने के जो कुत्सित प्रयास है, यह इस देश में चलने वाला नहीं। देश कानून से चलता है, देश नियमों से चलता है और नियम सबके लिए बराबर है और नियम का, कानून का जवाब देना ये सबकी जिम्मेवारी है। मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और ये परिवार, इनको नियम के अनुसार चलना चाहिए और कानून का जवाब देना चाहिए। कानून में सारे प्रावधान हैं। हिमाकत करे कि इनसे कोई पूछे।
You are watching Republic TV, and we will continue to bring you the latest on the investigation against Partha Chatterjee.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that are...
The headlines at 11:30, a day after Republic broke the stunning Black Diary details and the sensational property investigation on the mega cash scandal in West Bengal. The ED's investigation continues. Sensational development as ED summons TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. Shocking case in Dakshin Kannada district with BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary butchered to death. Massive protest. And massive protests in Karnataka. And Section 144 put in place in Puttur district. Chief Minister Bomma assures culprits of the brutal killing will not be spared. Big win for ED on PMLA case. Top court bats for ED's right to make arrests under the PMLA. Land for job scam gets bigger. CBI arrests Lalu Yadav's aide, raids on across 4 locations. After a 6-hour grilling on day 1, Sonia Gandhi will be grilled again today in the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. Can't wait to catch up on the news? Don't. Now, just open your browser, Google for Republic Livestream and watch the news wherever you are. Republic Livestream is also available on most streaming platforms. Republic Livestream ensures HD news viewing experience no matter what. Ask your OTT platform to connect with us. If you cannot find Republic Livestream on it, don't be denied the news anymore. And now, you viewers, welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma with you, and more breaking news coming in even as we speak. Republic Bangla confronts Partho. He indicates that he is unwell despite the All India Institute of Medical Sciences clearance. Republic is also trailing aide Arpita Mukherjee, who was seen weeping inside the car. Latest visuals on the cash for jobs scam in West Bengal. Partho Chatterjee, Manik Bhattacharya, big names implicated in the scandal. Now those are visuals of Arpita Mukherjee as the ED continues with its investigation into the mega scam in which heaps of cash were recovered.
শরীর ঠিক আছে? ভালো নেই আপনি? কেন দাদা, কি হয়েছে? দাদা অর্পিতাকে কিছুভাবে চিনতেন আপনি? দাদা কিছু কি বলবেন আপনি?
দাদা একটা মিনিট, একটা মিনিট।
পার্থদা কিছু কি বলবেন? বলতে চান আপনি কিছু? বলতে চান আপনি? পার্থদা শরীর ঠিক আছে আপনার? শরীর ঠিক আছে? ভালো নেই আপনি? কেন দাদা, কি হয়েছে? দাদা অর্পিতাকে কিছুভাবে চিনতেন আপনি? দাদা কিছু কি বলবেন আপনি?
দাদা একটা মিনিট, একটা মিনিট।
পার্থদা কিছু কি বলবেন? বলতে চান আপনি কিছু?
And Kishle joins us from Republic Bangla. Kishle, what are these visuals that we're seeing right now? We believe Arpita, breaking down here, and meanwhile, are we going to see, as you suggested earlier, that Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya to be questioned together by the ED? Is that happening?
Well, Rukma, updates are happening every moment here in Kolkata as Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, both of them are taken to Joka ESI hospital. Right now they are inside the hospital and there are several medical tests going on according to the instruction of the High Court. The High Court previously said that both of these people have to be tested medically every 48 hours to understand that they are fit and fine for interrogation. In spite of the fact that in Bhubaneswar, when they were taken in Bhubaneswar AIMS, the doctors clearly said that Partho Chatterjee does not have any serious complication. That is one side of the update. Other update is that 6 teams of ED has gone out a while before this, and they are right now on their way to several raids which are going to happen again in different parts of the city and in West Bengal. So we can expect that there will be more raids throughout West Bengal, more raids throughout the city, because 6 ED teams are on their way. They are trailing to different parts of the city and different parts of the state. Previously we saw that there were 13 important raids, 13 raids in one day, and after that Partho Chatterjee was arrested, and Manik Bhattacharya today, who has been called into ED office, he arrived in ED office around 10 a.m., 10:45 a.m. and after he arrived in ED office, he has gone inside the ED office at CGO complex. Still now we do not have update whether the interrogation process has begun. We are getting to know from our sources that the interrogation process will begin shortly, and there is a possibility today that Partho Chatterjee will be brought back after medical test, and both Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya, MLA, both of them will be brought together, and there will be a joint interrogation. Rukma.
Well, Kishle, we're talking here about heaps of cash, lots of incriminating documents. Have any details emerged as far as the accused are concerned in the interrogation? Have any of them admitted to anything so far?
Well, Rukma, the most important key information that right now the ED officials have is that the black diary which we followed, which we broken, which first in Republic Network, and we have already said that there are several key informations in that black diary which includes names of people who had been included in the merit list, those who did not get enough marks to be recruited in those several positions, but their names were there in the black diary and their marks were increased allegedly, and after that they were recruited later on. There are also details of how much money had been taken from each of these candidates and in return jobs were given to them. Well, we do not yet know that whether Orpita Mukherjee or Partho Chatterjee accepted any of these crimes, but we do know that Orpita Mukherjee told the investigators that this is not my money. The money had been kept in my apartment and Partho Chatterjee has a role in that. But right now what is under scanner is several properties that is in the name of Orpita Mukherjee, that is in the name of Partho Chatterjee and several of their close associates and family members. Yesterday we broke how one of a very big school in Mednipur is there in the name of Partho Chatterjee's wife, and in that school when our reporter went there, she saw that it's just in the middle of a no man's land, it's just empty lands around, and a huge school has been erected there, and it's in the name of Partho Chatterjee's wife. So questions are coming, how much money were invested in all these properties, how many more properties are there in the name of this minister and Orpita Mukherjee and their close aides and their family members. We are keeping a track on that. ED officials out today as well. 6 teams are on ground and they're going to do more raids today.
Kishle.
So more action.
So Orpita Mukherjee breaking down in those visuals, as we can see clearly, even as Partho Chatterjee, as well as his suspected close associate in this entire scam, Manik Bhattacharya, also brought to the ED office.
Well, we're reporting here from in front of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and there's a massive protest organized by the BJP over here. They'll be marching towards the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister of the Delhi, Manish Sisodia, against the new excise policy. You can see a massive amount of numbers of protesters have gathered over here, and they'll be marching towards the Aam Aadmi Party office just a couple of 100 meters from here. You can see that the entire road has been jammed in front of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters over here. My video journalist Anil Sharma is bringing you the live visuals right in front of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, national headquarters here in Delhi. And as you can see, as you can read these placards, they are seeking the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister in the backdrop of the new excise policy. We know that a CBI inquiry has already been issued by the Lieutenant General of Delhi, and now once again, as you can read, "Ban karo, sharab ke theke ban karo." Such they are seeking that all these liquor shops should be shut for the development of development of the national capital. We'll be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more updates on this protest being staged by the BJP in front of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters against the new excise policy.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream. With you everywhere. Republic Livestream. India's #1 streaming news. Now in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador.
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Breaking news coming in now. You're watching live and breaking on Republic, where prisoners have attacked one of the accused in the Amravati case, Shahrukh Pathan, inside barrack number 7 of Arthur Road Jail. So one of the accused in the Amravati case attacked in Arthur Road Jail. That is the detail that's emerging. Breaking development, a big development in the Amravati case. Shahrukh Pathan attacked in Arthur Road Jail. And police have registered an FIR against those who have attacked Shahrukh Pathan. Kalpesh Patel, Hemant Maneria, Arvind Yadav, Shravan Avan and Sandeep Jadhav. These are the names of those accused of attacking Shahrukh Pathan, one of the accused in the Amravati case inside Arthur Road Jail. They attacked Shahrukh Pathan, and well, police say that that's the only detail they can give out now. And well, the NIA have arrested 7 accused in the case. Alisha to fill us in with all the details. Alisha, what can you tell us about this breaking development Shah Rukh Pathan, we believe, has been attacked in Arthur Road Jail.
Attack of one of the accused in Amravati case, that is Shah Rukh Pathan. And this has happened, the incident happened inside Arthur Road Jail, that is barrack number 7 is what information we are getting. It's just something to related. We know that in a Umesh
Kole murder case where 7 accused were arrested by National Investigation Agency, and all of them have been sent to judicial custody by the Special High Court, after which they all are currently lodged in Arthur Road Jail. And now that we're getting that there are 5 accused, that 5 prisoners inside Arthur Road Jail, that they have attacked Shah Rukh Pathan, one of the accused, and the FIR has already been registered in NM Joshi police station.
Well, Alisha, so 7 of those accused in the case are still in the jail premises, as far as we know. Are all of them, well, when we talk about those who have attacked them, any details emerging right now? Are the police divulging any details about how they happened, and also the condition of Shah Rukh Pathan?
Well, there are police officials who have been looking into the matter, and what the initial information that has been provided by police officials, that this incident happened in a barrack number 7 of Arthur Road Jail, where one of the 7 accused, that is Shah Rukh Pathan, he was attacked by 5 prisoners. We know that all these 7 have been arrested by National Investigation Agency.
And joining us now on the phone line. Well, Alisha, stay with us. We are talking about one of the accused, Shah Rukh Pathan, in the Amravati case, being attacked inside Arthur Road Jail. Right now, joining us on the phone line is Kashif, who's Shah Rukh Pathan's lawyer. Kashif, well, we are hearing news about Shah Rukh Pathan being attacked inside Arthur Road Jail. What do you have to say about it? How are you proceeding? The police are saying that they are monitoring the situation and taking stock of those who are accused of having attacked Shah Rukh Pathan.
See, first of all, this is very unfortunate that without ascertaining whose role is active or passive regarding this alleged murder case, and people are presuming that certain people are involved and certain actions have been taking place inside the jail. So I would only suggest that whatever things have been done with regards to this alleged murder of Mr. Umesh Kole, the right people should be punished in accordance to law. This has to be there definitely, but the presumption that people are making in their mind that certain people are involved and certain are not, and due to which these kind of activities are taking place inside the jail now. So this is very shocking as of now, but we are thankful to the police department for registering the FIR rightfully, and we believe in the process of law, and we believe that these activities shall not be taken place ahead, because anything can happen to anybody inside the jail, because we all know that the majority of the people are under trial prisoners, and such activities should be condemned completely, and we are hopeful that the police department will take their action rightfully.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Kashif Khan, for joining us. Kashif Khan is Shah Rukh Pathan's lawyer. Shah Rukh Pathan, one of the accused who was lodged inside Arthur Road Jail, one of the accused in the Amravati case.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato' Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador.
Here from one of the BJP's massive protest that has been organized here in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office. We'll take the question to the MP as well, who has joined. You can see the massive denouncing of the Kejriwal government. Paresh Verma has also reached here, and the protest is about to begin. That BJP workers along with the BJP MP has reached here at this particular spot in front of the Aam Aadmi Party. We'll be right back after a very short break. We'll keep you updated with all the updates of this particular protest that is happening in front of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters against the new excise policy.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the NDA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato' Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador to Myanmar and Iran.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
It is a big win for the ED. The top court bats for the ED's right to make arrests under the PMLA. It's a huge blow to Karti Chidambaram, Mehbooba Mufti and Anil Deshmukh as the top court delivers a strong verdict in favour of the Enforcement Directorate. Sensational development as the ED summons TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. A shocking case emerges out of Dakshin Kannada district where the BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary is hacked to death. Massive protests have erupted and Section 144 has been put in place in Puttur district. The Chief Minister assures that culprits will be brought to book. The land for job scam gets bigger. CBI arrests Lalu Yadav's aide. Raids are on across 4 locations. After 6 hours of grilling on day 2, Sonia Gandhi is grilled again in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and if you can't wait to catch up on the news, don't. Now just open your browser, Google for Republic Live Stream and watch the news wherever you are. Republic Live Stream is also available on the most streaming platforms. Republic Live Stream ensures HD news viewing experiences no matter what. Now, ask your OTT platform to connect with us if you cannot find Republic Live Stream on it. Don't be denied the news anymore. And let's get on now with the news that's just coming in. This is, of course, being seen as a big victory for the Enforcement Directorate. The Supreme Court has upheld the ED's right to arrest under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, this, of course, has also being seen as a big boost for the ED in terms of various cases that have been filed by the ED in corruption charges that is investigated. Now, the judgment, of course, assumes significance as it will address several issues concerning investigating powers, witness summoning, arrests and seizures that are made by the Enforcement Directorate, and the bail process under the PMLA Act. The Supreme Court, of course, was hearing a clutch of petitions which had questioned the powers that are with the ED. However, the Supreme Court this morning in its verdict by a bench that was headed by Justice A.M. Khanwilkar has in fact upheld all those powers that the Enforcement Directorate has under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
चोरी भी और सीना जोरी भी ये कांग्रेस से सीखा जाए, भ्रष्टाचार भी और बवाल भी। आखिरकार डर किस बात का है? अगर भ्रष्टाचार किया है तो जांच एजेंसियों का सामना भी करें, और अगर नहीं किया तो फिर डर क्यों है? आखिरकार कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्रियों के पास कोई काम नहीं बचा राज्यों में।
Well, news is coming in. We're now learning that the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha. We are learning that this is action that's been taken against Sanjay Singh for targeting the chair. Sanjay Singh allegedly threw a paper at the Rajya Sabha chair, and he has now been suspended for about 1 week. So he has been suspended from attending sessions of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha for the next 1 week. Action being taken against the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. He has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha for a period of 1 week. Now, this comes even as there have been several opposition MPs who have been suspended over the kind of ruckus that we've seen in both houses of Parliament. Now, this monsoon session of Parliament, of course, has been marked by protests as well as disruptions which have continued. Even today, of course, earlier the Rajya Sabha was suspended. We are now given to understand that action has been taken against the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. He's been suspended for the Rajya Sabha. The action initiated against him is in response to Sanjay Singh allegedly targeting the chair. Sanjay Singh, we are told, threw a paper at the Rajya Sabha chair. Now, this is incontrovertible to the rules of conduct of the Rajya Sabha. I'm going to go across to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us live. He's reporting from Vijay Chowk on this. Piyush, give us more details of this particular incident that has led to the suspension of Sanjay Singh.
Well, this had basically taken place yesterday when there was a discussion taking place inside the Rajya Sabha when Sanjay Singh had thrown a piece of paper at the chair, and at the time Harivansh, who is also vice chairman, he was sitting there on the chair, and soon after that the Rajya Sabha has to be adjourned, and today the Rajya Sabha has suspended, Sanjay Singh has been suspended from Rajya Sabha for the entire week, which means 2 remaining days are there, Thursday and Friday, and he has been suspended for the next 2 days. In total, now around 24 MPs of Parliament are suspended, 4 Congress MPs, 7 Trinamool Congress MPs, 6 DMK, 3 TRS, 3 left, and now 1 Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. And if you talk about the Sanjay Singh case, remember that he has been protesting against the government over the huge tragedy which has taken place in the state of Gujarat. Yesterday he was, showing that placard, that particular taxi inside the Rajya Sabha. Yesterday he was suspected. He was today, once again, he went inside with this placard, which demanded answer from the government. Started raising slogans. We Mulligan had.
All right. Piyush, that's a very poor audio connection that we have with you. We're going to try and re-establish that link with Piyush and get him in just a bit. But there has been ruckus that's been reported from both houses of Parliament over the past week. This is the monsoon session of Parliament, and we have seen the opposition target the government over various issues, including, of course, a price rise, as well as their allegation that central agencies are acting on behest of the government. Right now, we're given to understand that Sanjay Singh has been suspended for the remaining days of this week. Madhurima also has details on this. Yes, Madhurima, give us more details on the action that has been taken against Sanjay Singh. Madhurima, if you can hear me, I was asking you again about the action that's been initiated against the Aam Aadmi Party's MP Sanjay Singh in the Rajya Sabha. We're given to understand that he has been suspended for the rest of the session that's remaining in this particular week for about 2 or 3 days now. This, of course, is being done because of his actions that were seen directed at the chair.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. After we saw that multiple suspensions that took place yesterday, 19 of them to be precise, today, after the behavior that was executed by Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP there, where he threw that paper at the, towards the well on the floor of the House, the entire move was objected to by all quarters, and now an action has been taken against the Aam Aadmi Party MP. This has been made abundantly clear that no such behavior that challenges, that challenges the parliamentary conduct that should be in place on the floor of the House will be taken care of. Strict cognizance will be taken in such matters, and that is what has happened. That the Aam Aadmi Party's MP Sanjay Singh's behavior that was unruly on the floor of the House, while he very brazenly threw the stack of papers towards the chair without even thinking of the consequences while protesting against the price hike. This has been taken serious cognizance of, and now action has been taken. He has been suspended, and like those 19 MPs who have been conducting several disruptions, we've seen that Rajya Sabha has been one of the most affected house of the two. Last time as well, 47% business only, and once again we are seeing constant disruptions, and which is why it has been made abundantly clear that those MPs will be not following the code of conduct that is supposed to be followed on the floor of the House. Action will be taken against them, and that is what happened yesterday and has happened once again today with Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP, who has been punished, who has been suspended for his unruly behavior towards the chair of the House.
All right, so in a sense, Madhurima, this takes the number of MPs who've been suspended to 20. 19 of them, of course, were suspended yesterday. Madhurima Mishra reporting from New Delhi. Thank you. Now, another suspected case of monkeypox has been detected in Telangana. Meanwhile, the second monkeypox case has also been detected in the national capital today. The first case that was reported from Telangana has turned out to be negative.
Another suspected case of monkeypox has been traced in Telangana's Khammam. This is the second monkeypox case reported in Telangana. The suspected monkeypox patient will be kept in isolation ward, and his samples will be sent to National Institute of Virology in Pune. Meanwhile, another suspected monkeypox case has been reported in Delhi, while Patna reported its first case of monkeypox. Earlier, the government has held a high-level meeting to combat what could be the outbreak of another pandemic. Several states have issued alerts amid confirmed monkeypox cases in the country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are getting of the Congress party staging a protest in Mumbai. This is against the questioning of Sonia Gandhi that is taking place in the ED headquarters in Delhi. Alicia is reporting on this. Alicia, take us through what's happening around you.
Well, yes, Nupur, you can see the visuals right here in Mumbai. This is Sayan Koliwada, where the Congress protesters have been protesting over the action that has been initiated by the Enforcement Directorate. What they've been saying that Sonia Gandhi, who has been called for the continuously 3 days, is something very illegal, and this is nothing but a trap that has been laid by Bharatiya Janata Party, and which is why Enforcement Directorate has been put forth. So we have been seeing whether it was Rahul Gandhi or whether it is now Sonia Gandhi, who has been continuously questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in a case related to money laundering. But importantly, we know it's a part of an investigation, and what we have been seeing, they have been coming on the roads. Even we saw that early morning where the Youth Congress has protested in a Borivali station. Importantly, what they have been saying, that the action that has been initiated by the Enforcement Directorate is something illegal. We'll talk to some of the people here. किस लिए प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है?
ईडी के बारे में प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है। जो कर रहे हैं मोदी जी, ईडी वापस ले ले, सारे शांत हो जाएंगे सारे लोग। जो दूध पे जीएसटी लगा दी, हर चीज़ पे, खाने राशन दाने पे जीएसटी, पेट्रोल डीजल, हर चीज़ पे ही आगे। आज गरीब जनता कहाँ से देंगी? किसके बेस रोजगार नहीं है किसी के भी, सब सड़क पे उतरे हुए। आज तकलीफें प्रोटेस्ट किस लिए? ईडी के लिए। ईडी में किसके लिए? सोनिया गांधी के लिए। सोनिया गांधी।
दिस वॉज सम ऑफ द कांग्रेस प्रोटेस्टर, जहाँ के कांग्रेस प्रोटेस्टर जो कि अब हम देख रहे हैं कि सड़कों पर उतरे हैं। इनका साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि ईडी ने जो एक्शन लिया है वो कहीं ना कहीं पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से की गई है, और वहीं पर आज हम देख रहे हैं कि सड़कों पर लोग उतरे हैं। आज सुबह भी हमने देखा था कि कुछ यूथ कांग्रेस जो है वो बोरीवली स्टेशन के कुछ ट्रेनों को रोका गया था। इस तरीके का प्रोटेस्ट अक्रॉस महाराष्ट्र में चलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, और इनका ये कहना कि इस लगातार सोनिया गांधी को क्वेश्चनिंग के लिए बुलाना कहीं ना कहीं पर गलत है, और इसीलिए लगातार हम आपको विजुअल दिखाते जा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर न कि सिर्फ नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, लेकिन साथ ही प्ले कार्ड भी कहीं ना कहीं पर दिखाई दे रहा है। कुछ और महिलाओं से बात करेंगे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट में महिला भी आई है। किस वजह से है, क्या प्रोटेस्ट है?
देखिए, हम इस वजह से है क्योंकि सोनिया गांधी जो है वो सत्याग्रही नेता है, और सोनिया गांधी और राहुल के जैसा कोई नेता नहीं है, और पीढ़ी से चले आने वाली परंपरा और सच्चाई को हर एक इंसान, हर एक बच्चा, हर एक कोना कोना जानता है। और जब तक सोनिया गांधी संघर्ष करेगी, हमारा हर एक कांग्रेस पार्टी संघर्ष करता रहेगा और सच्चाई के खिलाफ लड़ता रहेगा।
ये केस है जो एजेंसी की ओर से देखा जा रहा है, और उसी के लिए समन्स भेजा गया है। प्रोटेस्ट किस बात की?
जो ईडी बार बार परेशान कर रहे, और जो ईडी दुरुपयोग कर रहे, और जो ईडी बार बार परेशान करके दिखाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन हम भी कांग्रेस के पक्के सच्चे कार्यकर्ता है, हम भी दिखा देंगे कि सोनिया गांधी जैसा कोई नहीं, राहुल गांधी जैसा कोई नहीं, और वो काबिल है, क्योंकि हर एक कोने में उनके नाम की गुनकारी खिलती है, उनके नाम की आग चिंगारी उठती है। जब राहुल गांधी का प्रकाश हर कोने में जाता है, हर एक घर उजियाला हो जाता है।
सोनिया गांधी जी खुद देख रहे हैं कि ईडी के सामने अपीयर हो रही है, कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही है, तो प्रोटेस्ट किस बात के लिए किया जा रहा है? विरोध किस बात?
इस बात ले सोनिया गांधी को सिर्फ परेशान किया जा रहा है। मैडम, आप भी जान रहे हो, सब लोग जान, सिर्फ सोनिया गांधी को सिर्फ परेशान किया जा रहा है। कोई तत्व नहीं है, उनका तबीयत भी नहीं ठीक, फिर भी बुला करके, मतलब 1 बार 2 बार 8 घंटा 10 घंटा परेशान कर रहे। क्यों? आज आप बताइए, कोई भी भाजपा नेता को कोई
केस आप जानते हो, इस केस को लेकर
केस के लेकर जानते हैं कि 3 मरतबा कोई तत्व नहीं निकला, सिर्फ उनको परेशान किया जा रहा है। सोनिया गांधी एकदम बेकसूर है, लेकिन ईडी द्वारा परेशान किया जा रहा है। क्यों परेशान किया जा रहा है? कि भाजपा जो मोदी सरकार काम करती है उसके खिलाफ
कसूर बेकसूर वो कोर्ट और एजेंसी की ओर से देखे जाएंगे, लेकिन उसी एजेंसी के समझ पर एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन के तौर पर उनको समझ भेजे गए, सवाल पूछताछ के।
कांग्रेस के ही नेता के खिलाफ क्या भाजपा के नेता दूध दुले हैं? जो भी कोई भी पार्टी से भाजपा में जाता है वो दूध का दुला हो जाता है। अगर उस दूसरे पार्टी में रह के आवाज उठाता है तो उसको सीबीआई ईडी, तो ऐसा मैडम नहीं चलेगा। अभी
ये जैसे देख रहे हैं, इस केस पर खुद इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी का काम कर रही है, सोनिया गांधी खुद जा रही है, अपीयर हो रही है, तीसरी बार भी गई है। हम देख रहे हैं कि रास्ता रोको किया जा रहा है, रेल पर आगे पहुंची जा रही है।
ईडी एक बार तो नहीं 10 बार बुलाएगी, सोनिया गांधी जाएंगी, क्योंकि मतलब वो कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से ईडी का
मेरा सवाल ये है,
ईडी का दुरुपयोग कर रही है, पहले ऐसा कभी नहीं था। क्योंकि ईडी जो भी सीबीआई सरकार के इशारे पे काम कर रही है, उससे हम लोग का आपत्ति है। वो स्वतंत्र है।
लेकिन आम जनता को कहीं ना कहीं पे तकलीफ हो रही है, क्योंकि आज सुबह ट्रेन को
आम जनता यानी हम लोग हैं जो भी कर रहे हैं, आम जनता के लिए ये मतलब कर रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से सरकार पहले थी कांग्रेस की सरकार, आप बताओ कोई भी दुरुपयोग हुआ ईडी का, सीबीआई का, किसी के मतलब किसी का? आज जिस तरीके से मतलब हो रहा है ये सरकार के खिलाफ, पहले मैडम आप लोग सरकार से सवाल पूछ रहे थे, पहले सरकार से आप लोग
तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं सायन कोलीवाड़ा के, लगातार आपको तस्वीरें दिखाते रहेंगे। यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है और विरोध प्रदर्शन इसलिए किए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि जिस तरीके से एक तरफ जो है कहीं ना कहीं पर नारे लगातार लगाए जा रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से क्वेश्चनिंग सोनिया गांधी से किए जा रहे हैं। आप देखें कि सोनिया गांधी खुद ईडी के ऑफिस पर पहुंची है दिल्ली में, वहीं पर लगातार महाराष्ट्र में कई ऐसे कांग्रेस है जो कि अब यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए पहुंचे हैं और लगातार इनका विरोध प्रदर्शन चल रहा है और ये ईडी के लिए गए एक्शन के खिलाफ। और कहीं ना कहीं पर ये कहना कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस पूरे एजेंसी को लेकर कहीं ना कहीं दुरुपयोग कर रही है, जिसके बाद लगातार जो है क्वेश्चनिंग के लिए बुलाए जा रहे हैं। और वही तस्वीरें हमने आज देखी जहां एक तरफ सायन कोलीवाड़ा में लोग यहां पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, वही एक विरोध प्रदर्शन हमने बोरीवली स्टेशन पर भी देखा जहां पर ट्रेन को रोका गया था। तो इस तरीके का विरोध प्रदर्शन मुंबई और दूसरे अन्य जगह पर इसी तरीके से चल रहे हैं और ये विरोध प्रदर्शन ईडी की ओर से किए गए कार्रवाई को लेकर है।
All right, Alicia, of course, is bringing us the updates from Mumbai. Let's also get in a word from Gursimran, who is joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, give us a sense of what's happening around you. Congress party, of course, pretty determined to continue their protest till Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, the Congress party is holding a satyagraha protest here in Jammu. The youth Congress and the senior Congress leaders, they are staging protests and they are saying that the ED is being misused by the BJP, the central leadership, as a tool against the Congress party. They say that earlier Rahul Gandhi has been summoned and now Sonia Gandhi has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and this is sheer misuse of the agencies. They are saying that this Gandhi family, they want debtor and they will face the agencies. They say that this ED is not an enforcement directorate but an election department that is being used by the Bharatiya Janata Party. We have some of the leaders of the Congress with us. Sir, क्या लोग आप जो है वो आपकी वफादारी है परिवार के?
आज पूरे भारतवर्ष में इसी ईडी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस की तरफ से हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर के अंदर सत्याग्रह किए जा रहे हैं कांग्रेस जनों की तरफ से, और आज हम भी यहां जम्मू के अंदर बैठे हैं सत्याग्रह कर।
Well, we are going across back to the case of the BJP Yuva Morcha leader being hacked to death in Bellary. We are now getting a reaction from the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai on the killing of the BJP worker. What we are given to understand is that the BJP worker who was killed in Bellary, after that we are learning that Baswaraj Bommai has said that it appears to be a case that could have been pre-planned. The police, of course, are investigating the killing of this BJP youth leader. Now, there is considerable tension in Bellary as well as Dakhin Kannada district over this killing. Now, the Chief Minister saying that it could be pre-planned. Earlier, of course, the Chief Minister had said that the guilty will be brought to book. Let's listen in to what Baswaraj Bommai has said.
In Mangalore, yesterday there was an incident where a Yuva Morcha office bearer has been murdered by motorcyclist. Immediately, police have sung into action and they are trying to identify the culprits. Very soon they will be nabbed. Second thing is, since it's very close to Kerala border, the Karnataka police is in touch with Kerala police. SP of Mangalore has spoken to SP Kasaragod. And DG, I have made my DG to speak to DG Kerala, and very soon all it will be traced and we will nab them. We have taken this as a very serious matter at the outset it looks that it was a very pre-planned attempt, and such similarities were there in other cases. So we are studying the whole thing into entirety, and then we will go to the roots of it.
All right, so that of course was the Chief Minister over there saying that the police are investigating this case, but it appears at prima facie to be a case that in which the murder was pre-planned. Also going on to say that this is all right, I think we are cutting across to pictures that we are getting from the national capital, where we are now learning that Congress leaders and workers who are protesting against the questioning of Sonia Gandhi by the ED are now heading and making their way to the Rajya Sabha, I think. I'm going to try and get more details in just a bit, but we have, of course,
करना पड़ रहा है। सीतारमण भी आ गई है। अब चर्चा में क्या बंद करें, सस्पेंशन वापस लें। अब तो निर्मला सीतारमण भी आ गई हैं। अब क्या दिक्कत है? क्या दिक्कत है चर्चा कराने में? इसलिए तुरंत चर्चा कराएं।
नड्डा जी ने कहा
अब क्या दिक्कत है चर्चा कराने? निर्मला सीतारमण जी भी अब आ गई हैं।
All right, the Congress party, of course, is continuing with its protests across the country, and these are pictures that we are getting to you from the national capital, where security has been heightened as Congress party leaders and workers are now marching towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We're given to understand that they are, of course, asking for a discussion on price rise, and we were listening into a comment that was coming in from a senior Congress leader over there saying that the government must agree to a discussion on price rise now that the finance minister is attending the House. But apart from that, we have been seeing Congress leaders protest.
प्रेसिडेंट विजय चौक से लेकर प्रेसिडेंट हाउस तक जाएंगे और उनको बोलेंगे कि इसको बंद किया जाए और जो लोकतंत्र की मर्यादा है उसको बहाल किया जाए, संविधान की मर्यादा को बहाल किया जाए। ईडी का टूल की तरह यूज़ हो रहा है, महंगाई के ऊपर चर्चा नहीं हो रही। दही, तेल, पनीर, ये सब चीज़ें महंगी हो गई। आम लोगों के ऊपर महंगाई का बहुत बड़ा कुहाड़ा लगे चला हुआ है, लेकिन कोई सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। इसके ऊपर हम इसलिए आज प्रोटेस्ट लगातार पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी और बाहर भी कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी लोगों के साथ खड़ी है, लोगों की आवाज के साथ खड़ी है।
So protests over there that are taking place in the national capital. I think those are senior leaders. I could see Jairam Ramesh over there and other leaders as well who are now marching to the Rashtrapati Bhavan in protest against various issues. Of course, core to those issues is the fact that they say that the ED is being misused by the government for political vendetta. I think that's Digvijay Singh on your screens right now. So all these senior leaders making their way to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Protests also taking place against what the Congress alleges is the shying away of the government on discussing price rise. So a variety of issues that the Congress party seems to be protesting against. Now, we have, of course, also seen continued disruptions in both houses of Parliament over this. All right, so we are, of course, trying to go across to our correspondents on the ground, but we have seen, of course, since this monsoon session of Parliament began, the Congress party has been protesting at several places. This protest also, of course, is against the ED's questioning of Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Do remember that even as we speak, Sonia Gandhi is being questioned for the second consecutive day in the National Herald case. Sonia Gandhi, of course, reached the ED's headquarters at about 11 o'clock this morning, and ever since then, protests are being reported from various areas, not just the national capital, but also places like Jammu, as well as Mumbai, where the local Congress workers are protesting. Now, Sonia Gandhi, of course, is being questioned at the ED's office, and she is being accompanied by her daughter, Priyanka Gandhi at that. Let me go across to Harsha, who's reporting on this. Harsha, give us the latest in terms of the investigation that is being carried out by the ED. Of course, Sonia Gandhi is being questioned for the second consecutive day, but it's the third time that she's being questioned.
Gandhi Vadra is still in the premises of ED, and today again the cautioning is happening. And let me tell you straightforward that in the ED yesterday our sources clearly tell us that when Sonia Gandhi was again and again being asked on the National Herald money laundering case, the relation of Dotex company, how it got involved and how it gave 90 crore to Young India to take over the assets of AGIL. Sonia Gandhi clearly shifted the blame on Motilal Vora, shifted the onus on Motilal Vora, who is not more alive, he's no more, and Rahul Gandhi also in the ED cautioning shifted the onus on.
All right, we are also now getting the latest as far as the cash scam in West Bengal is concerned. We are learning that fresh raids are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at Arpita Chatterjee's residence. Now, this is another Arpita Mukherjee's residence, I beg your pardon. Now, this is another residence of her that is being raided. I think these fresh raids are being carried out at the Belgharia Rath Tala. There are 2 flats that are being raided. I think Priyanka joins us for more on this. Priyanka, give us more details of the raids that are being carried out. This, of course, is another flat of hers that's been raided.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. In fact, we are seeing those exclusive visuals on our screens right now where the raids are being carried out by the ED officials. We had seen since yesterday the Enforcement Directorate had been interrogating Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well, and from that they have gotten several leads is what it seems like, because we are seeing since morning that the ED officials and teams had been leaving from the CGO complex, from the ED office in Calcutta, and they had been going towards these residences at Arpita residence, in fact, where more raids are being carried out. In fact, we had some more details of these flats of Arpita Mukherjee as well, where we had seen that there were luxurious flats that had in fact also been named in the properties that were owned by Arpita Mukherjee as well, and those are being also raided right now by the Enforcement Directorate, since they also have reason to believe that there might be further pieces of evidences that might be collected from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, as they are doing so right now. You can see the live visuals, in fact exclusive visuals of those raids being carried out inside of those premises of Arpita Mukherjee's residence, and we have seen the seizure list as well, Nupur. We have seen the kind of seizures that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate, including the cash, including the jewelry, including the exorbitant amount of money, in fact, that had also been seized from inside of the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, and now fresh raids also being carried out in the properties that had been owned by her. Now, that was also very crucial to understand the kind of role the properties are also playing in this entire investigation, since we are seeing that the links between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee have come to light with respect to the interrogation and the documents that had been seized, documents of properties that had been jointly owned by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well, and one of those properties is also being raided right now by the Enforcement Directorate. And I believe, Nupur, our colleague from our sister channel Republic Bangla is also joining us. Kishle joins us on the broadcast. Kishle, you've been getting us all the details and the visuals as well of the raids as well that are being carried out right now. Take us through the details of these fresh raids and the properties that are being raided upon, and how crucial will that be with respect to the interrogation that will be carried out by the Enforcement Directorate?
Exactly. Well, as we broke first that 6 or 7 teams of ED had been out for fresh raids today, and we were following them, and right now the visuals are exclusive on screen on Republic Network. We are seeing that fresh raids are happening in Arpita Mukherjee's another apartment, another flat at Belgharia in North 24 Parganas, and we see that there are about 12 ED officials. Along with them there are CRPF personnel, and they have reached this particular apartment of Arpita Mukherjee in Belgharia in North 24 Pargana in West
West Bengal, and the ED officials are trying to locate and understand what all are there inside this particular apartment, and if there are more crucial documents inside this apartment. And as we know that from the Behala South residency of Orpita Mukherjee, they have found several key pieces of information, and which it includes that black diary. In that black diary, there were key information including the names of the candidates whose marks were increased so that they could be included in the merit list, and also there were the amount of money which they paid written clearly in that black diary. That mysterious black diary serves as one of the most important pieces of evidences in this Orpita Mukherjee Partho Chatterjee case. And right now we see 6 teams of ED or 7 teams of ED in several locations of West Bengal, which includes Shaha Textile. We know that there are several investments made by Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee. They have jointly owned properties, as you rightly said, and those jointly owned properties are also being raided, that we are getting to know from our sources. Yesterday we broke that how a huge school has been built in almost a village in a no man's land, and that huge school in the name of Partho Chatterjee's wife is also under the scanner of ED. And right now today we see live visuals, exclusive visuals from Orpita Mukherjee's residence, where we see that ED is carrying out fresh raids in different locations along with this particular location. Back to the studio.
Well, absolutely, Kishle, you know, we have been seeing how the kind of raids had been going on and the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. And of course, the kind of seizures that have been made are a telling sign for the entire trajectory of the investigation going forward by the investigating agencies as well. And of course, also very quickly, if you could also, you know, show some light as to the kind of seizures that have been made, and also the connection with respect to the TMC MLA that had also been summoned today, and these raids being carried out in the backdrop of that.
Well, yes, we saw last time when there were 30 raids at 13 important locations all over West Bengal. We saw that how ED team reached Partho Chatterjee's residence and also Orpita Mukherjee's residences. We saw that pile of cash, that amount which amounts to about 22 crore, and that pile of cash along with gold and admit cards of several candidates who had been applying for different jobs in West Bengal College or School Service Commissions. All of that was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's house, who did not have any connection with any connection with any of these recruitments. So there was a question how Orpita Mukherjee's flat apartment had all those crucial things related to this particular scam. And then ED also raided different other locations, including Manik Bhattacharya's house, Manik Bhattacharya, MLA of Palashipara. ED also recovered some very crucial documents from his house as well. And there are other locations like Kollan Bhattacharya's house and several other key ministers, MLAs, and several officials from within the education department. And right now we see that ED is taking forward that investigation even further. Today ED took Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee to ESI Joka for health checkup, as has been instructed by the High Court. At one hand, when their health checkup is going on, Manik Bhattacharya is inside the ED premises in CGO complex, Central Government Office complex in Salt Lake, city of Kolkata, and on the other hand 6 or 7 teams of ED are at different locations of Kolkata and West Bengal to understand what other documents and crucial pieces of information they can get so that they can investigate further.
Well, of course, Kishle, the investigation will go on as per the procedure by the Enforcement Directorate. And of course, it seems as though just under a day, they have gotten several other leads. Because today as well, we are seeing fresh raids that are being carried out. And of course, in just before afternoon itself, they had said that they have sent a summons to the TMC MLA as well. But let us also take a step back, Kishle, and also if you could tell our viewers as to why this TMC MLA is also being called, since he is the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board as well. And so there might be some kind of an intersection with the SSC scandal and also the financial dubious transactions being carried out by Partho Chatterjee.
Exactly. This Manik Bhattacharya, who is the influential MLA of Palashipara, and as you rightly said, he's the ex-chairman of the Primary Board of Education of West Bengal. The ED suspects that the different documents which they collected from Manik Bhattacharya's house, it clearly shows that there is a link between this person and Partho Chatterjee and several other officials and ministers who were up in arms with each other in order to execute this whole scam. There are allegations that Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya were directly in connection with each other, and they exchanged several information with each other so that they can continue this scam, dubious scam, which you rightly said, of taking money from candidates and giving jobs to particular candidates which they like. All of these are allegations. Well, ED is investigating these cases, but we are getting to know from our sources within ED that there are several important, crucial information which is coming out from the documents that have been seized from the house of Partho Chatterjee, Manik Bhattacharya, Orpita Mukherjee and several other of these people, where raids are being made. Right now what visuals we are seeing is that there are at one hand raids at Orpita Mukherjee's new house, another house in Belghori, and also we see how Partho Chatterjee was taken, and he clearly said to Republic when we asked that whether he is all right or not, he said no, I'm not feeling well.
So Kishle, they're getting us the details, viewers. Kishle getting us all the exclusive videos as well on the ground, and also keeping us ahead on this story in this massive investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates on another massive story, developing story that we are tracking for you from the national capital. Now it's the third day of the suspension of the members of the parliament who are continuing. In fact, now the suspended Aam Aadmi Party MP refuses to leave the house, and we are getting information that the marshals have been called in. Now we had seen yesterday, viewers, the pictures are on your screen as to what had transpired inside of the parliament, and the papers had been thrown by Sanjay Singh, and of course there had been a lot of ruckus that we had been tracking for you in those visuals as well. Now it's the third day of the suspension of the members of the parliament that is continuing, and now the suspended Aam Aadmi Party MP refuses to leave the house. He's refusing to leave the house is what we are learning, and the marshals have also been called in. And we'll be going across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast as well. Abhishek, take us through the details of this latest development. We are learning that the Aam Aadmi Party MP, in fact, refusing to leave the house. The marshals have been called in. What's really happening?
Well, under Rule 256, if some member is unruly, Priyanka, the person can be named, and then there can be a resolution following which the member of parliament can be suspended. So that process has been followed in this case because opposition continued to, create pandemonium in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, taking on where they left after the suspension of 19 MPs. And now it seems that Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, he also had to be suspended from the Rajya Sabha. And in fact, given the scale of unruliness, he has been suspended for the entire week. So, which means that today is Wednesday. Sanjay Singh stands suspended till Friday. This is for shouting slogans. This is for tearing papers and throwing them at the chair. So, this, in fact, Sanjay Singh has been suspended because he also, like others, participated in the ruckus inside the house, in the well of the house yesterday as well. So, it's a decision coming in after Deputy Chairman took the call. Now it seems that he does not want to leave, and that's why marshals have been called in. We have seen other opposition leaders, including the leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, saying that the members from the opposition benches should be allowed to make their point. But the fact is that unless the house is in order, and if the members do not allow the proceedings to go on, debate cannot happen. Remember, yesterday, for example, what was lost was a calling attention motion on a very important subject like the long COVID and its implications. It impacts a great mass of citizenry, and the members could have discussed that. Similarly, we have seen the issue of inflation that came up in 0 hour in Lok Sabha. Even that could not be discussed because the opposition MPs would not allow the House to be in order, essentially because they want a debate under Rule 267 in which the Finance Minister has to respond. But given the fact that she is down with COVID, unless she returns, the government cannot let the debate happen because it's the Finance Minister who has to reply to the debate that takes place. And it's a longish debate. Till that time, the other legislative agenda of the bill Parliament suffers. I think opposition is still in no mood to really engage with the government, and that's why this latest round of suspension is happening.
Right, Abhishek, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details. We are tracking that story very, very closely, viewers, and now we are also tracking those visuals, in fact, from yesterday where the ruckus had taken place there.
वो हम लोगों के सामने रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं क्योंकि संसद में हमारी बात सरकार सुन नहीं रही। वो हमारा संदेश है। और दूसरा कि ये जो पिछले 8 वर्ष से जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, इस दुरुपयोग के खिलाफ, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र को खतरा है, हम लोगों
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Now, viewers, cutting across to some more live images that we are getting from the national capital, where the drama continues as the Congress has been carrying out this protest. Satyagrah, they call it. These are the visuals of the Congress protest against the ED summons. Now, remember, Sonia Gandhi, in fact, had been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. She had been summoned for the 3rd day, and we had seen how there were statements from the Congress party claiming that this is the agenda of the central government for targeting Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi as well. And now we are seeing once again the Congress party had been saying that they will be coming out on the streets, and it seems that they have. However, ruckus being created by the Congress workers on the ground there, and not just the ground level cadre, but the big faces of the Congress party also there carrying out these kind of quote-unquote satyagraha protests that are turning quite violent, it seems, and we are seeing the kind of ruckus that is also breaking out with the Congress workers on the ground and the police officials who are now trying to detain them. You can see those visuals for yourself, viewers, from the national capital, who the Congress workers had been trying to carry out their marches to the President's house, and those are the live visuals of senior Congress leaders protesting against the Enforcement Directorate, it seems, since the posters are also against the Enforcement Directorate, and these are the leaders who are now had claimed that they will be marching towards the President's house, and the Congress workers on the ground also being detained by the police officials there, trying to contain the situation and making sure that the people who have been creating ruckus on the streets are detained.
संसद के जरिए लोगों तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सरकार अगर हमारी आवाज नहीं सुन रही और दमनकारी नीतियां अपना रही है तो उसके विरोध में हम लोगों ने गिरफ्तारी दी है। वो कोई बात नहीं, क्या 70 घंटे रख ले, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है? हो गया। अब आगे क्या रणनीति रहेगी? जब गिरफ्तारी होगी और तो क्या रणनीति रहेगी? हमने गिरफ्तारी दे दी है, हम राष्ट्रपति भवन जा रहे थे, हमको रोका गया है और हम लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। हमने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से गिरफ्तारी दे दी है।
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever.
Once again, viewers, to those dramatic images from the national capital that we're getting of the Congress protest that was being carried out with respect to the Enforcement Directorate summons to Sonia Gandhi. And now we have seen several statements from the political leaders of the Congress party also coming to light, where they had said that the Enforcement Directorate and agencies like that are actually being weaponized by the central government. And Harsha, my colleague, is also joining us on the broadcast from where these protests are being carried out. Harsha, speak to us about these images. We are seeing the Congress party workers, the cadre, being detained by the police, even senior leaders of the Congress party being detained by the police as well. What are they saying right now? They had been saying that the investigating agencies are being weaponized by the central government.
Exactly. From Sansad to Sarak, the marches can clearly be seen of Congress protesters, Congress leaders, Congress workers from Sansad till the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Yesterday also we saw same kind of similar visuals where we saw Rahul Gandhi along with high-weighted Congress leaders, be it Mallikarjun Kharge, be it Jairam Ramesh, be it KC Venugopal, be it Imran Pratap Gadi, all were there at Vijay Chowk protesting, marching from Parliament till Vijay Chowk. The kind of protest which they were doing. And the kind of protest which they were doing a sit-in dharna, all were detained. And today also we are seeing the visuals, the images from Vijay Chowk, how the march has started, from Parliament till Vijay Chowk, and they are marching today also till Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Congress leaders are again and again saying. So stay tuned, keep watching Republic TV for more updates.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the NDA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the secretary.
सरकारी दफ्तर, पुलिस लाइन, संसद का आखिर यही महत्व है कि वहाँ पे हमारे पास संख्या बल नहीं है, लेकिन कम से कम अपनी बात तो रख सकते हैं महंगाई को लेकर, बेरोजगारी को लेकर, ये अधिकार हमें मिले।
लेकिन जितेंद्र जी, एक बार फिर से आपको डिटेन किया गया है और अभी एक बात बार बार कही जा रही है कि असल में आप महंगाई की बात कर रहे हैं, जीएसटी की बात कर रहे हैं, निलंबन की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कहीं ना कहीं नाराजगी ईडी की पूछताछ को लेकर के भी
सरकार ये तो 2 दिन से हुई है पीडी की पूछताछ, ये तो 8 दिन से चल रहा है गतिरोध। सरकार चर्चा रख दे महंगाई पे, आज रख दे, बुला ले हमें पुलिस लाइन से, चर्चा करने में हम तैयार हैं।
तो आज के प्रोटेस्ट में ईडी की पूछताछ को लेकर के कोई एजेंडा नहीं है।
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the...
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Headlines at 1 p.m. Big win for the Enforcement Directorate. Top court bats for ED's rights to make arrests under PMLA. Huge blow to Karti, Mehbooba and Anil Deshmukh as top court delivers strong verdict in favor of ED. Sensational development as ED summons TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. Shocking case emerges from Dakshin Kannada district where BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary was butchered to death. Protests erupt and Section 144 put in place in Puttur district. Chief Minister Bommai assures culprits of the brutal killing will not be spared. No tolerance for unruly behaviour in Parliament. AAP MP Sanjay Singh now suspended. Barricades pushed and leaders detained. Complete mayhem breaks out in national capital as Congress Satyagraha continues. Good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Well, let's start then. Can't wait to catch up on the news. Do not now. Just open your browser, Google for Republic Livestream, and watch the news wherever you are. Republic Livestream is also available on most streaming platforms. Republic Livestream ensures HD news viewing experiences no matter what. Ask your OTT platform to connect with us. If you cannot find Republic Livestream on it, do not be denied of news anymore. And let's get started with breaking news coming in. Well, these are the visuals, dramatic visuals that are coming right now of the protests which are taking place outside the Congress headquarters in the national capital. So, as you can see, there is heavy security there, and top Congress leaders have been detained as they continue to protest despite no permission by the Delhi police. We have our reporters on the ground tracking all those updates for us. Madhurima is joining us live from the site where the protests have unfolded. Madhurima, if you could talk to us about the scenes you are seeing around you and also the name of the top Congress leaders who've been detained as we speak. Well, Harsha is also with us. Harsha, if you can talk to us about the visuals, the scenes that are playing out around you right now. We see that a lot of top leaders, Congress leaders, have been detained by the police there.
Exactly, Samiksha. The kind of protest, the kind of high voltage drama we saw yesterday from Sansad to Sadak. Yesterday also we saw how Rahul Gandhi was doing a sit-in protest along with Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday also KC Venugopal, Mallikarjun Kharge, Jairam Ramesh, Imran Pratap Gadi, Sachin Pilot and several Congress senior leaders were present, and they were detained yesterday also and taken to Kingsway police station. Today also a march from Sansad to Sadak is happening. Now today also the Congress leaders are marching from Parliament till Rashtrapati Bhavan. They clearly are stating that the misuse of agencies happening in this government. They are doing the misuse of agency, and not only this, a dictatorship can clearly be seen in this BJP regime. The kind of they are doing to malign the image of Congress entry President Sonia Gandhi. Though yet ED has got nothing. They didn't got anything in 2014 also, and now they are only misusing agency. These are the clear statements of Congress workers, and right also outside AICC office and outside Vijay Chowk also we are clearly seeing high voltage drama, lot of ruckus and chaos created by Congress workers. Though Section 144 have been imposed in entire Lutyens area,
yes,
be it the
Harsha,
ED, be it the Congress office, be it the Parliament area.
Yes. Just hold your thoughts there, Harsha. We'll come back to you. Well, these are the visuals. Let's take a closer look of the protests, the high drama that is unfolding in the national capital. Well, these are the visuals coming to you live from the national capital, where we can see the Congress workers staging a protest, and as we speak they are being detained, and even after being detained they are seen raising slogans. Harsha continues to be with us, getting all those live updates. Harsha, if you could talk to us, what is the reason behind these staging of protests? Because the ED calling the Congress chief Sonia Gandhi is in regard to the probe into the matter. What are the demands of the Congress leaders who are being detained at this point?
See, the Congress leaders are clearly demanding the time Rahul Gandhi was also being questioned by ED. Congress now is demanding that continuously. We have seen that how BJP is misusing ED and CBI in the mode of in the context of saying that money laundering has happened in National Herald case. Clearly, nothing has happened, and Sonia Gandhi also in the ED questioning has mentioned about Article 25A, which clearly says that non-profit organization like Young India Private Limited, nothing was done by Young India Private Limited by Congress shareholders to buy the assets of AJL properties worth rupees 2,000 crores. It is clearly understatement being made by BJP, and out of political vendetta and dictatorship they are trying to do this. And now also continuously since days after 21st July, from 21st July, clearly we have seen continuously day after day when Sonia Gandhi's call. Today is the third day. Yesterday also high voltage drama was seen. Today also a high voltage drama is being seen. Not only this, the Congress state CMs are also here. Ashok Gehlot was also available in Delhi. He was also outside AICC headquarters, clearly saying that misuse and dictatorship is being seen by BJP government, trying to malign the image of Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi. They have got no proofs. They have got no report which clearly proves that money laundering has happened in the National Herald case. And these are the visuals on Republic in your screen, where you are seeing the kind of sloganeering, showing of placards is happening by Congress leaders. Now they are being detained, but still they are sloganeering. Yesterday also we saw same sort of ruckus and chaos which was created, and today again we are seeing such high voltage drama in the vicinity of Lutyens, Delhi. Yes, Amiksha.
So we'll keep coming back to you, Harsha. They're getting us all those live updates as we speak. Congress marching to the President's house, and also a lot of Congress, senior Congress leaders that have also been detained by the Delhi police there as we speak. And moving on to another top story that we are focusing on, and this is the probe into the SSC recruitment scam. The visuals that are coming to you right now are of the ED raids which are currently being conducted. The ED raids at Arpita Mukherjee-owned production house. Arpita Mukherjee, of course, who is the close aide of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, who is also being interrogated as we speak. So the live visuals in which that are coming right now of all the latest developments. We have Priyanka getting us all the live updates. Priyanka, what is the latest that you are picking up? We understand that the ED is conducting raids at a production house owned by Arpita Chatterjee.
Right, Kamita. This kind of information that we are getting is only telling us, in fact, confirming to us that this entire scandal had just been the tip of the iceberg. The 20 crore that had been recovered.
The iceberg, the 20 crore that had been recovered, the 21 crore that had been recovered from inside of Arpita's residence had just been the tip of the iceberg. In fact, more and more properties are now being raided by the enforcement directorate, including these 4 apartments as well that were under the name of Arpita Mukherjee. And one of the flats, we are looking at the kind of exorbitance that we are seeing in the kind of properties that are being raided upon, because one of the flats, we are being told, was only for dogs. Now, apart from that, there were several other apartments that are under the name of Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, and this also confirms how there were several documents that had been seized by the enforcement directorate that had both the names of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as the undersigned who had owned these properties together. So the entire narrative that the TMC and the Partha Chatterjee had been trying to say to distance themselves from this entire scandal, and Partha Chatterjee trying to distance himself from Arpita. So all of that had come to light, but now that is this is a clincher because these are these properties that are being raided upon by the enforcement directorate since the tip-off that they have gotten just under one day of the interrogation that they carried out of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee together as well. And of course, the kind of confrontation that they also want to do with these two accused together in the interrogation is also to find out if there were any discrepancies in the statements by both of these accused with respect to the properties that they had owned, with respect to the financial transactions that had been done. Because remember, Samiksha, Enforcement Directorate is investigating this entire money trail. They are looking into the dubious financial transactions that had been made and the money laundering that had been done via several companies that had been established under the name of these two accused and several other counterparts as well. So all of that is now coming to the foray with these raids that we are tracking, where the Enforcement Directorate has found out these two apartments that they are raiding upon right now. But that is just the tip of the iceberg, Samiksha, that we have been saying time and time again, because more properties. Let's remember the BCM school property as well that had come under the purview of the investigation, in which that is amount of around rupees 45 crore itself. Now, apart from that, we are seeing how multiple level developments when it comes to the investigation are taking place, because these raids are going on at one point and the other. We are seeing that the TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya and the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board, in fact, has been summoned to the Enforcement Directorate. He will be asked questions. So now we are seeing a clear link that will start to emerge between the entire money trail, the dubious financial transaction and the SSC scandal as well. So whether this money laundering that had been done was related to the SSC scandal is also something that will be determined. But as of now, we are seeing the Enforcement Directorate following the money, and that is why we're seeing these raids being conducted.
Well, thank you, Priyanka, for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So, Priyanka, they're getting us all those updates from Kolkata. And as you can see, the visuals of the raids that are currently underway, in which stunning details that are now emerging, that an apartment that was specially kept for dogs by Partha Chatterjee's aide, that is Arpita Mukherjee. And more breaking updates coming in. This one with regard to the BJP Yuva Morcha leader who was hacked to death in Karnataka, and a big development in this case. What we are told is that it was a hate attack, and Chief Minister Bommai, a big statement there by the Karnataka Chief Minister that it could be a hate killing, a pre-planned attack on the BJP leader. So closely tracking all the updates coming on that story. In fact, we are told final rights of the BJP leader is underway as we speak. In fact, situation remains tense as we speak in Puttur area, where the leader was hacked to death, was butchered, and the visuals also showing you the protests and the massive uproar over the killing of the BJP leader. We'll go across to Sagai as well to get us more information. We have Sagai with us live. Sagai, take it away. We understand that a big revelation, a big statement that has been made by Chief Minister Bommai. Take us through all the latest that you're picking up.
See, the mortal remains of Praveen Nettar has reached Bellare, and you can see the large number of gathering here who are protesting in front of Bellare Circle in the city market. And if you notice, there are large number of BJP and Hindu activists who are gathered here demanding justice. And you can see there, everybody is standing there and extending their support and asking the government to act on this. The emotions are high, emotions are high. People are sensitive, and their only voice is that there should be action taken against these people, and they demand justice. And as you said, that Chief Minister, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that probably this might be hate crime, and this all subject to investigation. So far, 15 people have been detained for questioning, and 5 different teams has been formed to investigate further. So far, no arrest has been made, but there is some kind of progress where 15 people have been arrested. You can see here the emotions are quite high. The entire Bellare area have called for a volunteer ban, and none of the shops are open. Everybody is here in the circle to extend their support. And see, one of their person who was walking yesterday is no more today, and they are upset that this is the kind of situation which exists in Mangaluru. Remember, last week also there was a murder which was being reported of Masood. Following that, there is one more murder, a span of a month. 2 murders have been reported in the same area. And you can see over there, these are pro-Hindu activists as well as BJP workers who are protesting. The emotions are high. They are demanding that the people whoever have killed their colleague, their friend, their family member should be brought in the books, and the law should take its own course of action. They are also demanding that the BJP government has not done anything for the Hindu activists. Nothing has been done for the BJP workers, and their voice is simple, that they need justice and the assailants should be arrested as soon as possible.
Well, yes, Sagai, as you are showing to us, these are visuals of, as you're telling us, pro-Hindu activists who are staging a protest demanding justice for the BJP worker who was butchered. If you could tell us any clue with regard to those accused, has the police been able to gather any evidence with regard to those accused in the brutal murder of the BJP leader?
See, as of now, what we get to learn from the police sources is that this particular area, Bellare, is very close to Kerala, and the assailants who came in the bike, there were 3 people who came in the bike and attacked Praveen, had a Kerala registration vehicle. So police is trying to investigate in all possible angles who might have executed this particular murder. And what we also get to learn is it is a planned murder. According to one of the police sources here, the murderers seem to be an expert who have involved in this, because they have professionally attacked him and murdered him. And he was, though they have been shifted, though Praveen was shifted to hospital, but still they have ensured that he is not alive when they attack him. And if you notice here, the emotions are quite high amongst the supporters, family members and friends of Praveen Nettar. There are a large number of people who are gathered. And as I speak, the investigation is under progress. 144 section has been imposed across Bellare, Sulya and Puttur area, and people are requested to maintain law and order. So far, apart from one particular incident of pelting stones on the buses, no other untoward incident has been reported. A procession was took out from Puttur to Bellare. Now it has reached his hometown. From here, the mortal remains will be taken to his residence.
Yes, Sagai, those are the scenes that you're getting to us of the massive gathering that can be seen, people demanding justice for the BJP leader. Sagai, if you could once again take us through the sequence of events, if you could tell us the time as well as to at what time did this particular incident, the brutal attack, happen on the BJP leader?
Let me give you a glimpse of what has happened a few weeks back. There was a case of a murder which was being reported in same area, that is Bellare area, where a person who was a youth is a teenage Masood was been murdered, and subsequently police had arrested 8 people in connection with that particular murder. At that point of time, there were a large number of people who had gathered in front of hospital, including SDPI and PFI members who had demanded justice. And after there was some kind of assurance given by the Tehsildar and a compensation was announced, his mortal remains was taken by the family members. And at that point of time, the emotions were quite high, where people had warned that there might be some kind of consequences the people have to face. Now, after 2 to 3 weeks, another incident has been reported of a murder of BJP leader. So far, the background of this particular investigation is not been revealed by the police. Police is trying to investigate in all possible angles. 1, whether they had any political enmity. 2, whether it is a hate crime. 3, whether it is a revenge crime. So these are through 3 different theories where police is trying to investigate and ascertain what really went wrong. And they have also detained 15 people so far for questioning. No arrest has been made. Only 15 people have been detained, and all of them are being questioned by the police. 5 different special teams has been formed, because people who had come in the bike, they had planned their execution of this particular murder, and immediately they ran away from that particular place. Now we can see the emotions are quite high. The BJP workers, along with pro-Hindu activists, are on the streets demanding justice. They want justice from their own government. They want justice from their leader. They
Yes.
want answers from their leader, what they're going to reply to these people. And these workers are claiming that they have given blood, sweat and heart, everything to their party, but their own party workers are being killed and no
Yes.
safety for them.
All right, Sagai, thank you so much. So, Sagai, they're getting us live updates from that very spot where the protests are taking place in Dakshin Kannada, where a BJP worker was hacked to death with lethal weapons by assailants. A quick roundup of all that's making news. The Supreme Court today has upheld the Enforcement Directorate's power to inquire, arrest and attach property under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The Supreme Court has also specified that it is not mandatory for ED officers to disclose a ground of arrest at the time of detaining an accused in a money laundering case.
Now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction, and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land.
Congress interim chief Sonia Gandhi is being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the money laundering scam probe. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday questioned Sonia Gandhi for over 6 hours and today she's being quizzed for the second time in connection to the money laundering case. As Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today again, mayhem was seen in the national capital where the youth Congress workers were seen blocking the train. In fact, in Mumbai also similar scenes were seen where the Congress workers were seen blocking the train in Mumbai's Borivali station. Mumbai police officials meanwhile lathi charged the Congress workers who were protesting against the ED summons to Sonia Gandhi. One of the accused in the Amravati hate-killing case was attacked in Mumbai's Arthur Road jail by a group of prisoners. Accused Shahrukh Pathan was kept in barrack number 7, was attacked early this morning by fellow inmates. Meanwhile, police have registered a case against the prisoners. Republic Bangla team confronted Partha Chatterjee today where he indicated that he is unwell despite AIMS clearance. Republic is also trailing aide Arpita, who was seen weeping, shedding tears inside the car. West Bengal Minister, meanwhile, Partha Chatterjee was, arrested by the ED in connection with Bengal SSC recruitment scam as well as aide Arpita Mukherjee.
পার্থদা শরীর ঠিক আছে আপনার? শরীর ঠিক আছে? ভালো নেই আপনি? কেন দাদা, কি হয়েছে? দাদা অর্পিতাকে কিছুভাবে চিনতেন আপনি? দাদা কিছু কি বলবেন আপনি? পার্থদা একটা মিনিট, পার্থদা কিছু কি বলবেন? বলতে চান আপনি কিছু? বলতে চান আপনি?
BJP workers and pro-Hindu activists staged protest in Dakshin Kannada against the murder of BJP worker Praveen Nettar. Praveen Nettar was district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha, was killed at around 8 p.m. on Tuesday night. A day after a BJP youth wing worker was hacked to death in Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka, an incident of stone pelting was also reported in Puttur area. The BJP youth wing worker, remember, was attacked by assailants while he was returning home from after closing his shop. Meanwhile, the police is interrogating the matter. Stepping up protests against Arvind Kejriwal-led AAP government's new liquor policy in the national capital, the BJP, while claiming that the government has commissioned thousands of crores by colluding with the liquor mafia, staged a massive protest in Delhi outside AAP's headquarters.
सोनिया गांधी से सवाल हो रहे इसलिए सोनिया गांधी से सवाल हो रहे इसलिए
चलिए भाई साहब
बताइए
आइए चलना
सोनिया गांधी से सवाल हो रहे इसलिए बताइए ना सर
चर्चा हो चर्चा हो
चर्चा हो चर्चा हो
बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो ठीक है क्या
So the visuals that are coming to you are from the national capital, where the Congress leaders are being detained as they continue to stage a protest over ED summons to Sonia Gandhi. Remember, Sonia Gandhi is being quizzed in connection to the National Herald scam, and as you can see in the visuals, even as security has been heightened, you can see how the Congress leaders continue to stage protests, raising slogans with the summons to Sonia Gandhi, and for which they are now being detained as we speak. Top Congress leaders are being detained as we speak. So in the visuals, you can see how the top Congress leaders are being detained for staging a protest. In fact, not just in the national capital, protests are being staged by the Congress workers across the country, what they term as satyagraha. In fact, we'll go across to our reporters as well in just a bit, but those are the visuals. Several visuals, such visuals that are coming of the protest being staged by the Congress across the country. So the visuals of the protest being staged and several Congress leaders also being detained as we speak. And before we slip into a very short break, getting in visuals of ITBP personnel hoisting the tricolour up and high on the mountains.
माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, आईटीबीपी की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then
Congress was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel. बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है.
Was Suchita Dalal the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan?
Big win for ED. Top court bat for ED's right to make arrest under PMLA. Huge blow to Karti Mehbooba and Anil Deshmukh as top court delivers strong verdict in favor of ED. Sensational development as ED summons TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya. Sources say that he may be brought face to face with Partho Chatterjee. Shocking case emerges out of Dakshin Kannada district with the BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary being butchered to death.
प्रवीण भाई अमर रहे, अमर रहे, अमर रहे, अमर रहे, अमर रहे.
Massive protests have erupted as Section 144 has been put in place in Puttur district. CM Bommai assures culprits of the brutal killing will not be spared. No tolerance for unruly behavior in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh now suspended. Barricades broken and leaders detained. Complete mayhem breaks out in national capital as Congress Satyagraha continues. Well, viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. At Republic, we know that you live busy lives. We know that sitting in front of the TV to catch up with the news is not always possible. We know that you want the news on the go, and that's why we have rolled out Republic live stream. Stream news wherever you want, when you want, with no compromise on quality. Getting news updates has never been simpler on Republic TV. Well, let's have a look at what's breaking right now. Some more information is coming in, and this time from Hyderabad. Sources have said that ED raids have been conducted at 8 locations in the Hyderabad city, including Chikoti Praveen's residence in IS Sadan and in the residence of Madhav Reddy as well. Now, Chikoti Praveen had recently organized a casino in Nepal twice, and there is information that several VIPs had visited there. Chikoti Praveen, along with few others, was organizing a casino for VIPs in Nepal, Bangladesh and Indonesia, which was noticed by the ED. It is alleged that in the last Sankranti festival, Praveen organized a casino at a place there as well, where YSR CP minister was also in fact facing allegations that a casino was organized in his function. I would want to go across to Aneri now, who's joining me live. Aneri, take us through the details of these raids which are happening, ED conducting raids in Hyderabad. Who exactly is Chikoti Praveen?
গাড়ি গাড়ি ছেড়ে দিতে মধ্যে ভাঙছে ইডি পার্থদা पार्थदा बहुत दादा कुछ कहना चाहिए दादा दादा आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे अपने बारे में दादा क्या हुआ गाड़ी आगे करो सावधान सावधान सावधान
Visuals on your screen of Partho leaving after his medical test. The medical test is over, and those visuals there on your screen. Remember that as these proceedings are happening, as ED is probing the case and interrogation continues, there was an order that a medical test should happen after every 48 hours. So right now another medical test has happened for Partho Chatterjee, who is in fact one of the accused in the case. All right, Kishore is joining me live right now. Kishore, take us through exactly what we're seeing on the screens. What next for Partho Chatterjee after his medical test is over, and what exactly, when can we expect the results of the medical test?
These regular medical tests, as has been instructed by the High Court, is done already, and Partho Chatterjee is taken out of the Joka ESI hospital. Right now, he will be heading back to the ED office in CGO complex in Salt Lake City, and we can expect that there will be interrogation again, and CBI ED officials will again ask Partho Chatterjee about different questions regarding the investigation. Also, we are expecting that Manik Bhattacharya, MLA of Polashipara, and Partho Chatterjee will be brought together for a joint interrogation. What we understand right now is that the regular physical tests or medical tests that will happen after every 48 hours will be a regular routine for Partho Chatterjee now, because it's instructed by the High Court already that both Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee has to go through these medical tests, and the reports won't be brought public. It's only for the use of ED officials and the doctors who are taking care of Partho Chatterjee. Right now, Partho Chatterjee is heading back to the ED office, and we have seen that how 6 ED teams are raiding different locations in West Bengal, including Orpita Mukherjee's other house and apartments, her father's house, and Partho Chatterjee's other properties that are there throughout the city. Right now, Partho Chatterjee heading back to the ED office at CGO complex, and Orpita Mukherjee is probably still inside, and she will also come out in a while, and both of them will be taken for further interrogations at ED office. Back to the studio.
Right. Now we also know that another TMC leader, Manik Bhattacharya, will face the heat of the ED as well, and also they'll be interrogated face-to-face interrogation. Partho Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya. When can we expect that to happen right now? Also, Kishore, the visuals we're seeing on the screen also, points towards what Partho has been saying for a very long time, that he's unwell. So that is why I had asked you that when the results would come out of the test, because time and again the medical tests have proven that he is completely fine, and the interrogation continues.
Exactly, as you rightly said, that in Bhubaneswar, the doctors completely agreed that Partho Chatterjee does not have any serious illness. He can be brought back to Kolkata for further interrogation. However, before that, SSKM doctors said that he is not quite well for interrogation. He was admitted to the ICU. So we see that difference there, as you rightly pointed out. Right now, Partho Chatterjee is heading back to CGO office, CGO complex in Kolkata, Salt Lake City, where ED will be interrogating him, and we are getting to know from our sources that Manik Bhattacharya, who is MLA of Polashipara and also the ex-chairman of the Primary Board of Education in West Bengal, he is already present in the ED office. He is being interrogated. Right now, we are expecting a very important interrogation where Partho Chatterjee
and Manik Bhattacharya will be jointly interrogated by the ED officials. What we understand that ED officials are giving importance to a very very important key documents that they in Partho Chatterjee's house, Orpita Mukherjee's house and Manik Bhattacharya's house. These documents include the black diary which they recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's house, where there were details about all the candidates whom these people allegedly recruited in the College and School Service Commission
Commission
posts.
We're getting all those updates. Yeah, thank you, Kishile. I'm sorry we are running out of time right now. They are getting some more breaking news, but thank you, Kishile. We keep tracking this big story on Republic TV. Now, another breaking input coming in. Sources have told that ED raids have been conducted at 8 locations in Hyderabad city, including Chikoti Praveen's residence. Now, I want to go to Aneri, who's joining me live. Aneri, these raids are being connected to Chikoti Praveen. Who is Chikoti Praveen and why was he raided?
Well, Shivangi, first we have been seeing there are raids, ED raids, which have been conducted here at 8 different locations, and one of the locations is Saidabad. As we continue to report from here, this is the location, this is the residence of Chikoti Praveen, who used to organize casinos at various places, including Nepal, Bangladesh and Indonesia. So, we have been seeing that as of now, according to our sources, what we have learnt is that Chikoti Praveen had recently organized casino in Nepal in twice, and then thereafter we had seen that there were few VIPs who had also taken part in that casino, and earlier also Chikoti Praveen along with few other people had organized casinos in Nepal, Bangladesh and Indonesia, and which was noticed by ED. And so as of now, ED raids are being conducted here at Chikoti Praveen's residence and also Madhav Reddy's residence in Boyenpalli area. So we have been seeing as of now that there are raids going on, but more information yet to get in this regard.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a Class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want.
Viewers, the BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen has been hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. I want to go straight to Sagay Raj, who's tracking this development very closely from Mangaluru. Sagay, what's the update from ground? All right, we'll just go over to Sagay right now, but you're getting those visuals there as well, viewers, of the BJP leader who was hacked to death there. Now, following the incident, the security has been, in fact, beefed up in Mangaluru. Section 144 has been imposed as well, and 3 taluks of Dakshin Kannada district called for a volunteer bandh. So, in fact, those 3 taluks will be shut today, and the protests are continuing there, as you can see on your screens, against the BJP leader's death. 2 private education institutions have declared holiday as well, and Vivekananda and Ambika institutions will not conduct any classes today. So this massive anger over the killing of the BJP Yuva Morcha leader there in Karnataka coming in. Those visuals there on your screen of this murder which has taken place, and Sagay Raj is getting us all those updates. Sagay, take us through what's happening on ground, Sagay.
See, we are at Bellary Junction in Dakshin Kannada district, and you can see the large number of supporters who had gathered here in this particular junction. They are demanding justice. They wanted their representative, their BJP leaders to act on this. They are shouting anti-slogans against their own leader and against their own party members, stating that nothing has been done by the BJP party, nothing has been done by the government to take care of their own workers. And you can see here, they are also trying to get out the vehicles of the BJP leaders as well as party workers here in this junction, stating that they haven't done anything, and they say that they have been working hard from past few years, but on ground they have not got anything over here. Large number of people are gathered here, and you can see here they are saying that their leader have to do something. Sir, क्या डिमांड है आपका, क्या चाहिए?
सर नहीं मालूम अभी क्या है, एक आदमी बीजेपी का मुखंडा वो खत्म किया वाला, कांग्रेस वाला, मुस्लिमों वाला है, पागल वाला.
So this is the voice of the people. They are demanding justice. They are stating that nothing has been done by their own government and their own party to take care and safeguard their leaders. There are large number of protesters from pro-Hindu organizations as well as BJP workers who are protesting in this particular junction in Bellary.
So again, we can see massive anger where you are. We can see massive anger there where you are, Sagay. And when it comes to the investigation, take us through exactly what is happening, because the Deputy Commissioner Mangaluru is saying that the investigation will take place. Where is it heading to at this point of time, Sagay?
See, as of now, you can see that they have detained 15 people in connection with this particular murder, and they have been detained for questioning. And there are also 5 special team which has been formed to nab the culprits. The investigation is on across the state and across the border of Kerala, because what we get to learn through our police sources is the assailants who came in bike had KL registration, and the police is also examining the CCTV footage in and around that particular area to find out these assailants. There were 3 people on the bike, and they had a pre-planned this particular murder and executed their plan yesterday night when Praveen Nettar came out of his poultry shop after end of the day, and they had murdered him, and when he was shifted to hospital, he had succumbed to the injuries.
Once again, we are seeing visuals on a screen where you are. Of course, there seems to be a lot of anger there and tension gripping Karnataka after the BJP worker was brutally hacked to death last night. Sagay is getting us all those updates, and protesters demanding that we want justice. That is the demand at this point of time, Sagay. Also, Sagay, just one quick question before we let you go and cover those protests there on ground. We're getting all those visuals for our viewers right now. First on Republic, we're streaming this live as this happens. Please tell us a little bit more about what the demands are of the protesters at this point of time. Of course, they want justice for the murder which has taken place, but what else are they saying?
They are saying that their leaders have not acted on them. They only reach out to them only during the elections, and they are shouting anti-slogans against BJP and their own government and their own minister from this particular constituency, and they are also shouting slogans against the MLAs who have won 6 times from this particular constituency, stating that they haven't done anything. It is only during the election time they reach out to them, but nothing has been done so far for the safety and safety of the people as well as their workers.
Yuva Morcha members have also, in fact, tendered the resignation against the murder of Praveen Nettar. We're getting some more news right now. Sagay, if you could just take us through the latest update which is coming in, that they have alleged that they don't have any safety from their own government and party, Sagay.
Resignation. In fact, they have also forwarded the resignation to their BJP leader, stating that there is no safety for their own party members, there is no safety for pro-Hindu activists who work for the party, and there is a mass resignation which was being tendered by these Yuva Morcha in Chikmagaluru district. As we speak now, you can see the protesters are gathering in large number. For more updates, keep watching Republic TV.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news and brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese ambassador.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Viewers, ED will be filing a charge sheet against Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain and his business associates in the money laundering case. Shravan Sen takes us to the details. Shravan.
Well, in fact, we can now confirm that the charge sheet is expected to be filed post-lunch, is what we are being told. This would be against Satyendra Jain as well as his business associates, Ankush Jain and Vaibhav Jain. Details that are basically emerging is that this is pertaining to the money laundering case, particularly about the 4 companies which the enforcement and directed suspects was basically used for money laundering.
All right, thank you, Shravan, for joining us there and getting us the details. A mega ED action expected today. ED will be filing the charge sheet against Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain and his business associates in the money laundering case. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador to Myanmar and Iran.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Big win for ED. Top court bats for ED's right to make arrests under PMLA. Huge blow to Karti, Mehbooba and Anil Deshmukh as top court delivers strong verdict in favor of ED. Sensational development as ED summons TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya. Sources say that he may be brought face to face with Partho Chatterjee. Shocking case emerges out of Dakshin Kannada district with a BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary being butchered to death.
And you can see there, everybody is standing there and extending their support and asking the government to act on this. Mai has said that probably this might be hate crime, and no arrest has been made, but there is some kind of progress.
Massive protests have erupted and Section 144 has been put in place in Puttur district. CM Bobai assures culprits of the brutal killing will not be spared. Viewers, ED will be filing the charge sheet against Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain and his business associates in the money laundering case expected to be filed post 2 p.m. Satyendra Jain was arrested by the ED. Later, his business associates Ankush Jain and Vaibhav Jain were also arrested. Visuals there on the screen as well of Satyendra Jain, who in fact is under the ED scanner. And the statement of Satyendra Jain will be recorded. I would like to go across to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, for all the details. This is the big lead that we're getting. Shravan, take us to the details.
So, in fact, some of the details that we have got with regards to the charge sheet that is going to be filed by the enforcement directorate against Satyendra Jain, essentially they are focused on 4 companies that were set up by the Jains starting from 2011, 12, and 2015 and 2016. These are basically shell companies which the enforcement directorate says that did no business but essentially laundered money. The details of the money laundering. Now, in the year 2011-2012, these companies essentially laundered about 11.78 crore rupees. Between 2015 and 2016, these companies laundered about 4.63 crore rupees. Now, if you go by what Satyendra Jain was essentially claiming, is that he quit as the director of these companies as soon as he entered public life in 2013, but sources essentially indicating that it is Jain's family who controlled and had a majority stake in these 4 shell companies. In fact, Poonam Jain was also called in for questioning by the enforcement directorate, but like what she said before the income tax department, she says that she had no link whatsoever, and the fact that she is a housewife. But some details thereafter that emerged from the investigation is that she claims she is a housewife, but on 28th of June 2013, Satyendra Jain had received about 1.5 lakh rupees, which was transferred by Poonam Jain. On 16th of January 2015, 20 lakh rupees was transferred to Satyendra Jain by his wife, Poonam. on 17th of Jan 2015, 16.5 lakh rupees from his daughter was sent to Satyendra Jain. Now, through these shell companies, Satyendra Jain had basically purchased over 200 bighas on the outskirts of Delhi.
Right,
now,
Shravan.
that is worth about 23 crore rupees.
Right, Shravan, thank you for getting us all those details. Satyendra's a charge sheet today. Mega ED action expected. That's a big story we have been tracking here on Republic TV. So this is, in fact, one of the top stories. But right now, let's go over right now to Karnataka, where there's a massive controversy which is coming in. And it's breaking out over the murder of that BJP worker. Union Minister is hinting now at a role of a PFI and SDPI in that murder which has taken place in Karnataka, and tension has gripped. As you can see very clearly on your screen, tension has gripped Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district after the local BJP worker was brutally hacked to death last night. You can see that there's some lathi charge also happening. Visuals coming in from Dakshin Kannada. And live shots, there are live visuals coming in, viewers, live visuals coming in of tension, of protests which are happening in Dakshin Kannada in Karnataka after that BJP worker was brutally hacked to death last night. Apparently, according to the police, motorcycle-born killers attacked Praveen Nettar, a member of the BJP's youth wing of the BJP Yuva Morcha, while he was returning home on his bike after shutting his shop. And just after that, they attacked him. Right now, of course, there's massive anger, massive controversy over the Karnataka murder which is taking place. And the latest that we are getting for you, only on Republic TV, breaking first, is the Union Minister is hinting right now that there could be a role, a hand there behind of the PFI and the SDPI. At the same time, we are seeing that massive controversy and protests are breaking out, lathi charge happening as well. Many people have been detained in this case, as well as investigations are also continuing in this case.
Not this morning, but in fact, the very last minute.
Sagay joining me. Sagay, you have been tracking this story from ground. You were telling us and covering for us a protest. But we are seeing more visuals on our screen right now of lathi charge. Take us through what we are seeing on our screens.
The protester turned violent here in Bellare Junction, where they pelted stone on a community place here in Bellare, and immediately police acted and resorted to lathi charge to disperse the crowd. This crowd turned violent and they pelted stone on one of the places here in Bellare, and immediately the police acted on them and dispersed the crowd with lathi charge. You can see here a few of them were injured in this particular incident, and the vehicles, everything was damaged in this lathi charge. You can see here the police are up in arms to disperse the crowd. The crowd which was peacefully protesting here had turned violent, and you can see here people are injured.
ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೊಡೆದ ಸರ್, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೊಡೆದದ್ದು. ನಾವು ಏನು ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ, ನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು.
Okay, they are saying that the police have resorted to lathi charge, and that is the reason he was injured. You can see here they are carrying him. The protesters were protesting peacefully, and suddenly they turned violent, and that's when the police resorted to lathi charge. They started to pelt stone on a place, and that's the reason the police have resorted to lathi charge. You can now see now the situation seems to be quite sensitive. The emotions are quite high amongst the people. There are a large number of people who are gathering now. They are shouting anti-slogans against the police as well, for police to resort to lathi charge and disperse the crowd here. The situation seemed to be out of control for a while now, but police was immediately called into action and dispersed the crowd. You can see here now the protesters are furious against the police for resorting lathi charge. You can see here there are more people who are coming here in front of the circle and protesting against the police lathi charge. You can see here the vehicles, the traffic jam, everything seemed to be a chaos in Bellare Junction in Dakshin Kannada district, where large number of people are gathered and protesting against Praveen Nettar's murder last night.
So again, we can clearly see, and you're getting us those visuals live for our viewers, where the protests have somewhat turned violent, like Sergey is telling us. But Sergey, we're getting some fresh updates as well in this case. The Union Minister there hinting at the role of PFI and SDPI, Sergey. All right, we will just get Sergey back. He is getting us all the details from ground, from Dakshin Kannada in Karnataka, where protests are happening. You can see the visuals on your screen. Now, some of the protests have turned violent. We showed you that those visuals just a short while back. There was some lathi charge happening there as well. But mostly they have been peaceful protests, like Sergey is saying, who's a correspondent on ground. Multiple updates coming in this case. Union Minister there hinting at a role of PFI and SDPI in the case as well, and saying that the Kerala government is shielding the groups. Sergey is joining me back. Sergey, now this is a fresh update coming in the murder case of the BJP youth worker, that there could be some shielding of these groups. Union Minister has said that the role of PFI and SDPI could be involved. They could be involved in this case. Sergey, what are the details you're picking up?
Now we can see the furious protesters are gathered in front of Bellare Circle, protesting against police for them to resort to lathi charge and disperse the crowd. आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि जो भी protesters यहाँ पे शांतिपूर्वक से protest कर रहे थे, ये लोग हिंसाचार में चल गए थे, पत्थरबाजी किया था, तुरंत पुलिस ने इनके ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया और इन protester को यहाँ से disperse करने को ट्राई किया था. आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं protest गुस्से में है पुलिस के ऊपर कि उन्होंने इनके ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया था और इनके ऊपर ऐसा हिंसाचार किया था. और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि बहुत लोग जुड़े हुए हैं यहाँ पे बल्लारे सर्कल के सामने, जहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और जस्टिस का मांग रखे हुए हैं. 2-3 लोगों को इस प्रोटेस्ट में और पत्थरबाजी में चोट भी लगा था, मगर इमीडिएटली पुलिस वाले ने उनको नज़दीक हॉस्पिटल को शिफ्ट किया हुआ है. फिलहाल के लिए यहाँ पे थोड़ा सिचुएशन केओस है, मगर एवरीथिंग अंडर कंट्रोल.
All right, Sergey, thank you for getting those details. Let's have a look at what Prahlad Joshi, Union Minister, said. He has said that there's some police investigations going on, but there is a hint of a PFI link as well. Let's listen in, viewers.
ये तो केरल के लिंक है. ऐसे इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो एसडीपीआई और पीएफआई का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में. पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहा है. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
What he's basically also saying that all these elements are getting this.
All right, so we just heard Prahlad Joshi there speak, viewers. Sergey, I also want to get you back in. Sergey continues to be live with us and getting us exclusive visuals from Dakshin Kannada and Karnataka, where these protests are happening. Tension has gripped Karnataka after the BJP youth workers' brutal murder. Sergey, we just heard Prahlad Joshi speak, where he said that there are initial reports of a PFI link, and PFI and SDPI is being supported by the Kerala government. This is a big news coming in and really gives an insight of how the investigation will take a turn in the future. Sergey, take us to the details. is on ground right now. He's covering those protests which are happening on ground live and getting us those visuals live for you viewers. You can see that the protests are continuing in Dakshina, Kannada and Karnataka. It's a massive controversy also erupting over the Karnataka murder which has taken place. That is the latest update where Prahlad Joshi, Union Minister, has hinted at a SDPI and PFI link. And in fact, the investigation is also continuing. To give you a background on what's happening, Karnataka BJP youth workers murder has triggered a big protest there in Karnataka. As you can see on your screen, there have been protests, there have been stone pelting, violence as well. We showed you those live visuals when the violence had taken place, where a couple of protesters were being lathi charged by the police, and tensions continuing in Karnataka and Mangaluru, in several parts of Karnataka as well. What we know is that according to the police, the motorcycle-borne killers attacked the BJP worker. He was a member of the BJP's youth wing while he was returning home on his bike. That's when the attack had taken place. Multiple police teams are tracking down the killers right now. Certain people have been detained in this case so far for questioning. And the big story at this hour is that the protests are continuing as well. The protests are continuing over the brutal killing. Massive anger on the streets, massive anger in several districts of Karnataka. Tension has gripped Karnataka, where stone pelting, violence and protests are continuing. All right, we're being joined by Ashwin, who's joining us. Ashwin, we are getting the fresh updates on the massive controversy which is erupted over the Karnataka murder, that there could be a SDPI and PFI link behind the brutal murder of a BJP youth worker who was hacked to death. Could you just take us through the details that you're picking up?
One of the main allegations which the Union Minister has put forward is that the Kerala government is supporting such radical elements in the state. And it was just at the time when there has been, the police has also sent a team to even probe the accused, the murderers in this case, have fled to Kerala, because there are indications which suggest that the bike in which these assailants came were on a Kerala registered bike. So saying that, with also needs to be pointed out the Kerala government's attitude towards handling radical elements like PFI, because the current government headed by Pinarayi Vijayan, as per our sources, some of the media had even reported on 20th of June there was an important meeting which the DGP of the state had wanted to call to discuss about how to handle PFI and SDPI in the state. And as per the local reports and some of the media reports, it has been stated that the Chief Minister of Kerala did not even attend this meeting. So this was a meeting that was scheduled on 20th of June. So now the statement by the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has also again pointed fingers at the way the Kerala administration is handling the PFI. Now that needs to be stated that the previous communist government headed by V.S. Achyutanandan has never allowed even a single program of public programs of PFI to take place in Kerala. But all those have changed ever since the new leadership under Pinarayi Vijayan came into the state, and he has been allowing all the programs. Remember the program held in Alappuzha, which created a much more stir. There are lots of programs which are being conducted by the PFI and SDPI. But now what is more important is, if you look at the way these murders have been committed, it certainly does have follow-up pattern. As somebody who has been following the spate of murders that has happened in Kerala, it certainly looks like there may be links to the PFI and SDPI in this that needs to be ascertained by the police. But the indications suggest...
Yes, Ashwin, I would like to come back to you just in a second, because I'm being joined by S. Prakash, BJP Karnataka spokesperson with us. Well, thank you for joining us. What is the reaction coming in? Because apparently what we are learning so far is that there could be a PFI and SDPI angle in this brutal murder of a BJP youth worker.
No, even in the past, in the several murders they have engineered, the PFI and SDPI links have surfaced. And it is a terror organization without doubt about it. It is time they should be booked under a UAPA, and even the state government should recommend to ban these organizations once and for all.
Yes, Mr. Prakash, but when it comes to the murder which has taken place, we are seeing also a lot of protests and reactions coming in there from Karnataka itself. What do you think that really tells about the state of affairs at this point of time when a youth worker from the BJP is hacked to death by a couple of motorcycle-born killers?
Certainly, the BJP youth wing activists are very much anguished and agitated. Their own person is being brutally killed in South Canara, which is a stronghold of Bharatiya Janata Party. The government should definitely act swiftly and arrest all those who are behind this murder, and they should be brought to the justice at the earliest. The case cannot prolong until and unless the quick justice is delivered. We can expect many more such incidents. The communal organizations encouraged by PFI, SDPI and some other political leaders are clearly responsible for deterioration of the situation in South Canara and even in the neighboring Kerala state.
All right, thank you, S. Prakash, BJP spokesperson there, joining us on this top story that we have been tracking here. Now let's move on to the other big story that we have been tracking, and this time what we're learning is that Delhi Minister charge sheeted. Satyendra Jain has been charge sheeted. Viewers, big news coming at this point of time, and senior editor Shravan Sen will take us through all the details. Shravan, over to you. What are we learning in this big story?
Well, in fact, Shivaji, the latest details now coming in is that the enforcement directorate has filed the charge sheet in a special court in the national capital. This is against Minister Satyendra Jain and his business associates Vaibhav and Ankush Jain. We can understand that 4 companies, which the enforcement directorate basically suspects, were companies that were floated by Satyendra Jain, and these were nothing but shell companies because primarily they did no business. They were essentially utilized for laundering money. In fact, in the charge sheet, we are being told that between 2015-2016, between 2013 and 2014, the amount of money that has been laundered has also been put out. In fact, we are being told by our sources that about 11.8 crore rupees is in the first year, and thereafter, with each passing year, we're given to understand that they have also been able to put across the money trail following the investigation. Now, the other important bit is that the claim that was basically made by Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party is that he had essentially stepped down as the director of the company after he took over as a minister. Having said that, they say that this was a technical resignation, primarily because these companies were essentially being controlled by Jain and Jain's family members and not just the business associates. In fact, they've also come across transactions that were taking place from Poonam Jain's account to Satyendra Jain's accounts, and not just Poonam Jain, but also Satyendra Jain's daughters, where we've been told that there were money transfer that had taken place. Poonam Jain was also called in for questioning by the enforcement director because, remember, she's also been a stakeholder in some of these companies. In fact, she still maintains that she is a housewife and she had absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with these very companies. A similar sort of a statement that she had also given before the income tax department. But in this particular charge sheet, what they have essentially done is that they've also put out details with regards to where exactly did the money come from and which are the accounts did the money go into, and finally the proceeds of crime that was utilized.
Right, Shravan. All right, Shravan, and thank you for getting those details. Mega ED action, ED files charge sheet against Satyendra Jain.
Protesters continue their protest in front of Ballare Junction in Dakshin Kannada district. The police are up in arms to take care of law and order situation. For more updates on the protest and the investigation of Praveen Nettar, the BJP Yuva Morcha, keep watching Republic TV after a short commercial break.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी right, viewers, so the massive controversy continues over the Karnataka murder, where a Karnataka BJP youth worker was murdered, triggering big protests, the visuals of which that you're seeing on your screens. These visuals coming in from Dakshina Kannada, from Karnataka, in fact, multiple places there. Tension is gripping the state in multiple places as well. Remember that he was a member of the youth wing, was attacked while he was returning home on his bike last night. All right, we're getting some fresh questions also being raised on this murder. Was Praveen targeted for social media post? He had put up some posts very recently. So the question we're asking right now, was Praveen targeted for those social media posts? You can see those posts there on your screen as well, viewers, where he has posted a couple of things just a month ago or a few weeks ago, where he has posted a couple of social media posts, which you can see clearly there on your screen. So was he targeted for those posts that he has put up, where he has in fact also, posted, targeted, I would say, certain groups as well, and in fact also criticized. So was that the reason why he was killed? Sagay, I will let it go across to you. Now this is a big question coming up, because the question we all asking, and we also showed those posts to our viewers, was Praveen targeted for those posts from June 29th?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sagay, we are seeing some more updates coming in on Republic TV.
Can you please repeat the question?
There was some post from June 29 where Praveen in fact had posted, and where he had in fact had criticized. So for criticizing on social media, was he targeted? That's the big question we're asking right now, Sagay. Take us to the details.
No, we just now spoke to the Superintendent of Police in Dakshin Kannada district. He went on to say that everything is subject to investigation. They are investigating in all possible angles and all possible theories. He went on to say that they have already detained few people, and a special team is also been formed to nab the culprits. Yes, there was a social media post on his Facebook page where he had criticized the murder of Udaipur Taylor, where he was being murdered after he had supported Nupur Sharma's post, and subsequently even the police are investigating in that particular angle also. One, the political angle, whether there was any political enemies within a circle. Two, whether it was on communal hatred. And three, whether it was a revenge murder. So police is trying to investigate in all these three angles and try to ascertain who is the culprits behind this, who are the assailants who have murdered them. They are also trying to examine the CCTV footage in and around this particular area. See, the emotions are quite high. The situation is quite sensitive, but end of the day, it is the police who have to investigate this case, and it is the police who have to come out who are the people behind this particular murder and what is the reason behind this particular murder. So far, what we also get to learn from the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi is that possibilities of PFI and SDPI angle in this, police is also trying to investigate even in that particular angle. So probably end of the day, we'll come to know who are the culprits and who are the assailants behind this.
So, Sagai, they're getting us all those details. Sagai, just a follow-up question. If you could talk to us more about this post that was put out by the BJP leader that seems that is also being scrutinized at this point.
Yes, police are also checking his social media posts. Police also checking his call records, which he has made from last few days. And they are also trying to get the network in that particular area who all were there at that point of time. So it is a part of investigation. Whenever there is any kind of murder or any kind of crime happens, police gets the call records in that particular tower in and around that particular area where the murder has happened or a crime was executed. And apart from that, they are also try to check the CCTV footage of that particular area and the surroundings areas as well. So probably once they get all this footage and once they match the dots, probably they might come to a conclusion. But still, it is a prima facie. The investigation has to happen because the SPs and the police, everybody is taking care of the bandobast, taking care of the security to maintain law and order situation. Because as I told you earlier, emotions are high and the situation is quite sensitive. There's a special team which has been formed, but still many of the police are here to take care of law and order situation.
Also on the lens, there was a remark that was also made by the union minister. If you could take us through the details as to the PFI role, which is also under scanner right now.
Absolutely. Prahlad Joshi, while talking to media in Delhi outside Parliament, went on to say that that hearing about the involvement of PFI and SDPI in their party worker Praveen Nettar's murder, and they're also talking to the Kerala government, and he has also said that the Kerala government is protecting the organizations like Popular Front of India and SDPI, and that is the reason these kind of organizations get into these kind of anti-national activities and get into these kind of crime. So these are subject to investigation, and these are the primary information that we get from the union ministers and the concerned officers so far on Republic TV, where even the SP of Dakshin Kannada went on to say that they have already detained few people for questioning.
Yes. So guys, stay with us. We also have our senior executive editor Abhishek joining us. Abhishek, if you could give us more details. We understand that there was a post that was put out by the BJP leader. If you could give us the details that you're picking up.
Well, we have this post, a couple of them in fact, and what comes out is that he was very active on the party ideology scene, and if you look at these pictures, if they are on air, in fact, these pictures clearly show Tailor Kanhaiya Lal, so he is obviously sympathizing with him and, you know, taking a position on the beheading of Tailor Kanhaiya Lal in the Facebook post. In fact, for example, he says that सिर्फ इसलिए कि राष्ट्रीय सोच का साथ दिया, आज एक गरीब दर्जी को सरेआम काटकर वीडियो बना दिया गया. This is on 29 June. So it seems that Praveen Nettar, because he put this post out on the day of Kanhaiya Lal's murder, he was under radar of these people who have carried out this killing. Remember also that it is coming out through investigation that in fact he was receiving phone calls from some international numbers that his life was under threat. He had in fact brought this to the notice of at least some people within the hierarchy of his organization. We don't know whether Praveen Nettar had informed the police about the threat calls that he was receiving. But what is important is now there is groundswell of anger against the BJP also. In fact, on the ground we have seen now the state president Nalin Katil's car was targeted by the cadres themselves because they are angry that this was allowed to happen despite the fact that Praveen Nettar had intimated of threat to his life. There were phone calls that he was getting, and exactly for the same reasons that he was seen to be supporting Kanhaiya Lal and taking a position against the beheading of the Udaipur tailor. So obviously, in effect, taking cudgels on behalf of Nupur Sharma, if not directly, then indirectly so. And perhaps that's why he has been targeted. Obviously, it would be a while before the police comes out with its investigation and makes arrests. It is believed that the assailants were 3 in number. They were on a bike almost like Umesh Kolhe in Nashik, and now we are seeing the murder of another person, this time associated with the BJP's youth wing, BJYM, and also the fact that the national president of the BJYM happens to be from Karnataka. I think there would be a little additional pressure on the organization to be seen supporting the cadres, particularly when, despite a warning, despite intimation of threat, perhaps his security was not upped. As I said, we don't know whether Praveen Nettar had informed the police. Apart from his organization's hierarchy, you can go to Sagai Raj on that. If Sagai Raj can, bring those details out.
Yes,
And-
sure.
And you can ask Sagaraj whether Praveen Nettar, apart from informing his organization, had informed police also, in which case what was done to take care of his security.
Yes, Abhishek, stay with us if Sagai is still with us. Sagai, if you could respond to Abhishek's question there, that was the police intimidated about the kind of threats that the BJP leader was receiving in the past few days?
See, when we spoke to the Superintendent of Police of Dakshin Kannada district, he went on to say that there was no intimation about this particular thing of whether he got any threat. And he said that everything is subject to investigation. A special team has been formed. But so far, nothing has come on records whether all these things have happened. But what we get to learn through our sources, as Abhishek has maintained, that yes, he had received international calls and he had escalated this issue. But now it is a failure of the police where they couldn't take care of it or take care of him. So probably by now they have not given any clarification on that. Once everything is set down, probably we might get some kind of clarification from the police on the same.
Yes, Sagai, stay with us. If you could once again put the facts on the table with respect to this hate killing, because the Chief Minister Bommai himself saying that from what it appears, it seems to be a pre-planned attack. If you could give us all the facts that we know so far. Well, we will connect with Sagai again. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, from what it appears, does it look like there could be a deeper nexus probably when we talk about this hate killing coming to light, and with regard to the kind of posts as well that were put out by the BJP leader?
Samiksha, let's see how the investigation progresses. Prima facie, and just going by the reports that have come and all the information that is in public domain, it does seem to be a case of targeted killing. It does seem to be a case of a planned murder with an element of conspiracy. I believe those sections would be added at some stage if they have not already been, given the fact that Praveen Nettar was coming out of his workplace, which is his shop, where he sells poultry and other stuff, and he was selling, and after shutting it down late evening when he was coming out, that's when he was cornered by the assailants who came on a bike, and he was killed. So obviously there was an element of recce. Those assailants knew that this is the time he would be leaving, this is the time he would be alone, this is the time that it would be easy to corner him and kill him. So obviously all those facts prima facie seem to be there for the investigators to look into. Let's see how it progresses. More importantly, the element of pre-planning and hence conspiracy, if that would be added as sections in the complaint that has been registered in the Praveen Nettar murder. We continue our coverage on that note, a short break, but back to Parliament and of course the Mangaluru story after a short break.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news and brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream in...
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
So, tracking closely all the developments after the brutal murder that was reported in Karnataka, where BJP leader was butchered to death. Union Minister there making a big statement that there could be an SDPI PFI rule, which is also now under scanner as we speak. The visuals that are coming to you right now are from Dakshin Kannada, where tensions remain high. Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur. Protests are taking place as we speak. Stone pelting that has also been reported in this area. Chief Minister Bommai there making a big statement that this could be a pre-planned attack on the BJP leader. So a lot of updates coming in by the minute. Sagai getting us all those updates. The BJP leader was hacked to death with lethal weapons. He was murdered in Dakshin Kannada district. He owned a pottery shop in the Dakshin Kannada district, we are told. In fact, more details are now emerging that there was a post that was put out by him in support of Kanhaiya Lal. And days after he had put out that post, he was hacked to death. So a lot of updates coming in by the minute as we speak. These are the visuals of the police personnel who are trying to calm the situation as tension remains high in this area. People demanding justice. The chorus for justice, of course, growing with each passing hour. As you can see, people demanding justice for the BJP leader who was hacked to death. We'll go across to Sagai as well to get us more details, but the visuals coming in of the protests which are taking place by pro-Hindu activists there. In fact, as we just told you, there was a post that was put out by the deceased. It was on June 29 that he had put out a post in support of Kanhaiya Lal, who was killed, who was a victim of hate killing in Rajasthan. And days after he had put out a post in support of Kanhaiya Lal, he has now, the BJP leader was hacked to death. So the visuals coming in right now of the protest taking place. We'll go across to Sagai as well to get us more details. But as you can see, the protest there happening as we speak. We have our executive editor Niranjan getting us all those details. Niranjan, take it away. Give us all the latest updates that you're picking up.
Massive anger in Karnataka, especially in Dakshin Kannada and the coastal Karnataka region. There is huge anger over this murder, and that is why you're seeing even union ministers, BJP leaders, BJP stalwarts in Karnataka facing the anger and the backlash over what has happened in Dakshin Kannada. And this region is also very close to the border with Kerala, so there is a suspicion. And what Prahalad Joshi said, Union Minister Prahalad Joshi, he hinted that it could be a PFI or a SDPI role that is coming to light. He hinted there could be PFI SDPI role. There is a Union Minister Prahalad Joshi, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, hinted there could be PFI or SDPI role, and he said, and he made it political. He said that Kerala government is shielding some of these people, and that's why. And that's why, if you look at the kind of protest that you're seeing, it's escalated to a level where even the BJP knows they will have to do something drastic to bring the killers to book. And the reason why you're seeing the massive outpouring, first of all, Dakshin Kannada and this entire coastal Karnataka region is very, very communally sensitive. And the reason I'm saying that is because in this region, in the last few decades, you will see that there have been several instances of communal flare-ups, and this comes after another person was killed close to the border with Kerala, and there are reports that there were protests after which that murder took place, and there are reports now suggesting that the killing of Praveen may be an act of revenge. Revenge for what? Revenge for a post? Was it because Praveen defended Kanhaiya Lal? Was it because Praveen questioned those who are threatening the Prime Minister in that social media post? One of the things he defends is the threat of the jihadists and those who call for Sartan Se Juda, etc., who are giving out open threat calls. He's questioning them in that post. And if you look at Praveen Nettar, you look at his pictures, his posts and everything that he's been saying, he says he's questioning the fake secularists, and in this particular post, he's also tagged some of the Congress leaders, I think including Divya Spandana, who was a former spokesperson. I don't know what she is in the Congress party anymore, but that's besides the point. He's trying to make a political point, and he's a BJP youth wing leader, and he's saying, how can you even defend the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal? How can you defend the threat calls and the threats made to the Prime Minister? How can you defend the killings and this Islamist and the jihadist mentality? And perhaps when the Chief Minister himself says it's a pre-planned murder, when the Parliamentary Affairs Minister of India, the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister says PFI and SDPI could be involved and that the Kerala government is shielding them, the story escalates to another level where, on the ground, people are extremely angry. Last night, when Praveen was killed, you saw those pictures that we've been reporting through the day. Saga is live, and the pictures that he's been sending us show that there's been anger on the ground in Puttur and this entire Dakshin Kannada, the coastal Karnataka region. People are extremely angry, and they're asking the government, because it's the BJP government, and they're asking the government, how did you let this murder happen? Saying, how did a BJP youth wing leader get killed in a state ruled by the BJP? Because the BJP often questions the Kerala government, BJP often questions Pinarayi Vijayan, and they say, how does Pinarayi Vijayan government give PFI and SDPI a free run? So for a party that often questions Kerala and other states where PFI gets a free run, they are asking, how did this murder happen? And then you have the Chief Minister saying that he summoned the DGP, saying that he's looking into a pre-planned angle to this murder. And that is why you're seeing people come out on the streets, people getting lathi charged, people gathering in the hundreds and thousands in the coastal Karnataka region. And let me tell you one thing. When there is a communal flare-up, and if it happens and for someone, I've covered politics from Karnataka for over 15-20 years now, but I can tell you that when it happens in Karnataka, and remember this is coming before the election year, it tells you that this is one case that could be a flashpoint in the next couple of months and perhaps in the next 1 year. You had Harsha's murder in Shivamogga, you've had the hijab issue, And when you have an issue like this, and when you have people come out and they're not just angry at the police, they're not just angry at the PFI or the SDPI or whoever carried out this murder of the jihadists, they're angry that a person like Praveen, who spoke up against beheadings, who spoke up against a jihadist mentality, and who spoke up against these, the flare-up post on Nupur Sharma episode, was he targeted merely because he took a rational view? Now that's the question that they're asking. And they're also asking their own party leaders, if their own party leaders have let them down in the state of Karnataka. And I think the story is going to get bigger. Let me go across to Sagai Raj. Sagai Raj, the anger on the streets of Puttur, visible behind you, thousands of people gathering. Why don't you tell us what's happening there?
The situation as of now is under control, Niranjan, but as you rightly pointed out that people are furious. People are angry against the system. These are the people, workers from BJP party and pro-Hindu organization who are protesting. And they are claiming that their own party members, their own leaders and their own public representative are not taking care of it. For more details and updates on the investigation of Praveen Nettar murder, keep watching Republic TV after a short commercial break.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry
Breaking news now coming in. The BJP in Karnataka in a pre-election year has directly linked the murder of Praveen Nettar to the Congress party. And I have the tweet that the BJP has just put out in Karnataka, and this is going to be a big flashpoint. Exactly what I was saying about 10 minutes back. And we were talking about how this is going to be a flashpoint. And the BJP says, and I'm going to read in Kannada and then translate it. It says, BJP Yuva Morcha Karyakarta Praveen Nettar avara hatya hindiruva shaktigalannu hedimuri kattutteve. Now they're saying that they will arrest the forces behind the killing of BJP Yuva Morcha activist Praveen Nettar. The news point, they're claiming the bigoted forces supported by the Congress party. They're saying forces supported by the Congress party killed the BJP worker. It's going to be a big flashpoint, tracking the story live as another youth is killed, perhaps for backing Kanhaiya Lal.
In yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador to Myanmar and Iran.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Republic Superfast 50. In a landmark judgment, the Supreme Court has today upheld the Enforcement Directorate's power to inquire, to arrest and to attach property under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The Apex Court has also specified that it is not mandatory for the ED officers to present the ECIR document at the time of detaining an accused in a money laundering investigation. Merely mentioning the grounds is enough.
Court has just now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction, and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land.
Sir, Congress leader Pawan Kumar Bansal, on reacting to the Supreme Court's Prevention of Money Laundering Act verdict, said that the PMLA is being misused against political opponents. The plea in the matter was filed by over 200 petitioners, including Karti Chidambaram, but ended in defeat.
पीएमएलए बनाया किसने है? कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट ने, यूपीए की गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया था। हम उसको ये नहीं कह रहे, हम कह रहे हैं उसका दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि पीएमएलए होना नहीं चाहिए, किसी सोच समझ के साथ बनाया था, लेकिन उसका उपयोग, आज उसका इस्तेमाल पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स के लिए हो रहा है। जिस काम के लिए है उसकी जगह इसका देखा नहीं जा रहा। इतनी पुलिस यहाँ लगा रखी है, चारों तरफ कांग्रेस के जैसे छावनी बना रखी है। कभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के दफ्तरों के साथ ये होता है, 8वें दिन आज ये हो रहा है। 5 दिन पहले हुआ, 3रा दिन आज हो रहा है। हम शांति के साथ वहां जाना चाह रहे थे, वहां जाने नहीं दिया गया। पीएमएलए की हम ये नहीं कह रहे, हम कह रहे हैं पीएमएलए इस केस में नहीं लगता।
Congress President Sonia Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate today for the 3rd round of questioning in the National Herald money laundering case. On Tuesday, the ED officials quizzed Sonia Gandhi for 6 hours in connection with a money laundering case linked to the freedom struggle for profit scam. As Congress chief Sonia Gandhi was summoned for the 3rd time by the Enforcement Directorate today, mayhem broke out with youth Congress workers blocking the Saurashtra Express in Mumbai's Borivali station. Mumbai police officials lathi-charged the Congress workers in response. The Congress party once again attempted to mount massive protests in the national capital over Sonia Gandhi's summons in the National Herald case. The grand old party has been staging a nationwide protest that has often turned violent, debilitating and unruly, even as several Congress party leaders have been detained by the police officials in recent weeks.
संदेश बिल्कुल साफ है कि जो जनता के मुद्दे हैं, जो जनता की बात है, वो हम लोगों के सामने रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि संसद में हमारी बात सरकार सुन नहीं रही। वो हमारा संदेश है। और दूसरा कि ये जो पिछले 8 वर्ष से जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, इस दुरुपयोग के खिलाफ, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र को खतरा है, हम लोगों को आगाह कराना चाह रहे हैं।
In a big development in relation to the Amravati hate murder case, one of the accused, Shahrukh Pathan, has been attacked in the Arthur Road jail in Mumbai. The police has taken stock of the situation and has registered a complaint against the attackers. West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee have been taken to ESI hospital at Joka for medication as per instructions, as they are supposed to be undergoing a medical check every 48 hours. When Republic Bangla confronted Partha Chatterjee about his health and asked if he is feeling okay, he nodded in the negative and said that he is not feeling well. The Enforcement Directorate mounted raids in Kolkata at an alleged Arpita Mukherjee-owned production house. Partha Chatterjee was director in this company. One deed of this property was found in Partha Chatterjee's house in the last Enforcement Directorate raid. BJP workers and pro-Hindu activists held protests at Sulia in Karnataka against the murder of BJP worker Praveen Nettar. Praveen Nettar, who was the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha, was killed at around 8 p.m. in Dakshin Kannada on Tuesday night. In the latest development, Karnataka CM Basavaraj Bommai has made a big statement alleging that the incident was pre-planned.
They are trying to identify the culprits. Very soon they will be nabbed. Second thing is, since it's very close to Kerala border, the Karnataka police is in touch with Kerala police. SP of Mangalore has spoken to SP Kasaragod, and DG, I have made my DG to speak to DG Kerala, and very soon all that will be traced and we will nab them. We have taken this as a very serious matter.
A day after a BJP youth wing worker was killed in Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka, an incident of stone pelting was reported in the Bolvar area of Puttur. The BJP youth wing worker was attacked by assailants when he was returning home after closing his poultry shop. The police have registered a case in the matter. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha for a week. This comes in response to him throwing a sheaf of papers at the House chair and admitting to the same. This is in addition to the 19 Rajya Sabha members being suspended yesterday for the ruckus in the upper house and 4 Congress MPs before that being suspended from the Lok Sabha.
Honorable members.
On the third consecutive day of suspensions in Parliament, the latest to face action, Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has refused to leave the House. Marshals were called in to handle the situation. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge, while speaking on the suspension of multiple MPs from the Rajya Sabha, said that the suspensions should be taken back and the MP should be allowed into the House.
रिवोकेशन 2562 में होता है, तो इसीलिए मैं चेयरमैन से भी मिला। मैं हमारे वेणुगोपाल जी और हमारे जयराम रमेश जी और दूसरे साथी भी थे और अपोजिशन के फ्लोर लीडर्स भी वहाँ पर थे। हमने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट यही किया कि आप जो सस्पेंड किए ये अच्छा नहीं है। डेमोक्रेसी में हम अपनी बात रखना चाहते हैं।
In another predictable reaction coming in on the suspension of members of parliament from the Rajya Sabha amid the ruckus, Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said that the suspension of parliamentarians is unacceptable.
एमपी विपक्ष के जितने सारे एमपी हम यहाँ आते हैं सिर्फ आम लोगों की नुमाइंदे की हैसियत से आम लोगों की बात रखने के लिए, वो भी मौका नहीं दिया जाते हैं। फिर अब जब ये मांग करते हैं तो हमें निलंबित किए जाते हैं। तो हम कहाँ जाए? सदन के अंदर अगर बात ना हो पाए तो हम कोई पार्क में जाए क्या? हम इसलिए राष्ट्रपति जी से भी हम समय मांगी है कि हमारे सारे बात राष्ट्रपति जी के सामने हम रखेंगे, लेकिन ये सरकार विपक्ष की कोई बात सुनने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार नहीं है।
Suspended Trinamool Congress members of Parliament staged a protest in front of the Mahatma Gandhi statue in Parliament premises today. This comes after 7 TMC MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha for this week for misconduct in Parliament, and they now intend to do a 50-hour day and night protest as well. There was a massive ruckus seen in the Lok Sabha today where the opposition continued to raise slogans in the House. This comes despite 24 parliamentarian suspensions from both houses in the last 3 days. BJP party chief JP Nettar, while reacting on Congress's protests outside the parliament, said that the demonstration is not satyagraha but is an attempt to save the Gandhi family. Nettar added that the Congress is answerable to the agencies.
देखिए, ये सत्याग्रह नहीं है, ये असत्य के लिए आग्रह है और सच बात तो ये है कि सत्य को ग्रहण लगाने की कोशिश है।
AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal has backed the Congress to protest, saying that the party is not doing anything against the rule of law, despite Section 144 clearly being flouted. He further said that the agencies are being misused for political purposes.
Going anything against the rule of law. We are totally obeying the rules and laws of this country. But our point is, on the name of this law and rule, agencies are misusing their powers.
Stepping up its protest against the Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party government's liquor excise policy in Delhi, the BJP, while claiming that the Delhi government has made commission worth thousands of crores by colluding with the liquor mafia, staged a massive protest in Delhi outside the AAP's headquarters. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi took a communal jibe at the warmth with which Kanvadiyas are greeted with rose petals and massages and such, and said that if they are showered with petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses.
कावड़ यात्रा के लिए आप टैक्स पेयर के पैसों से हेलीकॉप्टर से फूल बरसा रहे हैं। यूपी की भाजपा सरकार बहुत अच्छा है। आप पुलिस के हुदेदार ऑफिसर उनकी पैरों की मालिश कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, हम इसका वेलकम करते हैं। रास्ते में लोहार की दुकान है, गाजियाबाद में आपने लोहार की दुकान को बंद कर दिया, बहुत अच्छा है। मीरठ में पुलिस स्टेशन में एक मुसलमान ऑफिसर का नाम था, किसी ने ऑब्जेक्शन किया, आपने नाम हटवा दिया, बहुत अच्छा है। भाई यही तो रहमदिली दिखाइए ना, आप भेदभाव क्यों कर रहे हैं? भाई अगर कोई नमाज पढ़ता है चंद मिनट के लिए तो पब्लिक पॉलिसी डिस्टर्ब हो रही है, दंगा हो रहा है, और क्रिमिनल इंटेंट है ही नहीं उसमें दंगा करने का, 295 153 लगाते आप। तो आप हम भाजपा की उत्तर सरकार से कह रहे हैं कि आप इक्वली ट्रीट करिए, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए जो आप कर रहे हैं।
The Prime Minister's office has announced that on Thursday and Friday, PM Modi will go to Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. PM Modi will inaugurate and lay the foundation stones for a number of Sabar dairy projects in Gujarat, Sabarkantha, before travelling to Chennai to officially open the 44th Chess Olympiad at the JLN Indoor Stadium. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is set to visit Uzbekistan on Thursday to take part in the meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or the SCO, Council for Foreign Ministers. The meeting holds significance as the foreign ministers will hold discussions and prepare for the upcoming meeting of the Councils of Heads of State, which is stated to be held on September 15th and 16th. The Government of India has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility, or CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav aims to encourage people to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark the 75th year of India's independence. Supreme Court lawyer Vineet Jindal has filed an FIR complaint against unknown people upon receiving a note that carries a threat to his life. Jindal, the recipient of a beheading threat, even says that he has received multiple such abhorrent warnings earlier as well from international elements.
रात को करीबन 8:30 बजे मुझे मेरे घर के प्रीमाइसेस में एक पत्र मिला जिसमें मुझे जान से मारने की धमकी दी गई, जिसमें लिखा था कि अल्लाह का पैगाम है, विनीत जिंदल तेरा भी सर तन से जुदा करेंगे जल्द।
In another shocking incident, a class 12 student has committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivagangai district by hanging himself at his home. The police has started its investigation and the reasons for the suicide are still being investigated. The Central Bureau of Investigation, or CBI, has arrested Bhola Yadav, the former OSD to former Union Railways Minister and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, in connection with the land for jobs scam. The CBI is also conducting search operations at 4 locations, 2 at Patna and 2 at Darbhanga. Telugu Desam Party TDP members held a Dalit Garjana Dharna protest near Vijayawada's Dharna Chowk to call for the implementation of welfare programs for the minorities. Some TDP leaders were seen ascending a water tank when the police refused to grant clearance for the protest. The protesters referred to the current YSRCP administration as anti-Dalit. After 3 Kanwar Yatris were hit by a speeding truck on the highway near Madhya Pradesh's Morena, locals in the area were angered and set the truck on fire, leading to a major police deployment at the spot as the highway was blocked. The Kanwars were shifted to a hospital in Gwalior for further treatment. At a ceremony held in Dehradun's Gandhi Park on the occasion of Kargil Vijay Divas, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami honoured the Kargil War's heroes. The Chief Minister also paid tribute to the Kargil War heroes' families for the sacrifices and losses that they had suffered for the nation. As India prepares for the Independence Day that will mark the completion of 75 years of the nation's independence, the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is to be celebrated across at least 20 crore households, was seen making its way to Ladakh, with forces of the ITBP waving the national flag amid the mountain ranges of the Union Territory, promoting the campaign that is to take place between the 13th and the 15th of August. Saurabh Kumar, Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bid farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner and the Vietnamese Ambassador. Arindam Bagchi, the MEA official spokesperson, acknowledged their valuable contributions and efforts to strengthening our bilateral and regional ties. As heavy rains continue to lash several areas of Rajasthan, causing severe flooding in the state, cars were being seen swept away in floodwaters, bursting through the highways in various areas around the city of Jodhpur. The Jodhpur district collector ordered a holiday on Tuesday for schools due to the current circumstances. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla expressed condolences at the demise of 5 people, including 4 children, due to heavy rains in Jodhpur. Amid heavy rainfall, waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Hyderabad. The Indian Meteorological Department has stated that Telangana is likely to witness light to moderate rains in several parts of the state in the next 48 hours. Amid incessant rain, the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed due to landslides reported at multiple locations in the Northern Union Territory. The state government of Gujarat has established a special investigation team to look into the circumstances surrounding the Hooch tragedy in light of its seriousness. In the Gujarati village of Rojid, about 31 people have died and over 60 others have been admitted to various hospitals after consuming illicit liquor. The Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, visited the flood-affected villages in the Konaseema district and spoke with the residents there. According to sources, the Chief Minister promised them all the assistance he can provide. After observing the scenario, CM Reddy had held a review meeting with the officials on the Godavari floods and relief measures for the same. A second monkeypox case suspected in Delhi when a West Delhi man complained of body ache. He was later admitted to LNJP hospital and is now being monitored to check for any other symptoms. The hospital has set up an isolation ward for monkeypox infected and suspected patients with a 20-member team monitoring them. Meanwhile, the primary case in Kerala has now tested negative.
Connectivity of what we say that bedside data points. So if I can get the entire data of a patient on the bedside, then I can actually take care of the patient much better.
According to the Union Health Ministry, India has reported over 18,000 fresh new COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The national COVID-19 recovery rate now stands at 98.47%. The Peruvian Congress has elected a new president, Lady Camones, who has pledged to work with the Public Prosecutor's Office to look into President Pedro's potential involvement in corruption. She added that she is fully aware of the critical situation that the country is going through politically, socially, and economically. Israel's Justice Minister Gideon Saar has signed a deal and an MOU with his Moroccan counterpart for cooperation between Israel and the Kingdom of Morocco in the legal field. Turkey and Iraq are set for a joint investigation into an artillery attack in Iraq's northern Kurdish region that killed 9 Iraqi tourists and injured 33 other people. This comes after Iraq blamed the July 20 attack on Turkey.
In my conversation with Iraq's Prime Minister yesterday, he once again emphasized the importance of a transparent and thorough investigation, independent or jointly. It is vital, he said, to put a stop to speculations, denials, misunderstandings, and rising tensions.
US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken held talks with Kosovo leaders at the State Department in Washington, D.C. Blinken hailed the strong relationship between the United States and Kosovo at the start of his meeting and lauded the leaders for showcasing their support for Ukraine and their commitment to democracy around the world.
To meet the steadfast support of the United States as well as our European allies to make sure that the plans of Russia as well as its proxies in the region are stopped. For that reason, we look forward to working with you, with all of the Biden administration, to make sure that as frontliners in defending democracy, we are successful in defending our shared values, which are the very foundations of our country. We look forward alongside the Prime Minister to discuss the reforms, especially on rule of law, that we're addressing in our country.
Indiana's Republican lawmakers have banned all abortions in the American state despite opposition from abortion rights supporters. Activists took out a rally at the State House against abortion ban. Indonesian President Joko Widodo was welcomed with a guard of honor in Tokyo to mark the start of his official visit there. Widodo was accompanied by Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and will finish his 5-day visit abroad with a trip to Seoul. Russia has targeted Ukraine's Odessa and Mykolaiv regions with airstrikes, hitting private buildings and port infrastructure with missiles fired from bomber aircraft. The Ukrainian Air Force Command claimed that 13 missiles were fired at the region from Russian aircraft. As monkeypox was declared a global emergency by the World Health Organization, Shanghai-based ZG Biotech, a test kit provider for the WHO, said that it has received 24 urgent orders from the organization. The Chinese company is now mass-producing monkeypox test kits. The BCCI has announced that India will host the Women's 50-over World Cup in 2025 after it won the bid during the ICC annual conference in Birmingham. After more than a decade, the ICC's flagship tournament will return to the nation. The Women's 50-over World Cup was last held in India in 2013. Germany trained ahead of their Women's Euro 2022 semi-final against France. Earlier, Germany beat Austria in their quarter-final to book a place in the Final Four, and the winners of the France-Germany clash will face England in the final. Paulo Dybala has been introduced to the Roma fans after the Argentine international signed for the Roman club on a 3-year deal after his contract at Juventus expired. During 7 seasons with the Turin Giants, he helped them to win 12 trophies, including 5 Serie A titles. And in men's singles tennis, 8th seed Lorenzo Musetti booked a place in the round of 16 in the Croatia Open with a win over Aljaz Bedin on clay. He will now play fellow Italian Marco Cecchinato in the next round.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botad district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botad district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
We are in possession right now of visuals that are coming in from Karnataka, and this is a large protest that is taking place over the murder that was witnessed there last evening in Dakshin Kannada of the BJP Yuva worker. And as you can see, there is a situation that has developed We've seen how over the last few hours, a number of key points have been made and a number of statements have been issued, notably by the Karnataka Chief Minister. The police is also investigating this case, and also in the area and in the surrounding districts, there have been voluntary shutdowns that have been ordered. And in the midst of this, you can see that there are a large number of people that have gathered, and there is currently a protest that is in progress at the moment. Viewers, these are the visuals that are coming in right now in Karnataka. This is after the murder of the BJP Yuva leader in Dakshin Kannada district. We have seen how the Chief Minister of the state, Basavaraj Bommai, has hinted and said that there is an element and a chance that there was a pre-planned nature to this horrific incident that had taken place. And we have also accessed what we have shown you earlier, which were screenshots of tweets based on which there is a chance that someone had taken exception to what he was saying, and there is a likelihood that that could also have contributed to this dastardly act, this murder that has taken place. And as you can see in the visuals, there is not a space to stand. There are a sea of people that can be seen, and the demand for justice and the demand for answer is clearly resounding very loudly in Karnataka at the moment. Viewers, we are looking into this story very, very closely. Meanwhile, we'll bring you more updates from on the ground as well as these protests take place demanding justice in Karnataka. Stay with us on Republic. Don't go anywhere.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news and brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Bota district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream in.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Udaipur link to BJP Yuva Morcha's murder emerges. In fact, Praveen had put out post backing Kanhaiya Lal days before the murder. Tensions remain high as massive protests and unprecedented scenes unfold over BJP workers' murder. Multiple location raids by ED at locations linked to Partha's aid in connection with the SSC recruitment scam. Big win for ED. Top court bats for ED's right to make arrest under PMLA. Huge blow to Karpi, Mehbooba and Anil Deshmukh as top court delivers strong verdict in favor of ED. No tolerance for unruly behaviour in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh now suspended. But gone are the days when you had to wait to reach home viewers to watch the news. Now you can watch the news whenever you want, whenever you want to watch the news. All you have to do is go to your browser and type Republic TV live stream and you can watch the news anytime, anywhere on your TV, on your OTT platform or your mobile device as well. Let's go ahead and have a look at the big news coming in at this point of time that we have been tracking. This news coming in of a blast in Kabul. In fact, a report coming in from Kabul, a bomb has exploded near the main gate of the Gurudwara there, Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, a few minutes back, members of the Sikh and Hindu community are reported to be safe and further details are awaited. The shop where the explosion took place belongs to the minority Sikh community member. The shop owner says a bomb blast has taken place there. Explosion there near a Kabul Gurudwara. That's the big news coming in at this point of time. An attack there at a religious site there in Gurudwara. News coming in of this bomb blast. Now, what we know so far is that the members of the Sikh and Hindu community are reported to be safe. Right now, we're still waiting for some more details to come in. And the visuals you see on your screen are the exclusive visuals coming in from that site. I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who will get us some details. Abhishek, take us through the details we're getting at this point of time on this incident, which was reported just a few minutes ago.
Well, the report suggests, Shivangi, that the explosion took place outside of the Karte Parwan Gurdwara, but not exactly it seems that the Gurdwara itself was not the target because the bomb exploded at some distance. Remember, it was, I believe, on June 18th that the Gurdwara, in fact, was targeted, and that was second attack after Taliban has taken over at the Gurdwara. Taliban has taken over Afghanistan, and the Gurdwara was targeted in Kabul. And last time when this attack happened last month, there were at least 25 to 30 people inside, and though of course only one of those inside got killed, while assailants were also eliminated. In fact, this bomb explosion comes just 2 days after a very public statement that came from Taliban, from the Director General Office of the Minister of the State of Taliban, that the minority should be safe now and that Hindus and Sikhs should be returning back. But it seems that has not had any impact, and there are elements, if not the Taliban directly, then those who want to go beyond the Taliban, like for example the Islamic State in Khorasan province, which is active, and the Al Qaeda, and they are now targeting minorities in Afghanistan. So this could be that. As I said, the blast has happened just at some distance from the Gurdwara, but this Gurdwara itself has been targeted more than a couple of times. The last time was in last month itself, and just ahead of the Taliban takeover in August last year, the same Gurdwara was again targeted. Subsequent to which, of course, the Sikh minority community outside of Kabul has been targeted. For example, in the Baghlan province. So I think it's important that the Taliban authorities really walk the talk. We have seen certain normalization of relationship between India and the Taliban regime there. Our embassy is functional again. We saw how Indian aid by way of wheat, for example, and other medicines during the COVID period, they have been flowing. In fact, recently there was this earthquake, almost 1,000 people, that left 1,000 people dead in Afghanistan, and that time also Indian humanitarian aid was quickest to reach. So all those things have taken place. So I think that puts the onus really on Afghanistan that they act quickly and see whether, again, it was Gurdwara Karte Parwan that was the target of this blast that has taken place. Reports suggest there are no casualties, no loss of life that has taken place. Maybe some damage to property. This was at some distance from the Gurdwara. But again, as I said, this is the third or fourth time that the Gurdwara has been targeted. It's the onus on Taliban now to really show that security is tight, that security is in control, that minorities can really return. If for that to happen, these kind of incidents really have to stop.
Well, Abhishek, like you pointed out about the last attack which had taken place on June 18. That time, Abhishek, if you remember, Islamic State had claimed responsibility for that Kabul Gurudwara attack. Are there any hints that ISIS is behind this attack as well?
Well, it could be. It's too early. The blast has happened, Shivangi, just about an hour back, and we are still to gather more details as to who could be behind this, or whether the Gurdwara was in fact the target or not. It's just that we have seen the Gurdwara being targeted a lot of times earlier, and if this is again an instance where the same Gurdwara is targeted, then it would be an area of concern, which essentially means that there are some elements within the Afghan regime, or those or those perhaps inimical to the Afghan regime of Taliban. They don't want the minorities to return. This has happened just about half an hour back, in fact, Shivangi, and as of now, reports suggest that everyone inside is safe and that nobody has been harmed or injured. Or whether this was an act aimed at the Gurdwara, that remains to be found. As I said, this comes just 2 days after a call made by the Taliban regime that the minorities should return to Afghanistan and to Kabul, which means there is someone who wants to thwart that possibility of the minuscule minority in Afghanistan wanting to come back. Essentially, in the context of Afghanistan, the minorities are Hindus and Sikhs, and as I said, minuscule minority, just a few hundred of them, and even those are not welcome. That seems to be the message with this blast.
Well, Abhishek, also this incident has happened at a shop near the Gurudwara, but this particular Gurudwara was also attacked back in the month March of 2020. The attack on this Gurudwara had claimed many lives and left dozens injured. So we are seeing repeated attacks in and around this Gurudwara in Kabul. Abhishek, what does that really tell us about Afghanistan, Kabul, and specifically when it comes to this particular religious site in Kabul?
Shivangi, remember when Taliban took over, when the Americans were leaving, there was a blast that took place outside of the Kabul International Airport, which led to the death of 7 or 8 American security personnel, American soldiers as well. and the blame was taken by the Islamic State of Khorasan province. So even as Taliban was taking over, the blast in fact was carried out by these extreme radical forces of pan-Islamic jihad like Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. So whether in this instance also, we have seen the June 18 attack, in fact, was taken, the responsibility for that was taken by ISKP. So whether the same organization is behind this attack, that remains to be found. But as I said, overall security, Taliban is in charge. They should be doing something about it.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, on this big story that we're getting. We're getting some more news coming in as well from India itself. The big news is that Bhola Yadav, the OSD of Lalu Yadav, has now been sent to custody till August 2nd. He was arrested by the CBI. Kingpin in land for job scam. Searches are being carried out at 4 locations as well in Darbhanga and in Patna. We're getting some fresh updates here. Well, Lalu Yadav's aide is now in CBI custody till August 2nd. Shravan Sen, our senior editor, is joining me. Shravan, take us to the details of this case. Shravan, if you can hear me, we're getting exclusive images right now on a screen of Lalu aide now in CBI custody. Take us through what we can expect next in this case, because CBI had arrested Bhola, the then OSD of Lalu, when the latter was the railway minister from 2009 to 2009. Around that time in the former UPA government in connection with the land for job scam.
Well, in fact, Bhola Yadav is the kingpin as far as the land for job scam is concerned. He's now been taken into the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, he's been sent to CBI custody by the Special CBI Court. As we speak, we're given to understand that the searches are still underway, at least at 4 locations in Bihar. Shubhangi, the reason why this becomes important is simply because when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, there were basically jobs that were given in the Department of Railway with to undeserved.
All right, I'll be coming back to you, Shravan Sen. So getting some audio issues there, but this is a big news that is coming in. And Lalu Yadav's aide right now, who is Bhola Yadav, the then OSD of Lalu Yadav, has been sent to custody till August 2nd. He was arrested by CBI. He's a kingpin in land for job scam. The searches are being carried out at 4 locations, Darbhanga and Patna. Much more coming up on the other side of this very, very short break. As tensions remain high, as massive protests and unprecedented scenes unfold over BJP workers' murder. And multiple location raids by ED at locations linked to Partho's aid in connection with the SSC recruitment scam.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the NDA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India, Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam, to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, fifth case of student suicide has been reported in Tamil Nadu. Class 12 boy from Sivagangai district hangs himself at his home. I repeat, hangs himself at his home. Leaves a message to parents saying, I cannot fulfill your dreams of scoring well in my boards. I'm sorry. Nobody is responsible for my death. That is a suicide note coming in. I want to go across to Varshini, is joining me live. Varshini, this is the fifth suicide in the last 10 days and the fourth in the last 48 hours in Tamil Nadu. Take us through the details of the fifth student suicide case reported in the state. Varshini. Varshini, if you can hear me, I'll just repeat the question for you. Varshini, this is the fifth suicide case of a student hanging. Suicide there in Tamil Nadu coming in. The fifth case in just 10 days, Varshini. If you can hear me, take us to the details of this case coming in, where a suicide note has also been left, where he is saying, nobody is responsible for my death. Varshini, over to you.
Well, yes, this is another class 12 student who has hanged himself to death at his very own house. He's come back from school yesterday when his parents have not been at home. They have apparently gone out of station, where he had taken this opportunity to, take this big decision of his life. We hear that the student, was for a very long time very depressed, that he was not able to concentrate on studies and get marks as per his parents' wish. He's left a suicide note in which he's written that I'm very sorry that I'm not able to fulfill your dreams. I cannot appear for the exam and get good marks. Therefore, I have to leave. I'm sorry is what the message reads. And he was also mentioned that nobody is the reason for my death. It's absolutely me. Now, the parents have also been saying that he was struggling to focus on his exams because they were constant online classes that happened for the past 2 years, and all of a sudden the child was had to go through extreme offline classes and exams which he could not bear, and that is why he felt it very difficult to study for his class 12 board examinations, to prepare for it. And that has now we have lost another life because of these heavy, class difficulties that he was facing. And now the police have also retrieved the body and they have sent it for post-mortem, and the final rites will also be performed, as the parents also agree that their child was in depression and that they did not give the attention and care that he was expecting during this tough time that he was going through.
All right, thank you, Varshini, for getting us all those details. So, one more case of student suicide in Tamil Nadu. A class 12 boy this time has hung himself at his home, leaves a message for the parents as well. And he has mentioned there that I cannot fulfill your dreams of scoring well in my boards. I am sorry. This, viewers, is the 5th suicide in the last 10 days and the 4th in just the last 48 hours. Multiple cases of student suicides coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu in the past few weeks. This is the big news coming in right now, viewers. The 5th student suicide case in Tamil Nadu coming in. We have seen multiple cases coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu where there have been cases of students committing suicide, and some of them even saying something similar, that they have not been able to really score well in the exams and they're not being able to, prove that they are good students. It's a very concerning story that we have been tracking here on Republic TV. This time, a class 12 boy has, in fact, committed suicide. This time at his home. We'll be tracking the story very closely on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side of this extremely short break. Starting off with multiple location raids by ED at locations linked to Partho's aid in connection with the SSC recruitment scam. That's one of our top stories.
कांग्रेस वर्कर was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है.
Was Suchita Dalal the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan?
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Viewers, Mithun Chakrabarti from the BJP is holding a press conference where he has made a couple of points, and one important development, and what he has said is very, very interesting. Big revelation coming in from Mithun Chakrabarti, where he's saying 21 MLAs of the TMC are in direct touch with me. 21 TMC MLAs are in touch with me.
अभी आपने महाराष्ट्र का जिक्र किया मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने 2 दिन पहले ही कहा था कि महाराष्ट्र के लोग कमजोर थे, इसीलिए वहाँ की सरकार गिर गई। अगर आप बंगाल की तरफ झाँकेंगे तो सुंदरवन में आपको मगरमच्छ नोचेगा, बाघ नोचेगा, और अगर समुद्र से आएंगे तो मगरमच्छ, और उत्तर बंगाल से आएंगे तो हाथी सूंड उठा के आपको फेंक देगा। बंगाल में शेरनी है, यहाँ आपकी चलने वाली नहीं है। क्या कहें?
मैं क्या बोलूँगा, बोलिए। मैं एक डायलॉग बोलता हूँ, उनको बोलता हूँ उसमें हिंसा है। अब इतनी सारे डायलॉग सुनता हूँ, अहिंसक बातें कर रहे हैं कि जीप काट देंगे, ये अहिंसा की बात है। तो मैं नहीं कुछ बोलूँगा, आप ही सोचिए क्या बोलना है। देखिए, ये मगरमच्छ खाएगा, हमको भी खाएगा, आपको भी खाएगा। मगरमच्छ किसी का दोस्त नहीं होता है, ना शेर किसी का दोस्त होता है, ना हाथी फिर भी दोस्त होता है, लेकिन मौके पे वो भी उठा के पटकेगा। तो बी रेडी, अगर हमारे साथ हुआ भी आपके साथ क्यों नहीं होगा, आपके साथ भी तो हो सकता है ना।
दादा 38 विधायकों को जो बात, एक लाख सवाल है, 38 विधायकों की जो बात आपने अभी कही है, 38 विधायक संपर्क में। शुभेंदु अधिकारी बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 2024 में वर्तमान सरकार गिर जाएगी, क्या ये उसकी तैयारी है 38 विधायकों के साथ?
अब तो सब पूछ लेंगे, तो ट्रेलर कब मैं रिलीज करूँगा। अब म्यूजिक एंजॉय करो ना यार।
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakoram Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news and brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
It's a democracy, you have the right to speak anything. But তবে এটুকু বলতে পারি সিবিআই বিজেপির নয়, ইডি বিজেপির নয়। কি বলেছি এর আগে শুনে রাখবেন, অনেকটা ছোটা মুখ গড়িবাদ। পৃথিবীর কেউ বাঁচাতে পারবে না যদি এভিডেন্স থাকে, আর যদি না থাকে কেউ আপনাকে কিছু করতেও পারবে না। দ্যাটস মাই লাস্ট ওয়ার্ড। বিকজ সবাই ভাবে বোধহয় এই সিবিআই এই কী করবেন, ওদের নিজেদের চাকরি সামলাতে হবে না, আমার কথা শুনে করে দেবে, এত সস্তা। বলুন।
বলছি যে রূপালী পর্দায় আপনাকে বিভিন্ন চরিত্রে দেখা গেছে, দুর্নীতির বিরুদ্ধে সে মন্ত্রী খাতাকেষ্ট হোক, এমএলএ খাতাকেষ্ট হোক, এখন বাস্তবে দেখা যাচ্ছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে শিক্ষা দুর্নীতি এবং এসএসসির যারা চাকরি প্রার্থী তারা বৃষ্টিতে বসে আছে গান্ধী মন্ত্রী বাংলাদেশে এবং 1 বছর ধরে তারা আন্দোলন করছে। এই দুর্নীতি নিয়ে আপনি কিছু বলবেন? বাস্তবে আজকে একটা কেন্দ্রীয় মিছিল আছে বিজেপি, আপনি কি সেই মিছিলে অংশ নিতে?
একবার এটা বলেনি, আমি বলছি কি ওদের কষ্টের সত্যি সবার পাশে দাঁড়ানো উচিত। অ্যান্ড আমাদের নেতৃত্ব যেটা আছেন আজকে আমরা ডিসকাস করছি।
I have acted in my films and also in real life we stand beside people, we support people.
কেন ওরাও চায় না, বাট দে আর ইন ট্রাবল, আমরা সবাই মিলে তাদের সাহায্য করা উচিত। আর দুর্নীতির কথা
we all should help the people who are the victims of this scam. And you are talking about corruption. This is not the first corruption. This is in public, but there are various other scams that are yet to be revealed.
We are under a big shadow of cloud. বলুন।
একটা কেন্দ্রীয় মিছিল আছে বিজেপি, সেই মিছিলের যে জানা বা বিজেপি যে রাজনৈতিকভাবে যে জিনিসটাকে সামনে আনছে, যে পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় হচ্ছে না একটা হিংসৈলের দুর্নীতির হিংসৈলের একটা চূড়াবাদ। আসল দুর্নীতি কিন্তু এই সরকার এবং মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়। সেই ক্ষেত্রে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পাল্টা বক্তব্য হচ্ছে যে যে দুর্নীতি করেছে তাকে তুমি দরকার হলে যাবজ্জীবন কারাদণ্ড দাও, আমার খুশি আছে, কিন্তু আমার গায়ে কালি ছিটাচ্ছ কেন? তুমি যদি কালি ছিটো তাহলে আমারও কাছে আলকাতরা আছে। এই যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর এই মন্তব্য, বিজেপির যে এই নিশানা করা, এটা কি কিভাবে আপনি?
আচ্ছা আপনি সত্যি করে বলুন তো, এটাই কি প্রথমবার? সকাল থেকে সন্ধ্যে অবধি তো উনি প্রাইম মিনিস্টারকে গালাগাল দেন।
Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee abuses the Prime Minister from morning since night. Is that correct? All the political parties are doing the same. If we had done this scam, then would not she have attacked us?
Let's face the fact. যদি ভুল করে থাকেন তার সাজা হবে, ভুল না করলে সাজা হবে না।
If someone has done something wrong, that person will be surely punished.
আমাকে নির্দেশ এখনো দেননি, কারণ আমি এত তাড়াতাড়ি আমাকে বেনারস যেতে হবে, কিন্তু ডেফিনেটলি
I have to go Benares soon.
তাছাড়া
Varanasi.
আমার মনে হয় না এখন ওরা আমাকে চায় এই মুহূর্তে, কারণ ওখান থেকে ওদের প্ল্যান আছে।
Right now,
সেটা পরে বলবো।
I don't think they need me. They have some other plans.
আপনার ব্যক্তিগত মানে এই যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর সঙ্গে, মানে আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের সঙ্গে আপনার তো অনেক পুরনো, আগে অনেক ভালো সম্পর্ক ছিল, সেটা কি এখন রিফ্লেক্ট করে? মানে এখন
you have several since many days you have a relation with Mamata Banerjee. How is it right now?
আমি এখনো ওনাকে দিদি হিসেবে
I still respect her. She is like my elder sister.
दिल्ली में कांग्रेस प्रमुख से ईडी पूछताछ कर रही है, बंगाल में 5 जगह से पूछताछ हो रही है। बंगाल कांग्रेस सोनिया गांधी को लेकर विरोध में है और वही बंगाल कांग्रेस जो ईडी यहाँ पर कार्रवाई कर रही है उसके समर्थन में, क्या कहेंगे इसे?
अब ईडी से पूछिए ये क्यों कर रहा है, क्यों तुम लोग एक ही समय में दोनों काम कर रहे हो? मैं कैसे जवाब दूंगा, ईडी क्यों करेंगे?
मैं ईडी की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैंने कहा ईडी कांग्रेस प्रमुख से पूछना।
अरे ईडी से मुतल्लिक बात कर रहे हैं आप, तो ईडी पूछेगा तू कौन है बे, तू हमारे लिए बोल रहा है? मैं नहीं बोल सकता भाई, फिर मेरे ऊपर लफड़े हो जाएंगे। आपने पूछा ईडी से पूछो, आपने दो जगह क्यों किया?
मैंने कांग्रेस के बारे में पूछा सर।
अरे सर ईडी तो है ना उसमें, कॉमन फैक्टर तो ईडी है।
যারা করেননি
আপনি করেছেন, আর কেউ?
অন্য কেউ যদি যারা করেননি যদি
বলুন।
গত বিধানসভা ভোটের সময় আপনাকে দেখা গেছে বিজেপির বেশিরভাগ প্রার্থীর হয়ে প্রচার করতে, এই যে সংখ্যাটা ৭৭টা আসনে জেতার পরও এখন ৭০-এর কাছাকাছি, যারা দল ছেড়ে চলে গেলেন তাদের জন্য হয়তো আপনাকে প্রচার করতে হয়েছে, কখনো এর জন্য অনুতাপ হয় যে ওই?
আমি সত্যি কথা বলি, ইলেকশন রেজাল্টের পর খুব কষ্ট পেয়েছিলাম। I am always been honest about it.
After the election result, I was really hurt by the result.
এখনো যাদের ওই গেছে তার জন্য কষ্ট পেয়েছি। আমি
now I'm sad that some people left.
ভালো লাগা,
I'm also a human being.
ভালো লেগেছে, সে চলে গেছে।
I have my liking, I have my
আরো যদি কেউ যেতে চান প্লিজ দয়া করে তাড়াতাড়ি যান।
But right now, I would request if someone else wants to go, they should leave, so that we understand the bigger picture and we can go for more campaigns. Please leave. Anyone wants to leave, please leave right now.
কি আসছে? কে আসছে? ওই জন্য বলছি যাদের যাওয়া ছেড়ে দিন, ওগুলো তো
I'm saying again and again, if someone wants to leave right now from BJP, they should leave.
তাদের যাওয়ার আর জায়গা থাকবে না। এবার দেখবেন, ধীরে ধীরে দেখবেন। আমি ঠিক বলেছেন, আমাদের তরফ থেকে তত ঝাঁঝালো হয়নি, তার অনেক কারণ আছে, কারণ আমরা তো ছোট হয়ে গেছি না, কিন্তু এখন সব কিছু
we have to start from the beginning. The whole planning has to be done from the beginning because our numbers are reduced.
না হলেও আবার লড়বো, লড়াই আবার
whoever is coming or not, it doesn't matter, we will fight it out again.
বুঝতে পারলাম। আমার যেটা বলার আমি আজকে বলে দিয়েছি স্যার। আর
what I have to say in the party, I already said in today's meeting.
আমি বুঝি, আমি তো রাজনীতির মধ্যে গিয়ে সেই
in today's meeting I told everything I wanted to. I am not just a political person. I speak like a common person and I speak for the common person and have spoken in the party.
আবার ডায়লগ, ডায়লগ আবার আমার ডায়লগ তো হিংস্র ডায়লগ।
You're asking me to
ডায়লগ বলছেন আবার
speak my dialogue again from the film? Are you asking me to speak it again?
ডায়লগ বলে 15 বছর ধরে সেম ডায়লগ বলে এলাম, হিংসা হয়ে যাচ্ছে।
15 years I have been uttering the same dialogue.
সব অহিংসার কথাবার্তা, কোথাও কোনো হিংসা নেই। ভেরি গুড। You are asking too much. আমার ট্রেলারের এডিটিং চলছে, হতেও পারে না হতেও পারে, বাট হবে নিশ্চয়ই, এটা বলতে এডিটিং করছি।
সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
শুটিং না হলেও এবার আসবো, যদি পার্টির আমার দরকার হয়
I will come to Kolkata even if
শরীর ভাই
beyond shooting. I can come for any requirement whenever I feel well.
হসপিটালাইজ হয়ে গেছিলাম, তারপর আবার বোম্বেতে এসে আবার
I was in the hospital for a long time.
100%.
Right now I'm 100% fit.
Thank you everybody.
right, we are getting some breaking news right now. Our correspondent Sage Raj has now spoken to the BJP leader's mother who was hacked to death in Karnataka. Now, this is the big news coming in. We, of course, will be showing you that interview that had taken place. Let's have a listen to that interview, exclusive interview by Sage Raj.
ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ எங்களை ஊதா என்ன பாலை பூனை எங்களை ஏர்லஜ்ஜி தானே எங்களை மூஞ்சி பொண்ணு ಚೊಕ್ಲೇಟ್ பொறுத்து ஊத்துರು எங்களை ಏರ್ಲಜ್ಜಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಅವರ ಈ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ತಂದೆ ಸಹ ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ಲ ತಾಯಿ ಸಹ ತಂದೆ 8% ಇವರು ಸಹ ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು 3 ಅವರ ಅಕ್ಕಂದಿರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೆಂಡತಿಯೊಂದು ಇದಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಇದೇ ನೋಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಕೇಳುವುದಷ್ಟೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟು
he has 3 sisters and a wife who is not working as of now and the entire family is under debt. They don't have any person who can go to work and earn. He is the only breadwinner for them and they have been completely isolated now after this particular death of their son, and they are requesting some kind of financial help from the government.
ಈಗ ಆಗುವ ಮೊದಲೇ ಅವರು ಸಿಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಈಗೇನೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಇದು ಅದೇ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಅದೇ.
So they are demanding that the assailants who have murdered their son should also face the same fate of his son. Immediately he should be arrested and he should be booked and he should be also killed like how his son was being killed.
ಈಗ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಶಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ನಾನೇ, ನನ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಡೈಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೇನೆ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನ ಟ್ರೆಟ್ ಅಂತ.
I was the person who had set up the shop for Praveen in Bellare. He was associated with Sangha Parivar as well. He was working for that particular organization with good intention. Whenever the Sangha Parivar organization used to call, he used to go and do social work, and he was a person with a very good heart, but he never had any kind of differences with anybody. He was a very good person.
BJP ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಅದನ್ನ ತಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡಂದು ಏನು ಗೊಂತುನೆ ನೈರಿಗೆ ಬಲ್ನೆ ಇದು ಅದೇ ಅವರು ಹೇಳುದು, ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳುದು. ಈಗ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದ, ಏನೋ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೇಳುದಷ್ಟೇ, ಅವರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು.
He was working in BJP party, though he was not given any kind of position in the party, but now they have been completely abandoned. There is nobody who can take care of them. They have lot of debts, they have lot of loans, and even I have a leg issue, I have a leg pain, I can't even walk, and I don't know who is going to take care of the family going forward. I have so much of loan to clear and my son is no more for us to help.
That was the slain BJP workers family on Republic TV. A very emotional appeal being made. They were speaking to Sage Raj. Sage Raj is joining me live. Sage, we just heard that very emotional appeal by the family where they're saying that they have a lot of financial problems and Praveen was their sole earner in that family as well. Sage, just take us through exactly what you, in fact, the conversation you had with them and what did they tell you. Also, is there any promise of any help to that family? Because they're extremely emotional and very helpless at this point of time. It's very clear from that interview.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the demand of them. They are helpless, they don't have money, they have a lot of debts, they have got a lot of loans, and he was the only bread earner. He has 3 sisters and the mother to take care of, and unfortunately, he is no more there and no more to take care of them. They don't know how they're going to survive. Their livelihood is a big challenge for them going forward. And you also have a wife here, and they are asking that the government should at least give a job to her, a permanent job, where they can earn their own livelihood and settle themselves. And according to the gentleman who was sitting next to his mother who spoke to her, he also said that he had a dream to build the house. He was a person with very good knowledge and he was very humble. He was working for Sangha Parivar and he had no differences with anybody. study. He was actively participating in all kind of social activities. And mother also claims that the government should arrest the assailants as soon as possible and book them. And they should also face the same fate what their son has faced. I mean to say that they want them also to be killed. So these are the demands from the family. We need to wait and watch what the government is going to do, because it is a very poor family. We are just standing to their house. You can see the kind of roads in the house, the vicinity where these people are living. And Praveen was running a poultry shop where he was getting only minimum income at that place, and he has to take care of 3 sisters and a wife and a mother, and definitely they need some kind of assistance. And through Republic TV, they have requested government to act on that. We need to wait and watch what the government will do, whether some kind of compensation will be announced which can take care of their debts, loans as well as their livelihood.
So again, a special team has also been sent right now to Kerala. The assailants were using a registration vehicle from Kerala. Just take us to the details which are coming in at this point of time. We also know that DGP has spoken to his counterpart in Kerala for more assistance so they can crack this gruesome case.
Absolutely, a special team has been sent to Kerala. Remember, this particular place, Bellare in Putturu, is very close to Kerala. They share the border with Kerala. And what we also get to learn is the assailants who came in the bike had used a Kerala registration vehicle. And that particular registration number belongs to Kasargodu, which is in the border of Karnataka and Kerala. And a special team has been sent to investigate further in Kerala, in Kasargodu. And what we also get to learn is that the DGP of Karnataka, Praveen had spoken to the counterpart in Kerala and requested him all kind of assistance and help from the Kerala police to nab the assailants as soon as possible.
Sergey, we saw massive protests. The Praveen's family spoke to you and they are seeking justice. They want justice. They want justice for Praveen, but not just the family. Sergey, many people in Karnataka, we saw massive protests demanding answers and wanting justice for Praveen. Take us through exactly what's happening now, because earlier in the day we saw many protests. Some were peaceful, like you said, but some of them had also turned slightly violent when we saw lathi charge. What's the quick update on that, Sergey?
It was a peaceful protest in Bellare. People were not violent until unless only few miscreants who tried to pelt stones on a religious place. Before that, everything was peaceful. Their only demand, the only voice of those protesters were that they need justice. And they even protested against their own representative. Remember, they were pro-Hindu activists, they were BJP workers who were part of this particular protest. And they were BJP MP, MLA, local leaders from this particular area who had reached out to them. But they were furious against these leaders, stating that they haven't done anything. The Hindu workers are killed day in, day out in many places, but these BJP MLAs and MPs are coming only to seek the votes. And these are the allegations made by the public who were protesting there. And they also shouted anti-slogans against the BJP leaders for not acting on that and not giving any kind of security and safety for their workers who are working for the party, as well as their right-wing organizations.
All right, Sergey, thank you for joining us with all those details. Sergey, reporting live from Praveen's home, the slain BJP youth worker who was brutally murdered. I also want our viewers to have a look at this soundbite of Prahlad Joshi, where he's hinting at a PFI and SDPI link in this case. Listen there.
ये तो केरल के लिंक है. ऐसे इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो एसडीपीआई और पीएफआई का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में. पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहा है. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
What he's basically also saying that all these elements are getting the samrakshan of the RSS. That's the allegation.
What our कार्यकर्ता has been murdered and they talking such nonsense things is, what can I react for that?
Reports have come about of one of the individuals accused in the Amravati case being attacked in prison by other prisoners in the same jail. The accused named Shahrukh Pathan was attacked on the 7th Barak of Arthur Road Jail in Mumbai. Officers in the NM Joshi Marg police station in Mumbai have registered an FIR against those who attacked Shahrukh. The NIA arrested 7 individuals in the case that led to the death of an individual named Umesh Kole in Amravati in connection with the comments made by suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. All 7 of the individuals accused in the case are now under judicial custody at the Mumbai Central Prison, also referred to as the Arthur Road Jail. Umesh Kole, a pharmacist from Maharashtra's Amravati, was killed by being stabbed in June this year. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Congress protesters has been protesting in many cities in Mumbai. What they have been saying that there's been trapped by Bharatiya Janata Party, which is why they have been putting forward the enforcement directorate and questioning a lady who is not well. The protester that has been continuously making a slogan stating that the action that has been initiated against Gandhi family is something very illegal and not valid.
Supreme Court today has upheld the Enforcement Directorate's power to inquire, arrest and attach property under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Court has also specified that it is not mandatory for ED officers to disclose the ground of arrest at the time of detaining the accused in a money laundering case.
Court has just now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land. Sir,
Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi is being quizzed by ED for the second time today. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday questioned Congress President Sonia Gandhi for over 6 hours on the second day of her appearance in connection with a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. As Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi was summoned for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate today, mayhem broke out with Youth Congress workers blocking the train there in Maharashtra and in Mumbai. Mumbai police officials lathi-charged the Congress workers who were protesting against the ED summoning Congress President Sonia Gandhi in an alleged money laundering case. One of the accused in the Amravati murder case was attacked in Mumbai's Arthur Road jail by a group of prisoners. Accused Shahrukh Pathan, who was kept inside a barrack number 7, was attacked today morning by fellow inmates. Meanwhile, police have registered a case against the prisoners. Republic Bengal has now Bangladesh confronted Partho Chatterjee today, where he indicated that he was unwell despite AIMS clearance. Republic is also trailing aide Arpita, who was seen weeping inside the car. West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with Bengal cash scam.
পার্থদা শরীর ঠিক আছে আপনার? শরীর ঠিক আছে? ভালো নেই আপনি? কেন দাদা কি হয়েছে? দাদা অর্পিতাকে কিছুভাবে চিনতেন আপনি? দাদা কিছু কি বলবেন আপনি?
BJP workers and pro-Hindu activists held protests at a place in Karnataka called Sulia against the murder of BJP worker Praveen. Praveen, who was the district secretary of the BJP Yuva Morcha, was killed at around 8 p.m. A day after a BJP youth wing worker was allegedly killed in Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka, an incident of stone pelting was reported in the Bulwar area of Puttur. The BJP youth wing worker was attacked by the assailants when he was returning home after closing his poultry shop. Police have registered a case. Stepping up its protest against Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party government's new liquor policy in Delhi, the BJP, while claiming that the government has commissioned thousands of crores by colluding with the liquor mafia, staged a massive protest in Delhi outside Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters. The Central Bureau of Investigation has arrested Bhola Yadav, the then OSD to former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav in connection with land for job scam. The CBI is also conducting search operations at 4 locations, 2 at Patna and 2 at Darbhanga, belonging to him. AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi took a jibe at Yogi at the warmth at which the Kavadiyas are greeted and said if they are showered with petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses.
कावड़ यात्रा के लिए आप टैक्स पेयर के पैसों से हेलीकॉप्टर से फूल बरसा रहे हैं। यूपी की भाजपा सरकार बहुत अच्छा है। आप पुलिस के ओहदेदार ऑफिसर उनकी पैरों की मालिश कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, हम इसका वेलकम करते हैं। रास्ते में लोहार की दुकान है, गाजियाबाद में आपने लोहार की दुकान को बंद कर दिया, बहुत अच्छा है। मीरठ में पुलिस स्टेशन में एक मुसलमान ऑफिसर का नाम था, किसी ने ऑब्जेक्शन किया, आपने नाम हटवा दिया, बहुत अच्छा है। भाई यही तो रहमदिली दिखाइए ना, आप भेदभाव क्यों कर रहे हैं? भाई अगर कोई नमाज पढ़ता है चंद मिनट के लिए तो पब्लिक पॉलिसी डिस्टर्ब हो रही है, दंगा।
Much more coming up on the other side. No tolerance for unruly behavior in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh now suspended. Plus, big claim by Mithun Chakrabarti claims 21 TMC MLAs are in touch with the BJP. Stay tuned.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India? Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakona Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news and brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Udaipur linked to BJP Yuva Morcha's workers' murder emerges. Praveen had put out poster backing Kanhaiya Lal days before murder. Tensions remain high as massive protests and unprecedented scenes unfold over BJP workers' murder. Multiple location raids by ED at locations linked to Partho's aid in connection with the SSC recruitment scam. Big win for ED. Top court backs for ED's right to make arrests under PMLA. Huge blow to Karthi Mehbooba and Anil Deshmukh as top court delivers strong verdict in favor of ED. No tolerance for unruly behaviour in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh now suspended. Plus, big claim by Mithun Chakraborty claims 21 TMC MLAs are in touch.
Getting in some breaking news right now, a special team has been sent to Kasaragod in Kerala. Assailants were using the Kasaragod registration vehicle. People are investigating if the vehicle had fake number plate. I beg your pardon, the police essentially investigating if the vehicle had fake number plate or genuine one. DGP Praveen has spoken to his counterpart in Kerala for assistance. We're getting in some more reactions right now. Let's listen in.
ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ
எங்களை என்ன பாலை பூனை எங்களை ஏர்லஜ்ஜி தானே எங்களை மூஞ்சி பொண்ணு ಚೊಕ್ಲೇಟ್ பொறுத்து எங்களை ಏರ್ಲಜ್ಜಿ
ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಅವರ ಈ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು
we have three sisters. He has three sisters, a wife and a mother to take care of. We have nobody now and we are completely lost. We feel that we have been abandoned by him and the entire society after his death. And if you notice, they don't have a proper house to live here. He just now started a business of poultry shop in Bellare, but unfortunately, much before he could succeed, he is no more. He have a wife and three sisters and nobody is there for him. He is the only bread earner for the family and they are clueless what is going to happen next.
ಈಗ ಆಗುವ ಮೊದಲೇ ಅವರು ಸಿಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಈಗೇನೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಇದು ಅದೇ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಅದೇ. ಈಗ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಯಾರು ಈ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅವರ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ.
If they get arrested immediately, they should be killed in encounter. They should not be spared. So this is the only demand that we have from the government when they arrest the assailants.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನ ಟ್ರೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘ ಪರಿವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಒಂದು
I was the one who helped him to set up a poultry shop in Ballare. He was a very good guy. He was associated with Sangha Parivar. He had involved in the activities of Sangha Parivar. A person who had a social vision. He had that feelings towards the party as well as people who were struggling. He wanted to help everybody. He never had any differences with anybody.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ
ಏನು ಗೊಂತುನೇನ ಇರಿಗೆ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಇದು
ಅದೇ ಅವರು ಹೇಳುದು ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳುದು. ಈಗ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದ, ಏನೂ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೇಳುದಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು.
He was working for the BJP party. He didn't have any kind of a leadership role.
ಪರಿಹಾರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು
But he was still giving his 100% for the party. Now the entire family has been abandoned. They have lot of loans, lot of debts. The party should listen to them and help them where they can get their livelihood, where they can clear the loans and debts.
Getting in some more breaking news right now. A massive claim that's been made by the Karnataka government essentially indicating right now that the killers perhaps could be in Kerala. A special team has now been sent to Kasaragod in Kerala for carrying out the searches. In fact, the Karnataka government has essentially dropped a big hint that the Praveen's killers could perhaps be hiding in Kasaragod in Kerala. A short while back, Praveen's mother spoke to Republic TV, essentially demanding justice for her son, saying that strong action should be taken. Let me go across to my colleague Sagaraj, who's joining us. Sagaraj, a big hint being dropped by the Karnataka government, indicating that the killers could perhaps be hiding in Kasaragod in Kerala. What more are you picking up?
What we get to learn through our police sources is that the assailants had used a Kerala registration vehicle, and the registration number seemed to be with Kasaragod RTO. And immediately the police, a special team has been sent to Kasaragod to Kerala to ascertain whether that number plate is from Kasaragod or they had a fake number plate when they came here to murder Praveen Nettar. Apart from that, what we also get to learn is the DGP of Karnataka, Praveen had spoken to the counterpart of him in Kerala and requested all kind of assistance and help to nab the assailants as soon as possible. A special team has been sent, and there is also a security which has been beefed up on the border of Karnataka and Kerala. Shavan, remember this particular village is very close to Kerala. The border of Puttur also shares with Kerala, Kasaragod and other places, and it has been a very significant thing that they have found out that the number plate belonging to Kerala, and a special team will also try to ascertain what is the motive behind this and why this murder has been taken place. So we are outside Praveen Nettar's residence, and you can see the condition of his house. The entire family members are here outside his house and trying to console the sisters and mother of their family. And everybody is disappointed. Family is completely shattered that he was the only breadwinner for them, and he used to take care of 3 sisters, a mother and a wife. And it is quite shocking for them that yesterday a man who went to work is not there today in their house. And their only request from the government is that the government have to do something for the livelihood of them. They should at least give some kind of permanent job for her wife, and also they have financial issues. They have a lot of debts and
कर्नाटक में जो घटना हुई है उस पर आपकी क्या राय है, जहाँ पर बीजेपी के एक कार्यकर्ता को इसलिए मार दिया गया क्योंकि वो कन्हैया लाल का समर्थन कर रहा था, और खबर ये निकल के आ रही है कि जिन लोगों ने मारा वो केरला से आए थे, उनके एलिज लिंक्स जो हैं वो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई से निकल गए।
देखिए, जिस प्रकार हत्या का प्रकार और हत्या के तरीका जो है वो दिखाता है कि एक ही प्रकार के लोग इस तरह की हत्या में शामिल हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि ऐसी ताकतों की शिनाख्त तो होनी चाहिए और उन्हें सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए। लेकिन अब राज्य और समाज दोनों को एक होकर और इस देश की पंथनिरपेक्षता को, इस देश के सौहार्द को, सहिष्णुता को और लिबरल डेमोक्रेसी को बचाने के लिए बहुत ही सतर्कता के साथ काम करना होगा।
ये तो केरल के लिंक है। ऐसे इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो एसडीपीआई और पीएफआई का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में। पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था। इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं, इसीलिए लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक।
What he's basically also saying that all these elements are getting the samrakshan of the RSS. That's the allegation.
What our Karyakarta has been murdered and they is talking such nonsense things is what can I react for that? ये तो केरल के लिंक है। ऐसे इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो SDPI और PFI का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में। पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो PFI और SDPI को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था। इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं, इसीलिए लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक।
What he's basically also saying that all these elements are getting the samrakshan of the RSS. That's the allegation.
What our Karyakarta has been murdered and they is talking such nonsense things is what can I react for that?
Getting in some breaking news right now. This is coming in from the state of West Bengal, where 21 crude bombs have now been recovered from a mango orchard in Murshidabad district. That's the latest we are getting in right now. A bomb disposal squad is already at the spot. Remember, in this particular district, not the first time that crude bombs have been recovered. We are given to understand that the West Bengal police is already there on is at this spot. The bomb disposal squad is also at this spot. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get you the latest. Kishalay is joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom right now. Kishalay, what more details are you picking up right now? We'll try and reconnect with Kishalay in a short while from now. We seem to have lost his line. The breaking news now coming in. 21 crude bombs have been recovered from a mango orchard in Murshidabad district in West Bengal. In fact, we are being told that bomb disposal squad is at the spot. The latest also coming in with regards to the fact that not the first time that crude bombs have been recovered from here. It's connected to any particular group is not known at this point in time. Let me bring in my colleague Kishalay, who is joining us on this broadcast. Kishalay, what more are you picking up? 21 crude bombs have been recovered. Any group that's claiming any responsibility, what is it connected to?
Exactly. Right now we are getting this news. This is a big news that in Murshidabad there has been this incident of bomb recovery. It's still being updated. We are getting constant inputs about it. We have known that 2 people are already arrested in this case by Shamsherganj police station. Shamsherganj is one of the areas where we get a lot of news, a lot of reports about bomb recovery and gang wars, and from there this bomb has been recovered from Dhulian, and the 2 people have already been arrested by the police from Shamsherganj police station, and Tuesday night these 2 people were arrested. What we are trying to understand, what we are getting to know is that these bombs were made especially for the purpose of some of these gang wars which happens continuously in these areas, and there are also links of political people with these people who make these bombs, and especially in Murshidabad area there has been in the past as well recovery of such bombs. Right now police is investigating and trying to understand that exactly what was going on behind these gangs who were making these bombs. Dhulian, we are getting to know that Dhulian is one of these areas where there is a lot of crude bomb making which happens in all of these houses, local houses also, and the reporter, our local reporter is giving us constant information about the fact. Right now 2 people are arrested and more people are, police is searching for more. Over to the studio.
Kishalay, also, this is not the first time that we have seen a recovery of crude bombs in the district of Murshidabad. Could you just put this into perspective for all of viewers outside West Bengal about past history of how crude bombs have been recovered and how it has been connected to various groups, local groups that have been operating in that area?
This incident of bomb recovery, about 21 crude bombs were recovered. This incident is not the first time, as I said. Before this as well, we have seen how in Dhulian itself, the area we are talking about, there were multiple incidents of bomb recovery and also recovery of pistols and local made guns. We were reporting constantly last month and the month before that how there were also political infights in these areas. There were reports of Trinamool Congress infights, and after that these bombs, crude bombs and local weapons are used against each other by these local gangs and political infights. Right now these 21 crude bombs which are being recovered from that area, those are being taken in police custody. Police has taken them in their own custody and they have kept them, and some of these are already diffused, and 2 people have been arrested. They are being interrogated. These 2 people are also, our sources are telling us, giving information about more people and more such gangs who are engaged in making such crude bombs, and we are getting to know from our sources that police is searching for more such bombs, crude bombs and local weapons, local guns which are being made in this whole area. This is the area well known for smuggling of these weapons, especially from Bihar area and from the borders. So right now we are keeping a track on more such bomb and crude weapon recovery, and also police is going to make some more arrests. That's what our sources are telling us.
আমি মাননীয় গভর্নরের কাছে তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করেছি। এর বাইরেও সামগ্রিকভাবে এই রাজ্যে সিএ এর পরে পোস্ট পোল ভায়োলেন্স এবং নুপুর শর্মার ইস্যুতে পশ্চিমবাংলার লোক যেভাবে জিহাদ দেখেছেন সেই সম্পর্কে আমি বলেছি, উনি শুনেছেন।
People of West Bengal have seen political infights and quote-unquote jihad. I have told the Rajyapal governor about this. He did not comment about it. I have told him about the recent political developments.
সর্বস্তরের দুর্নীতির জায়গা হচ্ছে পশ্চিম।
I have told him that West Bengal is a place of all kinds of corruption from throughout the world. Whatever is possible happens here. Vaccine corruption happens here as well. In the whole world, there is probably some place where fake vaccines are being made. It is made here. Also, in the case of recruitment, so many scams are coming out.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী করতে পারেন, মুখ্যমন্ত্রী করবেন না। কেন করবেন?
The chief minister can suggest removing ministers who are corrupt, but that's not what she is doing.
চাকরির সিন্ডিকেটটা মমতা ব্যানার্জি পার্থ চ্যাটার্জিকে দিয়ে চালাতেন। অনন্ত অধিকারী যখন তার ছেলে
Mamata Banerjee herself used to use Partho Chatterjee for this scam, for this whole corruption of recruitment. Ananta Dev said that when he went to Chief Minister sent him to Partho Chatterjee for some job-related purpose.
Chief Minister ke advice korun.
Everyone knows the syndicate that's being run by Didi and Bhaipo, Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee.
একটা বিষয় সেটা হচ্ছে পিনকন ইনভেস্টমেন্টের সঙ্গে কিছুটা জড়িত রয়েছে পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়। এটা একটা ইডির একটা তথ্য পেয়েছে যে নিয়োগ দুর্নীতির সঙ্গে চিটফান্ডের যোগসূত্র ইডি পাচ্ছেন। এই ব্যাপারটা কিভাবে দেখেন?
পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় প্রয়াগের সঙ্গে যুক্ত।
Partho Chattopadhyay is connected with Proyag, Icor, Pincon, and several other companies, cheat funds.
জলের বোতল তৈরির কারখানা হোক আর অন্য কিছু হোক, পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়
water bottle making factory of Proyag, Partho Chatterjee was himself connected. He was inaugurating various such factories and companies. He was the chief patron of these companies.
এজেন্সি দিয়ে সরকার ভাঙার চেষ্টা করছে।
তৃণমূল দুর্নীতিকে প্রশ্রয় দেয় না, ভুল করলে শাস্তি হবে, দোষ করলেই শাস্তি হবে, এটা আজকে বলেছে।
কে বলেছে?
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী।
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী আজকে হুগলিতে গেছিলেন কতগুলো মিথ্যে কথা বলতে। প্রথম কথা,
Chief Minister went today to Hooghly
ওই মিটিং
to
এর জন্য ভাগবত
and she has lied a lot.
ধর্মীয় অনুষ্ঠানের গেট পুলিশ ভেঙেছে। এই সরকার যে
One of the gates of a Hindu program is being broken by the police in that area.
গতকাল পুলিশ ভেঙেছে। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী
There was a photo of Bajrangbali and Geeta in that gate, and police broke that gate.
পুনরুদ্ধার করতে গিয়ে হিন্দ মোটরের 12টা বাজিয়ে দিয়েছে।
Chief Minister said that she is going to recover Hind Motor, but she actually closed it.
আপনার রাজ্যে ইনভেস্টমেন্টের পরিবেশ নেই, তাই ওই জায়গায় করছে। আর জেপি চৌধুরী যে আপনাকে নিয়ে গেছিল,
there is no environment of investment in West Bengal, so the companies are going out, including Hind Motor.
টাকা নিতে গেছে এবং সব ফাউন্ডেশন স্টোন লেন, কিচ্ছু হবে না।
She went there to take some money. She went there today in Titagarh to take some money.
কারখানার জেপি চৌধুরী কিছু ব্যাংক থেকে, প্রাইভেট ব্যাংক বা রাষ্ট্রায়ত্ত ব্যাংক থেকে টাকা নেবে।
JP Chaudhuri took some money from bank and invested in this Titagarh wagon making factory. Chief Minister went there. Chief Minister has gone to a program of another cheater today. No one would believe Mamata Banerjee. In 2021 election campaign, Mamata Banerjee said
যে কেউ কিচ্ছু না, সব ল্যাম্প পোস্ট 294টাই মমতা ব্যানার্জি দাঁড়িয়েছে।
In 2021 election campaign, Mamata Banerjee herself said that she is only the chief person in the whole party. She is the only person in the party, and now she is trying to pass the buck. I cannot comment about what Mithun Chakraborty said. Mithun said that we have connection with 21 Trinamool MLAs. I don't have any information about that.
একটা লোকের মানে ব্রুনেই সুলতানের থেকে বেশি মানে বান্ধবী, মহিলা বান্ধবী, হিন্দু ম্যারেজ।
This person has more girlfriends than Sultan of Brunei. Because the marrying two people is unlawful, he did not marry more than once, but he has so many women friends. He has earned crores after becoming minister. What else do you need? What else?
Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakoram Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
তো মারাত্মক বাদ দেন এটা সেমিফাইনাল উত্তরপ্রদেশ অখিলেশ জিতছে আর ফাইনাল হেরে যাচ্ছে তা সেমিফাইনালে হারার পরে আর তো ফাইনালের কোনো গল্প নেই উনার সঙ্গে এখনো যে কটা লোক জুড়ে আছে সেই লোকগুলোকে রাখার জন্য
Semi-final. There is no, if you have lost in the semi-final, then what is the question of